Section 8 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. But I am leaving my new acquaintance too long under the lamppost. The same Gano which had betrayed me to him revealed to me a well-set young man of about half my own age, as well dressed, so far as I could see, as I was, and with every natural qualification for getting his own livelihood as good, if not better, than my own. He had been reduced to the painful necessity of calling upon me by a series of crosses, beginning with the Baden Revolution, for which I own he seemed rather young, but perhaps he referred to a kind of revolution practised every season at Baden-Baden, continued by repeated failures in business for amounts which must convince me of his entire respectability, and ending with our Civil War. During the latter he had served with distinction as a soldier, taking a main part in every important battle, with a rapid list of which he favored me, and no doubt would have admitted that, impartial as Jonathan Wild's great ancestor, he had been on both sides, had I baited him with a few hints of conservative opinions on a subject so distressing to a gentleman wishing to profit by one's sympathy and unhappily doubtful as to which way it might lean. For all these reasons, and, as he seemed to imply, for his merit in consenting to be born in Germany, he considered himself my natural creditor to the extent of $5, which he would handsomely consent to accept in greenbacks, though he preferred specie. The offer was certainly a generous one, and the claim presented with an assurance that carried conviction. But unhappily I had been led to remark a curious natural phenomenon. If I was ever weak enough to give anything to a petitioner of whatever nationality, it always rained decayed compatriots of his for a month after. Post hoc ergo propter hoc may not always be safe logic, but here I seemed to perceive a natural connection of cause and effect. Now, a few days before I had been so tickled with a paper, professedly written by a benevolent American clergyman, certifying that the bearer, a hard-working German, had long suffered with rheumatic pains in his limbs, that after copying the passage into my notebook, I thought it but fair to pay a trifling honorarium to the author. I had pulled the string of the shower bath. It had been running shipwrecked sailors for some time, but forthwith it began to pour Teutons, redolent of lager beer. I could not help associating the apparition of my new friend with this series of otherwise unaccountable phenomena. I accordingly made up my mind to deny the debt, and modestly did so, pleading a native bias towards impecuniosity, to the full as strong as his own. He took a high tone with me at once, such as an honest man would naturally take with a confessed repudiator. He even brought down his proud stomach so far as to join himself to me for the rest of my townward walk, that he might give me his views of the American people, and thus inclusively of myself. I know not whether it is because I am pigeon-livered and lack gall, or whether it is from an overmastering sense of drollery, but I am apt to submit to such bastings with a patience which afterwards surprises me, being not without my share of warmth in the blood. Perhaps it is because I so often meet with young persons who know vastly more than I do, and especially with so many foreigners whose knowledge of this country is superior to my own. However it may be, I listened for some time with tolerable composure, as my self-appointed lecturer gave me in detail his opinions of my country and its people. America, he informed me, was without arts, science, literature, culture, or any native hope of supplying them. We were a people wholly given to money getting, and who, having got it, knew no other use for it than to hold it fast. I am fain to confess that I felt a sensible itching of the biceps, and that my fingers closed with such a grip as he had just informed me was one of the effects of our unhappy climate. But happening just then to be where I could avoid temptation by dodging down a by-street, I hastily left him to finish his diatribe to the lamp-post, which could stand it better than I. That young man will never know how near he came to being assaulted by a respectable gentleman of middle age at the corner of Church Street. I have never felt quite satisfied that I did all my duty by him in not knocking him down, but perhaps he might have knocked me down, and then? The capacity of indignation makes an essential part of the outfit of every honest man, but I am inclined to doubt whether he is a wise one who allows himself to act upon his first hints. It should be rather, I suspect, a latent heat in the blood, which makes itself felt in character, a steady reserve for the brain, warming the ovum of thought to life, rather than cooking it by a too hasty enthusiasm in reaching the boiling point. As my pulse gradually fell back to its normal heat, I reflected that I had been uncomfortably near making a fool of myself. A handy salve of euphuism for our vanity, though it does not always make it a just allowance to nature for her share in the business. What possible claim had my Teutonic friend to rob me of my composure? I am not, I think, specially thin-skinned as to other people's opinions of myself, having, as I conceive, later and fuller intelligence on that point than anybody else can give me. Life is continually weighing in very sensitive scales and telling every one of us precisely what his real weight is to the last grain of dust. Whoever at 50 does not rate himself quite as low as most of his acquaintance would be likely to put him must be either a fool or a great man, and I humbly disclaim being either. But if I was not smarting in person from any scattering shot of my late companion's commination, why should I grow hot at any implication of my country therein? Surely her shoulders are broad enough, if yours or mine are not, to bear up under a considerable avalanche of this kind. It is the bit of truth in every slander, the hint of likeness in every caricature, that makes us smart. Art thou there, old Truepenny? How did your blade know its way so well to that one loose rivet in our armor? I wondered whether Americans were over-sensitive in this respect, whether they were more touchy than other folks. On the whole, I thought we were not. Plutarch, who at least had studied philosophy, if he had not mastered it, could not stomach something Herodotus had said about Boeotia, and devoted an essay to showing up the delightful old traveller's malice and ill-breeding. French editors leave out of Montaigne's Travels some remarks of his about France, for reasons best known to themselves. Pachydermatous Deutschland, covered with trophies from every field of letters, still winces under that question which Père Bouhours put 2 centuries ago, si où allemand peut être bel esprit? John Bull grew apoplectic with angry amazement at the audacious persiflage of Puckler Muskau. To be sure he was a prince, but that was not all of it, for a chance phrase of gentle Hawthorne sent a spasm through all the journals of England. Then this tenderness is not peculiar to us? Console yourself, dear man and brother, whatever else you may be sure of Be sure at least of this, that you are dreadfully like other people. Human nature has a much greater genius for sameness than for originality, or the world would be at a sad pass shortly. The surprising thing is that men have such a taste for this somewhat musty flavor, that an Englishman, for example, should feel himself defrauded, nay, even outraged, when he comes over here and finds a people speaking what he admits to be something like English, and yet so very different from, or as he would say, to, those he left at home. Nothing, I am sure, equals my thankfulness when I meet an Englishman who is not like every other, or, I may add, an American of the same odd turn. Certainly it is no shame to a man that he should be as nice about his country as about his sweetheart. And who ever heard even the friendliest appreciation of that unexpressive she that did not seem to fall infinitely short? Yet it would hardly be wise to hold every one an enemy who could not see her with our own enchanted eyes. It seems to be the common opinion of foreigners that Americans are too tender upon this point. Perhaps we are, and if so, there must be a reason for it. Have we had fair play? Could the eyes of what is called good society, though it is so seldom true either to the adjective or noun, look upon a nation of democrats with any chance of receiving an undistorted image? Were not those, moreover, who found in the old order of things an earthly paradise, paying them quarterly dividends for the wisdom of their ancestors, with the punctuality of the seasons, unconsciously bribed to misunderstand, if not to misrepresent us? Whether at war or at peace, there we were, a standing menace to all earthly paradises of that kind, fatal underminers of the very credit on which the dividends were based, all the more hateful and terrible that our destructive agency was so insidious, working invisible in the elements as it seemed, active while they slept, and coming upon them in the darkness like an armed man. Could Laius have the proper feelings of a father toward Oedipus, announced as his destined destroyer by infallible oracles, and felt to be such by every conscious fibre of his soul? For more than a century the Dutch were the laughing stock of polite Europe. They were butterfirkins, swillers of beer and schnapps, and their vrouws, from whom Holbein painted the all but loveliest of Madonnas, Rembrandt the graceful girl who sits immortal on his knee in Dresden, and Rubens his abounding goddesses, were the synonyms of clumsy vulgarity. Even so late as Irving, the ships of the greatest navigators of the world were represented as sailing well stern foremost. That the aristocratic Venetians should have riveted with gigantic piles, thorough the centre, their new cashiered miles, was heroic. But the far more marvelous achievement of the Dutch in the same kind was ludicrous even to republican marvel. Meanwhile, during that very century of scorn, they were the best artists, sailors, merchants, bankers, printers, scholars, jurisconsults, and statesmen in Europe, and the genius of Motley has revealed them to us, earning a right to themselves by the most heroic struggle in human annals. But alas, they were not merely simple burghers who had fairly made themselves high mightinesses, and could treat on equal terms with anointed kings, but their commonwealth carried in its bosom the germs of democracy. They even unmuzzled, at least after dark, that dreadful mastiff, the press, whose scent is, or ought to be, so keen for wolves in sheep's clothing, and for certain other animals, in lions' skins. They made fun of sacred majesty, and what was worse, managed uncommonly well without it. In an age when periwigs made so large a part of the natural dignity of man, people with such a turn of mind were dangerous. How could they seem other than vulgar and hateful? In the natural course of things, we succeeded in this unenviable position of general butt. The Dutch had thriven under it pretty well, and there was hope that we could at least contrive to worry along. And we certainly did, in a very redoubtable fashion. Perhaps we deserved some of the sarcasm more than our Dutch predecessors in office. We had nothing to boast of in arts or letters, and were given to bragging overmuch of our merely material prosperity, due quite as much to the virtue of our continent as to our own. There was some truth in Carlyle's sneer, after all. Till we had succeeded in some higher way than this, we had only the success of physical growth. Our greatness, like that of enormous Russia, was greatness on the map, barbarian mass only. But had we gone down, like that other Atlantis, in some vast cataclysm, we should have covered but a pin's point on the chart of memory, compared with those ideal places occupied by tiny Attica and cramped England. At the same time, our critics somewhat too easily forgot that material must make ready the foundation for ideal triumphs, that the arts have no chance in poor countries, and it must be allowed that democracy stood for a great deal in our shortcoming. The Edinburgh Review never would have thought of asking, "Who reads a Russian book?" And England was satisfied with iron from Sweden, without being impertinently inquisitive after her painters and statuaries. Was it that they expected too much from the mere miracle of freedom? Is it not the highest art of a republic to make men of flesh and blood, and not the marble ideals of such? It may be fairly doubted whether we have produced this higher type of man yet. Perhaps it is the collective, not the individual, humanity that is to have a chance of nobler development among us. We shall see. We have a vast amount of imported ignorance, and still worse, of native ready-made knowledge, to digest before even the preliminaries of such a consummation can be arranged. We have got to learn that statesmanship is the most complicated of all arts, and to come back to the apprenticeship system too hastily abandoned. At present, we trust a man with making constitutions on less proof of competence than we should demand before we gave him our shoe to patch. We have nearly reached the limit of the reaction from the old notion, which paid too much regard to birth and station as qualifications for office, and have touched the extreme point in the opposite direction, putting the highest of human functions up at auction to be bid for by any creature capable of going upright on two legs. In some places we have arrived at a point at which civil society is no longer possible, and already another reaction has begun, not backwards to the old system, but towards fitness, either from natural aptitude or special training. But will it always be safe to let evils work their own cure by becoming unendurable? Every one of them leaves its taint in the constitution of the body politic, each in itself perhaps trifling, but altogether powerful for evil. But whatever we might do or leave undone, we were not genteel, and it was uncomfortable to be continually reminded that, though we should boast that we were the great West till we were black in the face, it did not bring us an inch nearer to the world's West End. That sacred enclosure of respectability was tabooed to us. The Holy Alliance did not inscribe us on its visiting list. The old world of wigs and orders and liveries would shop with us, but we must ring at the area bell, and not venture to awaken the more august clamors of the knocker. Our manners, it must be granted, had none of those graces that stamp the caste of vers divers, in whatever museum of British antiquities they may be hidden. In short, we were vulgar. This was one of those horribly vague accusations, the victim of which has no defense. An umbrella is of no avail against a Scotch mist. It envelops you, it penetrates at every pore, it wets you through without seeming to wet you at all. Vulgarity is an eighth deadly sin, added to the list in these latter days, and worse than all the others put together, since it perils your salvation in this world, far the more important of the two in the minds of most men. It profits nothing to draw nice distinctions between essential and conventional, for the convention in this case is the essence, and you may break every command of the Decalogue with perfect good breeding, nay, if you are adroit, without losing caste. We indeed had it not to lose, for we had never gained it. "How am I vulgar?" asks the culprit shudderingly. "Because thou art not like unto us," answers Lucifer, son of the morning, and there is no more to be said. The God of this world may be a fallen angel, but he has us there. We were as clean, so far as my observation goes. I think we were cleaner, morally and physically, than the English, and therefore, of course, than everybody else. But we did not pronounce the diphthong oo as they did, and we said either and not either, following therein the fashion of our ancestors, who unhappily could bring over no English better than Shakespeare's. And we did not stammer as they had learned to do from the courtiers, who in this way flattered the Hanoverian king, a foreigner among the people he had come to reign over. Worse than all, we might have the noblest ideas and the finest sentiments in the world, but we vented them through that organ by which men are led rather than leaders, though some physiologists would persuade us that nature furnishes her captains with a fine handle to their faces, that opportunity may get a good purchase on them for dragging them to the front. This state of things was so painful that excellent people were not wanting who gave their whole genius to reproducing here the original bull, whether by gaiters, the cut of their whiskers, by a factious brutality in their tone, or by an accent that was forever tripping and falling flat over the tangled roots of our common tongue. Martyrs to a false ideal, it never occurred to them that nothing is more hateful to gods and men than a second-rate Englishman, and for the very reason that this planet never produced a more splendid creature than the first-rate one, witness Shakespeare and the Indian Mutiny. If we could contrive to be not too unobtrusively our simple selves, we should be the most delightful of human beings, and the most original. Whereas when the plating of Anglicism rubs off, as it always will in points that come to much wear, we are liable to very unpleasing conjectures about the quality of the metal underneath. Perhaps one reason why the average Briton spreads himself here with such an easy air of superiority may be owing to the fact that he meets with so many bad imitations as to conclude himself the only real thing in a wilderness of shams. He fancies himself moving through an endless Bloomsbury, where his mere apparition confers honor as an avatar of the court end of the universe. Not a bull of them all but is persuaded he bears Europa upon his back. This is the sort of fellow whose patronage is so divertingly insufferable. Thank heaven he is not the only specimen of cater cousinship from the dear old mother island that is shown to us. Among genuine things, I know nothing more genuine than the better men whose limbs were made in England. So many tender, so brave, so true, so warranted to wear, they make us proud to feel that blood is thicker than water. But it is not merely the Englishman. Every European candidly admits in himself some right of primogeniture in respect of us, and pats this shaggy continent on the back with a lively sense of generous unbending. The German who plays the bass viol has a well-founded contempt, which he is not always nice in concealing, for a country so few of whose children ever take that noble instrument between their knees. His cousin, the Ph.D. from Göttingen, cannot help despising a people who do not grow loud and red over Aryans and Turanians, and are indifferent about their descent from either. The Frenchman feels an easy mastery in speaking his mother tongue, and attributes it to some native superiority of parts that lifts him high above us barbarians of the West. The Italian prima donna sweeps a curtsy of careless pity to the over-facile pit, which unsexes her with the bravo, innocently meant to show a familiarity with foreign usage. But all without exception make no secret of regarding us as the goose bound to deliver them a golden egg in return for their cackle. Such men as Agassiz, Guyot, and Goldwin Smith come with gifts in their hands, but since it is commonly European failures who bring hither their remarkable gifts and acquirements, this view of the case is sometimes just the least bit in the world provoking. To think what a delicious seclusion of contempt we enjoyed till California and our own ostentatious parvenu, flinging gold away in Europe that might have endowed libraries at home, gave us the ill repute of riches. What a shabby downfall from the Arcadia which the French officers of our Revolutionary War fancied they saw here through Rousseau-tinted spectacles. Something of Arcadia there really was, something of the old age, and that divine provincialism were cheaply repurchased, could we have it back again in exchange for the tawdry upholstery that has taken its place. For some reason or other, the European has rarely been able to see America except in caricature. Would the first review of the world have printed the niaiseries of Mr. Maurice Sand as a picture of society in any civilized country? Mr. Sand, to be sure, has inherited nothing of his famous mother's literary outfit, except the pseudonyme, but since the conductors of the review could not have published his story because it was clever, they must have thought it valuable for its truth. As true as the last century Englishman's picture of Jean Crapaud. We do not ask to be sprinkled with rose-water, but may perhaps fairly protest against being drenched with the risings of an unclean imagination. The next time the review allows such ill-bred persons to throw their slops out of its first-floor windows, let it honestly preface the discharge with a gardez-l'eau, that we may run from under in season. And Mr. Duvergier Doran, who knows how to be entertaining. I know Le français est plutôt indiscret que confiant, and the pen slides too easily when indiscretions will fetch so much a page. But should we not have been tant soit peu more cautious, had we been writing about people on the other side of the Channel? But then it is a fact in the natural history of the American, long familiar to Europeans, that he abhors privacy, knows not the meaning of reserve, lives in hotels because of their greater publicity, and is never so pleased as when his domestic affairs, if he may be said to have any, are paraded in the newspapers. Barnum, it is well known, represents perfectly the average national sentiment in this respect. However it be, we are not treated like other people, or perhaps I should say like people who are ever likely to be met with in society. Is it in the climate? Either I have a false notion of European manners, or else the atmosphere affects them strongly when exported hither. Perhaps they suffer from the sea voyage like some of the more delicate wines. During our Civil War, an English gentleman of the highest description was kind enough to call upon me, mainly as it seemed, to inform me how entirely he sympathized with the Confederates, and how sure he felt that we could never subdue them. They were the gentlemen of the country, you know. Another, the first greetings hardly over, asked me how I accounted for the universal meagerness of my countrymen. To a thinner man than I, or from a stouter man than he, the question might have been offensive. The Marquis of Harrington, footnote, one of Mr. Lincoln's neatest strokes of humor was his treatment of this gentleman, when a laudable curiosity induced him to be presented to the president of the broken bubble. Mr. Lincoln persisted in calling him Mr. Partington. Surely the refinement of good breeding could go no further. Giving the young man his real name, already notorious in the newspapers, would have made his visit an insult. Had Henry IV done this, it would have been famous. End of footnote. Wore a secession badge at a public ball in New York. In a civilized country he might have been roughly handled, but here, where the bienséances are not so well understood, of course nobody minded it. A French traveler told me he had been a good deal in the British colonies, and had been astonished to see how soon the people became Americanized. He added, with delightful bonhomie, and as if he were sure it would charm me, that they even began to talk through their noses, just like you. I was naturally ravished with this testimony to the assimilating power of democracy, and could only reply that I hoped they would never adopt our democratic patent method of seeming to settle one's honest debts, for they would find it paying through the nose in the long run. I am a man of the New World, and do not know precisely the present fashion of Mayfair, but I have a kind of feeling that if an American, mutato nomine de te, is always frightfully possible, were to do this kind of thing under a European roof, it would induce some disagreeable reflections as to the ethical results of democracy. I read the other day in print the remark of a British tourist who had eaten large quantities of our salt. Such as it is, I grant it is not the European savor. That the Americans were hospitable, no doubt, but that it was partly because they longed for foreign visitors to relieve the tedium of their dead-level existence, and partly from ostentation. What shall we do? Shall we close our doors? Not I, for one. If I should so have forfeited the friendship of L.S., most lovable of men, He somehow seems to find us human, at least, and so did Clough, whose poetry will one of these days perhaps be found to have been the best utterance in verse of this generation. The fine old Tory aversion of former times was not hard to bear. There was something even refreshing in it, as in a nor'easter to a hardy temperament. When a British parson, travelling in Newfoundland, while the slash of our separation was still raw, after prophesying a glorious future for an island that continued to dry its fish under the aegis of St. George, glances disdainfully over his spectacles in parting at the USA, and forebodes for them a speedy relapse into barbarism, now that they have madly cut themselves off from the humanizing influences of Britain. I smile with barbarian self-conceit. But this kind of thing became by degrees an unpleasant anachronism. For meanwhile the young giant was growing, was beginning indeed to feel tight in his clothes, was obliged to let in a gore here and there in Texas, in California, in New Mexico, in Alaska, and had the scissors and needle and thread ready for Canada when the time came. His shadow looked like a broken spectre over against Europe, the shadow of what they were coming to. That was the unpleasant part of it. Even in such misty image as they had of him, it was painfully evident that his clothes were not of any cut hitherto fashionable, nor conceivable by a Bond Street tailor. And this in an age, too, when everything depends upon clothes, when, if we do not keep up appearances, the seeming solid frame of this universe, nay, your very God, would slump into himself, like a mockery king of snow, being nothing after all, but a prevailing mode. From this moment the young giant assumed the respectable aspect of a phenomenon, to be got rid of if possible, but at any rate as legitimate a subject of human study as the glacial period or the Silurian what-d'ye-call-'ems. If the man of the primeval drift heaps be so absorbingly interesting, why not the man of the drift that is just beginning, of the drift in whose irresistible current we are just being sucked, whether we will or no? If I were in their place, I confess I should not be frightened. Man has survived so much, and contrived to be comfortable on this planet after surviving so much. I am something of a Protestant in matters of government also, and am willing to get rid of vestments and ceremonies, and to come down to bare benches, if only faith in God take the place of a general agreement to profess confidence in ritual and sham. Every mortal man of us holds stock in the only public debt that is absolutely sure of payment, and that is the debt of the Maker of this universe to the universe he has made. I have no notion of selling out my shares in a panic. It was something to have advanced even to the dignity of a phenomenon, and yet I do not know that the relation of the individual American to the individual European was bettered by it, and that after all must adjust itself comfortably before there can be a right understanding between the two. We had been a desert, we became a museum. People came hither for scientific and not social ends. The very Cockney could not complete his education without taking a vacant stare at us in passing. But the sociologists, I think they call themselves so, were the hardest to bear. There was no escape. I have even known a professor of this fearful science to come disguised in petticoats. We were cross-examined as a chemist cross-examines a new substance. Human? Yes, all the elements are present, though abnormally combined. Civilized? That needs a stricter assay. No entomologist could take a more friendly interest in a strange bug. After a few such experiences, I for one have felt that if I were merely one of those horrid things preserved in spirits, and very bad spirits too, in a cabinet, I was not the fellow being of these explorers. I was a curiosity, I was a specimen. Hath not an American organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, even as a European hath? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? I will not keep on with Shylock to his next question, but one. Till after our Civil War, it never seemed to enter the head of any foreigner, especially of any Englishman, that an American had what could be called a country, except as a place to eat, sleep, and trade in. Then it seemed to strike them suddenly, by Jove, fellows don't fight like that for a shop till. No, I rather think not. To Americans, America is something more than a promise and an expectation. It has a past and traditions of its own, a descent from men who sacrificed everything, and came hither not to better their fortunes, but to plant their idea in virgin soil, should be a good pedigree. There was never colony save this that went forth not to seek gold, but God. Is it not as well to have sprung from such as these, as from some burly beggar who came over with Wilhelm's Conquestor, unless indeed a line grow better as it runs farther away from stalwart ancestors? And for our history, it is dry enough, no doubt, in the books, but for all that is of a kind that tells in the blood. I have admitted that Carlyle's sneer had a show of truth in it. But what does he himself, like a true Scot, admire in the Hohenzollerns? First of all, that they were canny, a thrifty, four-handed race. Next, that they made a good fight from generation to generation with the chaos around them. That is precisely the battle which the English race on this continent has been carrying doughtily on for 2 centuries and a half. Doughtily and silently, for you cannot hear in Europe that crash, that death song of the perfect tree that has been going on here from sturdy father to sturdy son, and making this continent habitable for the weaker old world breed that has swarmed to it during the last century. If ever men did a good stroke of work on this planet, it was the forefathers of those whom you are wondering whether it would not be prudent to acknowledge as far-off cousins. Alas, man of genius, to whom we owe so much, could you see nothing more than the burning of a foul chimney in that clash of Michael and Satan that flamed up under your very eyes? Before our war we were to Europe but a huge mob of adventurers and shopkeepers. Leigh Hunt expressed it well enough when he said that he could never think of America without seeing a gigantic counter stretched all along the seaboard. Feudalism had by degrees made commerce, the great civilizer, contemptible. But a tradesman with a sword on thigh and very prompt of stroke was not only redoubtable, he had become respectable also. Few people, I suspect, alluded twice to a needle in Sir John Hawkwood's presence, after that doughty fighter had exchanged it for a more dangerous tool of the same metal. Democracy had been hitherto only a ludicrous effort to reverse the laws of nature by thrusting Cleon into the place of Pericles. But a democracy that could fight for an abstraction, whose members held life and goods cheap compared with that larger life which we call country, was not merely unheard of, but portentous. It was the nightmare of the old world, taking upon itself flesh and blood, turning out to be substance and not dream. Since the Norman Crusader clanged down upon the throne of the Porphyrogenti, carefully draped appearances had never received such a shock. had never been so rudely called on to produce their titles to the empire of the world. Authority has had its periods, not unlike those of geology, and at last comes man claiming kinship in right of his mere manhood. The world of the Saurians might be in some respects more picturesque, but the march of events is inexorable and is bygone. The young giant had certainly gone out of long clothes. He had become the enfant terrible of the human household. It was not and will not be easy for the world, especially for our British cousins, to look upon us as grown up. The youngest of nations, its people must also be young, and to be treated accordingly was the syllogism. Youth has its good qualities, as people feel who are losing it, but boyishness is another thing. We had been somewhat boyish as a nation, a little loud, a little pushing, a little braggart. But might it not partly have been because we felt that we had certain claims to respect that were not admitted? The war which established our position as a vigorous nationality has also sobered us. A nation, like a man, cannot look death in the eye for 4 years without some strange reflections, without arriving at some clearer consciousness of the stuff it is made of, without some great moral change. Such a change, or the beginning of it, no observant person can fail to see here. Our thought and our politics, our bearing as a people, are assuming a manlier tone. We have been compelled to see what was weak in democracy as well as what was strong. We have begun obscurely to recognize that things do not go of themselves, and that popular government is not in itself a panacea, is no better than any other form except as the virtue and wisdom of the people make it so, and when men undertake to do their own kingship, they enter upon the dangers and responsibilities as well as the privileges of the function. Above all, it looks as if we were on the way to be persuaded that no government can be carried on by declamation. It is noticeable also that facility of communication has made the best English and French thought far more directly operative here than ever before. Without being Europeanized, our discussion of important questions in statesmanship, in political economy, in aesthetics, is taking a broader scope and a higher tone. It had certainly been provincial, one might almost say local, to a very unpleasant extent. Perhaps our experience in soldiership has taught us to value training more than we have been popularly wont. We may possibly come to the conclusion one of these days that self-made men may not be always equally skillful in the manufacture of wisdom, may not be divinely commissioned to fabricate the higher qualities of opinion on all possible topics of human interest. So long as we continue to be the most common-schooled and the least cultivated people in the world, I suppose we must consent to endure this condescending manner of foreigners towards us. The more friendly they mean to be, the more ludicrously prominent it becomes. They can never appreciate the immense amount of silent work that has been done here, making this continent slowly fit for the abode of man, and which will demonstrate itself, let us hope, in the character of the people. Outsiders can only be expected to judge a nation by the amount it has contributed to the civilization of the world, the amount, that is, that can be seen and handled. A great place in history can only be achieved by competitive examination, nay, by a long course of them. How much new thought have we contributed to the common stock? Till that question can be triumphantly answered, or needs no answer, we must continue to be simply interesting as an experiment, to be studied as a problem, and not respected as an attained result or an accomplished solution. Perhaps, as I have hinted, their patronizing manner towards us is the fair result of their failing to see here anything more than a poor imitation, a plaster cast of Europe. And are they not partly right? If the tone of the uncultivated American has too often the arrogance of the barbarian, is that not of the cultivated as often vulgarly apologetic? In the American they meet with, is there the simplicity, the manliness, the absence of sham, the sincere human nature, the sensitiveness to duty and implied obligation, that in any way distinguishes us from what our orators call the effete civilization of the Old World? Is there a politician among us daring enough, except a Dana here and there, to risk his future on the chance of our keeping our word with the exactness of superstitious communities like England? Is it certain that we shall be ashamed of a bankruptcy of honor, if we can only keep the letter of our bond? I hope we shall be able to answer all these questions with a frank yes. At any rate, we would advise our visitors that we are not merely curious creatures, but belong to the family of man, and that, as individuals, we are not to be always subjected to the competitive examination above mentioned, even if we acknowledged their competence as an examining board. Above all, we beg them to remember that America is not to us, as to them, a mere object of external interest to be discussed and analyzed, but in us, part of our very marrow. Let them not suppose that we conceive of ourselves as exiles from the graces and amenities of an older date than we, though very much at home in a state of things not yet all it might be or should be, but which we mean to make so, and which we find both wholesome and pleasant for men, though perhaps not for dilettanti, to live in. The full tide of human existence may be felt here as keenly as Johnson felt it at Charing Cross, and in a larger sense. I know one person who is singular enough to think Cambridge the very best spot on the habitable globe. Doubtless God could have made a better, but doubtless he never did. It will take England a great while to get over her airs of patronage toward us, or even passably to conceal them. She cannot help confounding the people with the country and regarding us as lusty juveniles. She has a conviction that whatever good there is in us is wholly English, when the truth is that we are worth nothing except so far as we have disinfected ourselves of Anglicism. She is especially condescending just now, and lavishes sugar plums on us as if we had not outgrown them. I am no believer in sudden conversions, especially in sudden conversions to a favorable opinion of people who have just proved to you to be mistaken in judgment and therefore unwise in policy. I never blamed her for not wishing well to democracy. How should she? But Alabamas are not wishes. Let her not be too hasty in believing Mr. Reverdy Johnson's pleasant words. Though there is no thoughtful man in America who would not consider a war with England the greatest of calamities, yet the feeling towards her here is very far from cordial, whatever our minister may say in the effusion that comes after ample dining. Mr. Adams, with his famous "My Lord, this means war," perfectly represented his country. Justly or not, we have a feeling that we have been wronged, not merely insulted. The only sure way of bringing about a healthy relation between the two countries is for Englishmen to clear their minds of the notion that we are always to be treated as a kind of inferior and deported Englishmen, whose nature they perfectly understand, and whose back they accordingly stroke the wrong way of the fur with amazing perseverance. Let them learn to treat us naturally on our merits as human beings, as they would a German or a Frenchman, and not as if we were a kind of counterfeit Briton, whose crime appeared in every shade of difference, and before long there would come that right feeling which we naturally call a good understanding. The common blood, and still more the common language, are fatal instruments of misapprehension. Let them give up trying to understand us, still more thinking that they do, and acting in various absurd ways as the necessary consequence, for they will never arrive at that devoutly to be wished consummation till they learn to look at us as we are, and not as they suppose us to be. Dear old long-estranged mother-in-law, it is a great many years since we parted. Since 1660, when you married again, you have been a stepmother to us. Put on your spectacles, dear madam. Yes, we have grown and changed likewise. You would not let us darken your doors if you could help it. We know that perfectly well. But pray, when we look to be treated as men, don't shake that rattle in our faces, nor talk baby to us any longer. Do, child, go to it, grandam, child. Give grandam kingdom, and it grandam will. Give it a plum, a cherry, and a fig. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. Preface to Leaves of Grass, 1855, by Walt Whitman. America does not repel the past, or what the past has produced under its forms, or amid other politics, or the idea of castes, or the old religions. Accepts the lesson with calmness, is not impatient, because the sloth still sticks to opinions and manners in literature, while the life which served its requirements has passed into the new life of the new forms, perceives that the corpse is slowly born from the eating and sleeping rooms of the house, perceives that it waits a little while in the door, that it was fittest for its days, that its action has descended to the stalwart and well-shaped heir who approaches, and that he shall be fittest for his days. The Americans of all nations at any time upon the earth have probably the fullest poetical nature. The United States themselves are essentially the greatest poem. In the history of the earth hitherto, the largest and most stirring appear tame and orderly to their ampler largeness and stir. Here at last is something in the doings of man that corresponds with the broadcast doings of the day and night. Here is action untied with strings, necessarily blind to particulars and details, magnificently moving in masses. Here is the hospitality which for ever indicates heroes. Here the performance, disdaining the trivial, unapproached in the tremendous audacity of its crowds and groupings, and the push of its perspective, spreads with crampless and flowing breath, and showers its prolific and splendid extravagance. One sees it must indeed own the riches of the summer and winter, and need never be bankrupt while corn grows from the ground, or the orchards drop apples, or the bays contain fish, or men beget children upon women. Other states indicate themselves in their deputies, but the genius of the United States is not best or most in its executives or legislatures, nor in its ambassadors, nor authors, or colleges, or churches, or parlors, nor even in its newspapers or inventors, but always most in the common people, south, north, west, east, in all its states, through all its mighty amplitude. The largeness of the nation, however, were monstrous without a corresponding largeness and generosity of the spirit of the citizen. Not swarming states, nor streets and steamships, Nor prosperous business, nor farms, nor capital, nor learning may suffice for the ideal of man, nor suffice the poet. No reminiscences may suffice either. A live nation can always cut a deep mark, and can have the best authority, the cheapest, namely from its own soul. This is the sum of the profitable uses of individuals or states, and of present action and grandeur, and of the subject of poets. As if it were necessary to trot back generation after generation to the Eastern records, as if the beauty and sacredness of the demonstrable must fall behind that of the mythical, as if men do not make their mark out of any times, as if the opening of the Western continent by discovery, and what has transpired in North and South America, were less than the small theater of the antique, or the aimless sleep-walking of the Middle Ages. The pride of the United States leaves the wealth and finesse of the cities, and all returns of commerce and agriculture, and all the magnitude of geography, or shows of exterior victory, to enjoy the sight and realization of full-sized men, or one full-sized man, unconquerable and simple. The American poets are to enclose old and new, for America is the race of races. The expression of the American poet is to be transcendent and new. It is to be indirect, and not direct or descriptive or epic. Its quality goes through these to much more. Let the age and wars of other nations be chanted, and their eras and characters be illustrated, and that finish the verse. Not so the great psalm of the Republic. Here the theme is creative and has vista. Whatever stagnates in the flat of custom or obedience or legislation, the great poet never stagnates. Obedience does not master him, he masters it. High up out of reach he stands, turning a concentrated light. He turns the pivot with his finger. He baffles the swiftest runners as he stands, and easily overtakes and envelops them. The time straying toward infidelity and confections and persiflage he withholds by steady faith. Faith is the antiseptic of the soul. It pervades the common people and preserves them. They never give up believing and expecting and trusting. There is that indescribable freshness and unconsciousness about an illiterate person that humbles and mocks the power of the noblest expressive genius. The poet sees for a certainty how one, not a great artist, may be just as sacred and perfect as the greatest artist. The power to destroy or remold is freely used by the greatest poet, but seldom the power of attack. What is past is past. If he does not expose superior models and prove himself by every step he takes, he is not what is wanted. The presence of the great poet conquers, not parleying or struggling or any prepared attempts. Now he has passed that way. See after him. There is not left any vestige of despair or misanthropy, or cunning or exclusiveness, or the ignominy of a nativity, or color, or delusion of hell, or the necessity of hell. And no man thenceforward shall be degraded for ignorance or weakness or sin. The greatest poet hardly knows pettiness or triviality. If he breathes into anything that was before thought small, it dilates with the grandeur and the life of the universe. He is a seer. He is individual. He is complete in himself. The others are as good as he, only he sees it, and they do not. He is not one of the chorus. He does not stop for any regulation. He is the president of regulation. What the eyesight does to the rest, he does to the rest. Who knows the curious mystery of the eyesight? The other senses corroborate themselves, but this is removed from any proof by its own, and foreruns the identities of the spiritual world. A single glance of it mocks all the investigations of man and all the instruments and books of the earth and all reasoning. What is marvelous, what is unlikely, what is impossible or baseless or vague, after you have once just opened the space of a peach pit, and given audience to far and near, and to the sunset, and had all things enter with electric swiftness, softly and duly, without confusion, or jostling, or jam. The land and sea, the animals, fishes, and birds, the sky of heaven and the orbs, the forests, mountains, rivers, are not small themes, but folks expect of the poet to indicate more than the beauty and dignity which always attach to dumb real objects. They expect him to indicate the path between reality and their souls. Men and women perceive the beauty well enough, probably as well as he. The passionate tenacity of hunters, woodmen, early risers, cultivators of gardens and orchards and fields, the love of healthy women for the manly form, seafaring persons, drivers of horses, the passion for light and the open air, all is an old varied sign of the unfailing perception of beauty, and of a residence of the poetic in outdoor people. They can never be assisted by poets to perceive. Some may, but they never can. The poetic quality is not marshalled in rhyme or uniformity, or abstract addresses to things, nor in melancholy complaints or good precepts, but is the life of these and much else, and is in the soul. The profit of rhyme is that it drops seeds of a sweeter and more luxuriant rhyme, and of uniformity, that it conveys itself into its own roots in the ground out of sight. The rhyme and uniformity of perfect poems show the free growth of metrical laws, and bud from them as unerringly and loosely as lilacs and roses on a bush, and take shapes as compact as the shapes of chestnuts and oranges and melons and pears, and shed the perfume impalpable to form. The fluency and ornaments of the finest poems or music or orations or recitations are not independent but dependent. All beauty comes from beautiful blood and a beautiful brain. If the greatnesses are in conjunction in a man or woman, it is enough. The fact will prevail through the universe. But the gaggery and guilt of a million years will not prevail. Who troubles himself about his ornaments or fluency is lost. This is what you shall do. Love the earth and sun and the animals, despise riches, give alms to everyone that asks, stand up for the stupid and crazy, devote your income and labor to others, hate tyrants, argue not concerning God, have patience and indulgence toward the people, take off your hat to nothing known or unknown, or to any man or number of men, go freely with powerful uneducated persons, and with the young, and with the mothers of families, re-examine all you have been told in school or church or in any book, and dismiss whatever insults your own soul. And your very flesh shall be a great poem, and have the richest fluency, not only in its words, but in the silent lines of its lips and face, and between the lashes of your eyes, and in every motion and joint of your body. The poet shall not spend his time in unneeded work. He shall know that the ground is already plowed and manured. Others may not know it, but he shall. He shall go directly to the creation. His trust shall master the trust of everything he touches, and shall master all attachments. The known universe has one complete lover, and that is the greatest poet. He consumes an eternal passion, and is indifferent which chance happens, and which possible contingency of fortune or misfortune, and persuades daily and hourly his delicious pay. What balks or breaks others is fuel for his burning progress to contact and amorous joy. Other proportions of the reception of pleasure dwindle to nothing to his proportions. All expected from heaven or from the highest, he is rapport with in the sight of the daybreak, or the scenes of the winter woods, or the presence of children playing, or with his arm round the neck of a man or woman. His love, above all love, has leisure and expanse. He leaves room ahead of himself. He is no irresolute or suspicious lover. He is sure. He scorns intervals. His experience and the showers and thrills are not for nothing. Nothing can jar him. Suffering and darkness cannot. Death and fear cannot. To him, complaint and jealousy and envy are corpses buried and rotten in the earth. He saw them buried. The sea is not surer of the shore, or the shore of the sea, than he is of the fruition of his love and of all perfection and beauty. The fruition of beauty is no chance of miss or hit. It is as inevitable as life. It is exact and plumb as gravitation. From the eyesight proceeds another eyesight, and from the hearing proceeds another hearing, and from the voice proceeds another voice, eternally curious of the harmony of things with man. These understand the law of perfection in masses and floods, that it is profuse and impartial, that there is not a minute of the light or dark, nor an acre of the earth and sea without it, nor any direction of the sky, nor any trade or employment, nor any turn of events. This is the reason that about the proper expression of beauty there is precision and balance. One part does not need to be thrust above another. The best singer is not the one who has the most lithe and powerful organ. The pleasure of poems is not in them that take the handsomest measure and sound. Without effort and without exposing in the least how it is done, the greatest poet brings the spirit of any or all events and passions and scenes and persons, some more and some less, to bear on your individual character as you hear or read. To do this well is to compete with the laws that pursue and follow time. What is the purpose must surely be there, and the clue of it must be there, and the faintest indication is the indication of the best, and then becomes the clearest indication. Past and present and future are not disjoined, but joined. The greatest poet forms the consistence of what is to be from what has been and is. He drags the dead out of their coffins and stands them again on their feet. He says to the past, rise and walk before me, that I may realize you. He learns the lesson. He places himself where the future becomes present. The greatest poet does not only dazzle his rays over character and scenes and passions, he finally ascends and finishes all. He exhibits the pinnacles that no man can tell what they are for, or what is beyond. He glows a moment on the extremest verge. He is most wonderful in his last half-hidden smile or frown. By that flash of the moment of parting, the one that sees it shall be encouraged or terrified afterward for many years. The greatest poet does not moralize or make applications of morals. He knows the soul. The soul has that measureless pride which consists in never acknowledging any lessons or deductions but its own. But it has sympathy as measureless as its pride, and the one balances the other, and neither can stretch too far, while it stretches in company with the other. The inmost secrets of art sleep with the twain. The greatest poet has lain close betwixt both, and they are vital in his style and thoughts. The art of art, the glory of expression, and the sunshine of the light of letters is simplicity. Nothing is better than simplicity. Nothing can make up for excess or for the lack of definiteness. To carry on the heave of impulse and pierce intellectual depths and give all subjects their articulations are powers neither common nor very uncommon. But to speak in literature with the perfect rectitude and insouciance of the movements of animals, and the unimpeachableness of the sentiment of trees in the woods and grass by the roadside, is the flawless triumph of art. If you have looked on him who has achieved it, you have looked on one of the masters of the artists of all nations and times. You shall not contemplate the flight of the gray gull over the bay, or the mettlesome action of the blood horse, or the tall leaning of sunflowers on their stalk, or the appearance of the sun journeying through heaven, or the appearance of the moon afterward, with any more satisfaction than you shall contemplate him. The great poet has less a marked style, and is more the channel of thoughts and things without increase or diminution, and is the free channel of himself. He swears to his art, I will not be meddlesome. I will not have in my writing any elegance or effect or originality to hang in the way between me and the rest like curtains. I will have nothing hang in the way, not the richest curtains. What I tell for precisely what it is. Let who may exalt or startle or fascinate or soothe, I will have purposes as health or heat or snow has, and be as regardless of observation. What I experience or portray shall go from my composition without a shred of my composition. You shall stand by my side and look in the mirror with me. The old red blood and stainless gentility of great poets will be proved by their unconstraint. A heroic person walks at his ease through and out of that custom or precedent or authority that suits him not. Of the traits of the brotherhood of first-class writers, savants, musicians, inventors, and artists, nothing is finer than silent defiance, advancing from new free forms. In the need of poems, philosophy, politics, mechanism, science, behavior, the craft of art, an appropriate native grand opera, shipcraft, or any craft, he is greatest for ever and ever who contributes the greatest original practical example. The cleanest expression is that which finds no sphere worthy of itself and makes one. The messages of great poems to each man and woman are, come to us on equal terms, only then can you understand us. We are no better than you. What we enclose, you enclose. What we enjoy, you may enjoy. Did you suppose there could be only one supreme? We affirm there can be unnumbered supremes, and that one does not countervail another any more than one eyesight countervails another, and that men can be good or grand only of the consciousness of their supremacy within them. What do you think is the grandeur of storms and dismemberments, and the deadliest battles and wrecks, and the wildest fury of the elements, and the power of the sea, and the motion of nature, and the throes of human desires, and dignity, and hate, and love? It is that something in the soul which says, rage on, whirl on. I tread master here and everywhere, master of the spasms of the sky and of the shatter of the sea, master of nature and passion and death, and of all terror and all pain. The American bards shall be marked for generosity and affection, and for encouraging competitors. They shall be Cosmos, without monopoly or secrecy, glad to pass anything to anyone, hungry for equals night and day. They shall not be careful of riches and privilege. They shall be riches and privilege. They shall perceive who the most affluent man is. The most affluent man is he that confronts all the shows he sees by equivalence out of the stronger wealth of himself. The American bard shall delineate no class of persons, nor one or two out of the strata of interests, nor love most, nor truth most, nor the soul most, nor the body most, and not be for the eastern states more than the western, or the northern states more than the southern. Exact science and its practical movements are no checks on the greatest poet, but always his encouragement and support. The outset and remembrance are there. There the arms that lifted him first and braced him best. There he returns after all his goings and comings, the sailor and traveler, the anatomist, chemist, astronomer, geologist, phrenologist, spiritualist, mathematician, historian, and lexicographer are not poets, but they are the lawgivers of poets, and their construction underlies the structure of every perfect poem. No matter what rises or is uttered, they sent the seed of the conception of it. Of them and by them stand the visible proofs of souls. If there shall be love and content between the Father and the Son, and if the greatness of the Son is the exuding of the greatness of the Father, there shall be love between the poet and the man of demonstrable science. In the beauty of poems are henceforth the tuft and final applause of science. Great is the faith of the flush of knowledge, and of the investigation of the depths of qualities and things. Cleaving and circling here swells the soul of the poet, yet is president of itself always. The depths are fathomless and therefore calm. The innocence and nakedness are resumed. They are neither modest nor immodest. The whole theory of the supernatural, and all that was twined with it or reduced out of it, departs as a dream. What has ever happened, what happens, and whatever may or shall happen, the vital laws enclose all. They are sufficient for any case and for all cases, none to be hurried or retarded. Any special miracle of affairs or persons inadmissible in the vast clear scheme where every motion and every spear of grass, and the frames and spirits of men and women, and all that concerns them, are unspeakably perfect miracles, all referring to all and each distinct and in its place. It is also not consistent with the reality of the soul to admit that there is anything in the known universe more divine than men and women. Men and women and the earth and all upon it are to be taken as they are, and the investigation of their past and present and future shall be unintermitted, and shall be done with perfect candor. Upon this basis philosophy speculates, ever looking towards the poet, ever regarding the eternal tendencies of all toward happiness, never inconsistent with what is clear to the senses and to the soul, for the eternal tendencies of all toward happiness make the only point of sane philosophy. Whatever comprehends less than that, whatever is less than the laws of light and of astronomical motion, or less than the laws that follow the thief, the liar, the glutton, and the drunkard, through this life and doubtless afterward, or less than vast stretches of time, or the slow formation of density, or the patient upheaving of strata, is of no account. Whatever would put God in a poem or system of philosophy, as contending against some being or influence, is also of no account. Sanity and ensemble characterize the great master. Spoiled in one principle, all is spoiled. The The great master has nothing to do with miracles. He sees health for himself in being one of the mass. He sees the hiatus in singular eminence. To the perfect shape comes common ground. To be under the general law is great, for that is to correspond with it. The master knows that he is unspeakably great, and that all are unspeakably great. That nothing, for instance, is greater than to conceive children and bring them up well. That to be is just as great as to perceive or tell. In the make of the great masters, the idea of political liberty is indispensable. Liberty takes the adherence of heroes wherever man and woman exist, but never takes any adherence or welcome from the rest more than from poets. They are the voice and exposition of liberty. They out of ages are worthy the grand idea. To them it is confided, and they must sustain it. Nothing has precedence of it, and nothing can warp or degrade it. As the attributes of the poets of the cosmos concenter in the real body and in the pleasure of things, they possess the superiority of genuineness over all fiction and romance. As they emit themselves, facts are showered over with light. The daylight is lit with more than volatile light. The deep between the setting and rising sun goes deeper many-fold. Each precise object or condition or combination or process exhibits a beauty. The multiplication table its old age, it's the carpenter's trade, it's the grand opera, it's the huge-hulled, clean-shaped New York clipper at sea under steam or full sail, gleams with unmatched beauty. The American circles and large harmonies of government gleam with theirs, and the commonest definite intentions and actions with theirs. The poets of the cosmos advance through interpositions and coverings and turmoils and stratagems to first principles. They are of use. They dissolve poverty from its need and riches from its conceit. You large proprietor, they say, shall not realize or perceive more than anyone else. The owner of the library is not he who holds a legal title to it, having bought and paid for it. Anyone and everyone is owner of the library. Indeed, he or she alone is owner. Who can read the same through all the varieties of tongues and subjects and styles, and in whom they enter with ease, and make supple and powerful and rich and large. These American states, strong and healthy and accomplished, shall receive no pleasure from violations of natural models, and must not permit them. In paintings or mouldings or carvings, in mineral or wood, or in the illustrations of books or newspapers, or in the patterns of woven stuffs, or of anything to beautify rooms or furniture or costumes, or to put upon cornices or monuments, or on the prows or sterns of ships, or to put anywhere before the human eye, indoors or out, that which distorts honest shapes, or which creates unearthly beings, or places, or contingencies, is a nuisance and revolt. Of the human form especially, it is so great, it must never be made ridiculous. Of ornaments to a work, nothing outre can be allowed. But those ornaments can be allowed that conform to the perfect facts of the open air, and that flow out of the nature of the work, and come irrepressibly from it, and are necessary to the completion of the work. Most works are most beautiful without ornament. Exaggerations will be revenged in human physiology. Clean and vigorous children are jetted and conceived only in those communities where the models of natural forms are public every day. Great genius and the people of these states must never be demeaned to romances. As soon as histories are properly told, no more need of romances. The great poets are to be known by the absence in them of tricks, and by the justification of perfect personal candor. All faults must be forgiven of him who has perfect candour. Henceforth let no man of us lie, for we have seen that openness wins the inner and outer world, and that there is no single exception, and that never, since our earth gathered itself in a mass, have deceit or subterfuge or prevarication attracted its smallest particle or the faintest tinge of a shade, and that through the enveloping wealth and rank of a state, or the whole republic of states, a sneak or sly person shall be discovered and despised, and that the soul has never once been fooled and never can be fooled, and thrift without the loving nod of the soul is only a fetid puff, and there never grew up in any of the continents of the globe, nor upon any planet or satellite, nor in that condition which precedes the birth of babes, nor at any time during the changes of life, nor in any stretch of abeyance or action of vitality, nor in any process of formation or reformation anywhere, a being whose instinct hated the truth. Extreme caution or prudence, the soundest organic health, large hope and comparison, and fondness for women and children, large alimentiveness and destructiveness and casualty, with a perfect sense of the oneness of nature, and the propriety of the same spirit applied to human affairs, are called up of the float of the brain of the world to be parts of the greatest poet from his birth out of his mother's womb, and from her birth out of her mother's. Caution seldom goes far enough. It has been thought that the prudent citizen was the citizen who applied himself to solid gains, and did well for himself and for his family, and completed a lawful life without debt or crime. The greatest poet sees and admits these economies as he sees the economies of food and sleep, but has higher notions of prudence than to think he gives much when he gives a few slight attentions at the latch of the gate. The premises of the prudence of life are not the hospitality of it, or the ripeness and harvest of it. Beyond the independence of a little sum laid aside for burial money, and of a few clapboards around and shingles overhead on a lot of American soil owned, and the easy dollars that supply the year's plain clothing and meals, the melancholy prudence of the abandonment of such a great being as a man is to the toss and pallor of years of money-making, with all their scorching days and icy nights, and all their stifling deceits and underhand dodgings, or infinitesimals of parlors, or shameless stuffing while others starve, and all the loss of the bloom and odor of the earth, and of the flowers and atmosphere, and of the sea, and of the true taste of the women and men who pass or have to do with in youth or middle age, and the issuing sickness and desperate revolt at the close of a life, without elevation or naivete, even if you have achieved a secure 10,000 a year, or election to Congress or the governorship, and the ghastly chatter of a death without serenity or majesty, is the great fraud upon modern civilization and forethought, blotching the surface and system which civilization undeniably drafts, and moistening with tears the immense features it spreads, and spreads with such velocity before the reached kisses of the soul. Ever the right explanation remains to be made about prudence. The prudence of the mere wealth and respectability of the most esteemed life appears too faint for the eye to observe at all, when little and large alike drop quietly aside at the thought of the prudence suitable for immortality. What is the wisdom that fills the thinness of a year, or 70 or 80 years, to the wisdom spaced out by ages, and coming back at a certain time with strong reinforcements and rich presents, and the clear faces of wedding guests as far as you can look, in every direction, running gaily toward you. Only the soul is of itself, all else has reference to what ensues. All that a person does or thinks is of consequence, nor can the push of charity or personal force ever be anything else than the profoundest reason, whether it brings argument to hand or no. No specification is necessary. To add or subtract or divide is in vain. Little or big, learned or unlearned, white or black, legal or illegal, sick or well, from the first inspiration down the windpipe to the last expiration out of it. All that a male or female does that is vigorous and benevolent and clean is so much sure profit to him or her in the unshakable order of the universe, and through the whole scope of it forever. The prudence of the greatest poet answers at last the craving and glut of the soul, puts off nothing, permits no let-up for its own case or any case, has no particular Sabbath or judgment day, divides not the living from the dead, or the righteous from the unrighteous, is satisfied with the present, matches every thought or act by its correlative, and knows no possible forgiveness or deputed atonement. The direct trial of him who would be the greatest poet is today. If he does not flood himself with the immediate age as with vast oceanic tides, if he be not himself the age transfigured, and if to him is not opened the eternity which gives similitude to all periods and locations and processes, and animate and inanimate forms, and which is the bond of time, and rises up from its inconceivable vagueness and infiniteness in the swimming shapes of today, and is held by the ductile anchors of life, and makes the present spot the passage from what was to what shall be, and commits itself to the representation of this wave of an hour, and this one of the 60 beautiful children of the wave, let him merge in the general run, and wait his development. Still the final test of the poems or any character or work remains. The prescient poet projects himself centuries ahead, and judges performer or performance after the changes of time. Does it live through them? Does it still hold on untired? Will the same style and the direction of genius to similar points be satisfactory now? Have the marches of tens and hundreds and thousands of years made willing detours to the right hand and the left hand for his sake? Is he beloved long and long after he is buried? Does the young man think often of him? And the young woman think often of him? And do the middle-aged and the old think of him? A great poem is for ages and ages in common, and for all degrees and complexions, and all departments and sects, and for a woman as much as a man, and a man as much as a woman. A great poem is no finish to a man or woman, but rather a beginning. Has anyone fancied he could sit at last under some due authority, and rest satisfied with explanations, and realize and be content and full? To no such terminus does the greatest poet bring. He brings neither cessation nor sheltered fatness and ease. The touch of him, like nature, tells in action. Whom he takes with firm, sure grasp into live regions previously unattained. Thenceforward is no rest. They see the space and ineffable sheen that turn the old spots and lights into dead vacuums. Now there shall be a man cohered out of tumult and chaos. The elder encourages the younger and shows him how. They two shall launch off fearlessly together till the new world fits an orbit for itself, and looks unabashed on the lesser orbits of the stars, and sweeps through the ceaseless rings, and shall never be quiet again. There will soon be no more priests. Their work is done. A new order shall arise, and shall be the priests of man, and every man shall be his own priest. They shall find their inspiration in real objects today, symptoms of the past and future. They shall not deign to defend immortality, or God, or the perfection of things, or liberty, or the exquisite beauty and reality of the soul. They shall arise in America, and be responded to from the remainder of the earth. The English language befriends the grand American expression. It is brawny enough, and limber and full enough, on the tough stock of a race who, through all change of circumstance, was never without the idea of political liberty, which is the animus of all liberty. It has attracted the terms of daintier and gayer and subtler and more elegant tongues. It is the powerful language of resistance. It is the dialect of common sense. It is the speech of the proud and melancholy races and of all who aspire. It is the chosen tongue to express growth, faith, self-esteem, freedom, justice, equality, friendliness, amplitude, prudence, decision, and courage. It is the medium that shall well nigh express the inexpressible. No great literature, nor any like style of behavior, or oratory, or social intercourse, or household arrangements, or public institutions, or the treatment by bosses of employed people, nor executive detail, or detail of the army and navy, nor spirit of legislation, or courts, or police, or tuition, or architecture, or songs, or amusements, can long elude the jealous and passionate instinct of American standards. Whether or no the sign appears from the mouths of the people, it throbs a live interrogation in every freeman's and freewoman's heart, after that which passes by, or this built to remain. Is it uniform with my country? Are its disposals without ignominious distinctions? Is it for the ever-growing communes of brothers and lovers, large, well united, proud, beyond the old models, generous beyond old models? Is it something grown fresh out of the fields, or drawn from the sea for use to me today here? I know that what answers for me, an American in Texas, Ohio, Canada, must answer for any individual or nation that serves for a part of my materials. Does this answer? Is it for the nursing of the young of the Republic? Does it solve readily with the sweet milk of the nipples of the breasts of the mother of many children? America prepares with composure and good will for the visitors that have sent word. It is not intellect that is to be their warrant and welcome. The talented, the artist, the ingenious, the editor, the statesman, the erudite are not unappreciated. They fall in their place and do their work. The soul of the nation also does its work. It rejects none, it permits all. Only toward the like of itself will it advance halfway. An individual is as superb as a nation when he has the qualities which make a superb nation. The soul of the largest and wealthiest and proudest nation may well go halfway to meet that of its poets. Americanism in Literature by Thomas Wentworth Higginson. The voyager from Europe who lands upon our shores perceives a difference in the sky above his head. The height seems loftier, the zenith more remote, the horizon wall more steep. The moon appears to hang in the middle air, beneath a dome that arches far beyond it. The sense of natural symbolism is so strong in us that the mind seeks a spiritual significance in this glory of the atmosphere. It is not enough to find the sky enlarged, and not the mind. Caelum non animum. One wishes to be convinced that here the intellectual man inhales a deeper breath and walks with bolder tread, that philosopher and artist are here more buoyant, more fresh, more fertile, that the human race has here escaped at one bound from the despondency of ages as from their wrongs. And the true and healthy Americanism is to be found, let us believe, in this attitude of hope, an attitude not necessarily connected with culture, nor with the absence of culture, but with the consciousness of a new impulse given to all human progress. The most ignorant man may feel the full strength and heartiness of the American idea, and so may the most accomplished scholar. It is a matter of regret if thus far we have mainly had to look for our Americanism and our scholarship in very different quarters, and if it has been a rare delight to find the two in one. It seems unspeakably important that all persons among us, and especially the student and the writer, should be pervaded with Americanism. Americanism includes the faith that national self-government is not a chimera, but that, with whatever inconsistencies and drawbacks, we are steadily establishing it here. It includes the faith that to this good thing all other good things must in time be added. When a man is heartily imbued with such a national sentiment as this, it is as marrow in his bones and blood in his veins. He may still need culture, but he has the basis of all culture. He is entitled to an imperturbable patience and hopefulness born of a living faith. All that is scanty in our intellectual attainments or poor in our artistic life may then be cheerfully endured. If a man sees his house steadily rising on sure foundations, he can wait, or let his children wait, for the cornice and the frieze. But if one happens to be born or bred in America without this wholesome confidence, there is no happiness for him. He has his alternative between being unhappy at home and unhappy abroad. It is a choice of martyrdoms for himself, and a certainty of martyrdom for his friends. Happily, there are few among our cultivated men in whom this oxygen of American life is wholly wanting. Where such exist, for them the path across the ocean is easy, and the return how hard! Yet our national character develops slowly. We are aiming at something better than our English fathers, and we pay for it by greater vacillations and vibrations of movement. The Englishman's strong point is a vigorous insularity which he carries with him, portable and sometimes insupportable. The American's more perilous gift is a certain power of assimilation, so that he acquires something from every man he meets, but runs the risk of parting with something in return. For the result, greater possibilities of culture, balanced by greater extremes of sycophancy and meanness. Emerson says that the Englishman of all men stands most firmly on his feet, but it is not the whole of man's mission to be found standing, even at the most important post. Let him take one step forward, and in that advancing figure you have the American. We are accustomed to say that the war and its results have made us a nation, subordinated local distinctions, cleared us of our chief shame, and given us the pride of a common career. This being the case, we may afford to treat ourselves to a little modest self-confidence. Those whose faith in the American people carry them hopefully through the long contest with slavery will not be daunted before any major perplexities of Chinese immigrants, or railway brigands, or enfranchised women. We are equal to these things, and we shall also be equal to the creation of a literature. We need intellectual culture inexpressibly, but we need a hearty faith still more. Never yet was there a great migration that did not result in a new form of national genius. But we must guard against both croakers and boasters, and above all, we must look beyond our little Boston or New York or Chicago or San Francisco, and be willing citizens of the great republic. The highest aim of most of our literary journals has thus far been to appear English, except where some diverging experimentalist has said, "Let us be German," or "Let us be French." This was inevitable as a boy's first imitation of Byron or Tennyson, but it necessarily implied that our literature must, during this epoch, be second-rate. We need to become national, not by any conscious effort, such as implies attitudinizing and constraint, but by simply accepting our own life. It is not desirable to go out of one's way to be original, but it is to be hoped that it may lie in one's way. Originality is simply a fresh pair of eyes. If you want to astonish the whole world, said Rahel, tell the simple truth. It is easier to excuse 1,000 defects in the literary man who proceeds on his faith than to forgive the one great defect of imitation in the purist who seeks only to be English. As Wasson has said, the Englishman is undoubtedly a wholesome figure to the mental eye, but will not 20,000,000 copies of him do for the present? We must pardon something to the spirit of liberty. We must run some risks, as all immature creatures do, in the effort to use our limbs. Professor Edward Channing used to say that it was a bad sign for a college boy to write too well. There should be exuberances and inequalities. A nation which has but just begun to create a literature must sow some wild oats. The most tiresome vaingloriousness may be more hopeful than hypercriticism and spleen. The follies of the absurdest spread-eagle orator may be far more promising, because they smack more of the soil than the neat Londonism of the city editor who dissects him. It is but a few years since we have dared to be American in even the details and accessories of our literary work. To make our allusions to natural objects real, not conventional. To ignore the nightingale and skylark, and look for the classic and romantic on our own soil. This change began mainly with Emerson. Some of us can recall the bewilderment with which his verses on the humble bee, for instance, were received, when the choice of subject caused as much wonder as the treatment. It was called a foolish affectation of the familiar. Happily, the atmosphere of distance forms itself rapidly in a new land, and the poem has now as serene a place in literature as if Andrew Marvell had written it. The truly cosmopolitan writer is not he who carefully denudes his work of everything occasional and temporary, but he who makes his local coloring forever classic through the fascination of the dream it tells. Reason, imagination, passion are universal, but sky, climate, costume, and even type of human character belong to some one spot alone till they find an artist potent enough to stamp their associations on the memory of all the world. Whether his work be picture or symphony, legend or lyric, is of little moment. The spirit of the execution is all in all. As yet, we Americans have hardly begun to think of the details of execution in any art. We do not aim at perfection of detail, even in engineering, much less in literature. In the haste of our national life, most of our intellectual work is done at a rush, is something inserted in the odd moments of the engrossing pursuit. The popular preacher becomes a novelist. The editor turns his paste pot and scissors to the compilation of a history. The same man must be poet, wit, philanthropist, and genealogist. We find a sort of pleasure in seeing this variety of effort, just as the bystanders like to see a street musician adjust every joint in his body to a separate instrument, and play a concerted piece with the whole of himself. To be sure, he plays each part badly, but it is such a wonder he should play them all. Thus, in our rather hurried and helter-skelter training, the man is brilliant, perhaps. His main work is well done, but his secondary work is slurred. The book sells, no doubt, by reason of the author's popularity in other fields. It is only the tone of our national literature that suffers. There is nothing in American life that can make concentration cease to be a virtue. Let a man choose his pursuit, and make all else count for recreation only. Goethe's advice to Eckermann is infinitely more important here than it ever was in Germany. Beware of dissipating your powers. Strive constantly to concentrate them. Genius thinks it can do whatever it sees others doing, but it is sure to repent of every ill-judged outlay. In one respect, however, this desultory activity is an advantage. It makes men look in a variety of directions for a standard. As each sect in religion helps to protect us from some other sect, so every mental tendency is the limitation of some other. We need the English culture, but we do not need it more evidently than we need the German, the French, the Greek, the Oriental. In prose literature, for instance, the English contemporary models are not enough. There is an admirable vigor and heartiness, a direct and manly tone. King Richard still lives, but Saladin also had his fine sword play. Let us see him. There are the delightful French qualities, the atmosphere where literary art means fineness of touch. Où il n'y a point de délicatesse, il n'y a point de littérature. Un écrit où ne se rencontre que de la force et un certain fusant éclat n'annonce que le caractère. But there is something in the English climate which seems to turn the fine edge of any very choice scimitar till it cuts Saladin's own fingers at last. God forbid that I should disparage this broad Anglo-Saxon manhood, which is the basis of our national life. I knew an American mother who sent her boy to Rugby school in England, in the certainty, as she said, that he would there learn two things, to play cricket and to speak the truth. He acquired both thoroughly, and she brought him home from what she deemed, in comparison, the ornamental branches. We cannot spare the Englishman from our blood, but it is our business to make him more than an Englishman. That iron must become steel, finer, harder, more elastic, more polished. For this end, the English stock was transferred from an island to a continent, and mixed with new ingredients, that it might lose its quality of coarseness and take a more delicate grain. As yet, it must be owned, this daring expectation is but feebly reflected in our books. In looking over any collection of American poetry, for instance, one is struck with the fact that it is not so much faulty as inadequate. Emerson set free the poetic intuition of America. Hawthorne, its imagination. Both looked into the realm of passion, Emerson with distrust, Hawthorne with eager interest, but neither thrilled with its spell, and the American poet of passion is yet to come. How tame and manageable are wont to be the motions of our bards, how placid and literary their allusions! There is no baptism of fire, no heat that breeds excess. Yet it is not life that is grown dull, surely. There are as many secrets in every heart, as many skeletons in every closet, as in any elder period of the world's career. It is the interpreters of life who are found wanting, and that not on this soil alone, but throughout the Anglo-Saxon race. It is not just to say, as someone has said, that our language has not in this generation produced a love song, for it has produced Browning. But was it in England or in Italy that he learned to sound the depths of all human emotion? End of section 9. Section 10 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. And it is not to verse that this temporary check of ode applies. It is often said that prose fiction now occupies the place during the Elizabethan age. Certainly this modern product shows something of the brilliant profusion of that wondrous flowering of genius. But here the resemblance ends. Where in our imaginative literature does one find the concentrated utterance, the intense and breathing life, the triumphs and despairs, the depth of emotion, the tragedy, the thrill that meet one everywhere in those Elizabethan pages? What impetuous and commanding men are these! What passionate women! How they love and hate, struggle and endure! How they play with the world! What a trail of fire they leave behind them as they pass by! Turn now to recent fiction. Dickens's people are amusing and lovable, no doubt. Thackeray's are wicked and witty. But how undersized they look, and how they loiter on the mere surfaces of life, compared, I will not say with Shakespeare's, but even with Chapman's and Webster's men. Set aside Hawthorne in America, with perhaps Charlotte Brontë and George Eliot in England, and there would scarcely be a fact in prose literature to show that we modern Anglo-Saxons regard a profound human emotion as a thing worth the painting. Who now dares delineate a lover, except with good-natured pitying sarcasm, as in David Copperfield or Pendennis? In the Elizabethan period, with all its unspeakable coarseness, hot blood still ran in the veins of literature. Lovers burned and suffered and were men. And what was true of love was true of all the passions of the human soul. In this respect, as in many others, France has preserved more of the artistic tradition. The common criticism, however, is that, in modern French literature, as in the Elizabethan, the play of feeling is too naked and obvious, and that the Puritan self-restraint is worth more than all that dissolute wealth. I believe it, and here comes in the intellectual worth of America. Puritanism was a phase, a discipline, a hygiene. But we cannot remain always Puritans. The world needed that moral bracing, even for its art. But after all, life is not impoverished by being ennobled, and in a happier age, with a larger faith, we may again enrich ourselves with poetry and passion, while wearing that heroic girdle still around us. Then the next blossoming of the world's imagination need not bear within itself, like all the others, the seeds of an epoch of decay. I utterly reject the position taken by Matthew Arnold that the Puritan spirit in America was essentially hostile to literature and art. Of course, the forest pioneer cannot compose orchestral symphonies, nor the founder of a state carve statues, but the thoughtful and scholarly men who created the Massachusetts colony brought with them the traditions of their universities and left these embodied in a college. The Puritan life was only historically inconsistent with culture. There was no logical antagonism. Indeed, that life had in it much that was congenial to art, in its enthusiasm and its truthfulness. Take these Puritan traits, employ them in a more genial sphere, add intellectual training and a sunny faith, and you will have a soil suited to art above all others. To deny it is to see in art only something frivolous and insincere. The American writer in whom the artistic instinct was strongest came of unmixed Puritan stock. Major John Haythorne, in 1692, put his offenders on trial, and generally convicted and hanged them all. Nathaniel Hawthorne held his more spiritual tribunal 2 centuries later, and his keener scrutiny found some ground of vindication for each one. The fidelity, the thoroughness, the conscientious purpose were the same in each. Both sought to rest their work, as all art and all law must rest, upon the absolute truth. The writer kept, no doubt, something of the somberness of the magistrate. Each, doubtless, suffered in the woes he studied, and as the one had a knot of pain in his forehead all winter, while meditating the doom of Arthur Dimmesdale, so may the other have borne upon his own brow the trace of Martha Corey's grief. No, it does not seem to me that the obstacle to a new birth of literature and art in America lies in the Puritan tradition, but rather in the timid and faithless spirit that lurks in the circles of culture and still holds something of literary and academic leadership in the homes of the Puritans. What are the ghosts of a myriad blue laws compared with the transplanted cynicism of one Saturday Review? How can any noble literature germinate where young men are habitually taught that there is no such thing as originality, and that nothing remains for us in this effete epoch of history but the mere recombining of thoughts which sprang first from the braver brains? It is melancholy to see young men come forth from the college walls with less enthusiasm than they carried in, trained in a spirit which is in this respect worse than English Toryism, that is, does not even retain a hearty faith in the past. It is better that a man should have eyes in the back of his head than that he should be taught to sneer at even a retrospective vision. One may believe that the golden age is behind us or before us, but alas for the forlorn wisdom of him who rejects it altogether. It is not the climax of culture that a college graduate should emulate the obituary praise bestowed by Cotton Mather on the Reverend John Mitchell of Cambridge, a truly aged young man. Better 1,000 times train a boy on Scott's novels or the Border Ballads than educate him to believe, on the one side, that chivalry was a cheat and the troubadours imbeciles, and on the other hand that universal suffrage is an absurdity and the one real need is to get rid of our voters. A great crisis, like a civil war, brings men temporarily to their senses, and the young resume the attitude natural to their years in spite of their teachers. But it is a sad thing when, in seeking for the generous impulses of youth, we have to turn from the public sentiment of the colleges to that of the workshops and the farms. It is a thing not to be forgotten that for a long series of years the people of our northern states were habitually in advance of their institutions of learning in courage and comprehensiveness of thought. There were long years during which the most cultivated scholar, so soon as he embraced an unpopular opinion, was apt to find the college doors closed against him, and only the country lyceum, the people's college, left open. Slavery had to be abolished before the most accomplished orator of the nation could be invited to address the graduates of his own university. The first among American scholars was nominated year after year, only to be rejected before the academic societies of his own neighborhood. Yet during all that time the rural lecture associations showered their invitations on Parker and Phillips. Culture shunned them, but the common people heard them gladly. The home of real thought was outside, not inside the college walls. It hardly embarrassed a professor's position if he defended slavery as a divine institution, but he risked his place if he denounced the wrong. In those days, if by any chance a man of bold opinions drifted into a reputable professorship, we listened sadly to hear his voice grow faint. He usually began to lose his faith, his courage, his toleration, in short, his Americanism, when he left the ranks of the uninstructed. That time is past, and the literary class has now come more into sympathy with the popular heart. It is perhaps fortunate that there is as yet but little esprit de corps among our writers, so that they receive their best sympathy not from each other but from the people. Even the memory of our most original authors, as Thoreau or Margaret Fuller O'Soley, is apt to receive its sharpest stabs from those of the same guild. When we American writers find grace to do our best, it is not so much because we are sustained by each other as that we are conscious of a deep popular heart, slowly but surely answering back to ours, and offering a worthier stimulus than the applause of a coterie. If we once lose faith in our audience, the muse grows silent. Even the apparent indifference of this audience to culture and high finish may be in the end a wholesome influence, recalling us to those more important things, compared to which these are secondary qualities. The indifference is only comparative. Our public prefers good writing as it prefers good elocution, but it values energy, heartiness, and action more. The public is right. It is the business of the writer, as of the speaker, to perfect the finer graces without sacrificing things more vital. She was not a good singer, says some novelist of his heroine, but she sang with an inspiration such as good singers rarely indulge in. Given those positive qualities, and I think that a fine execution does not hinder acceptance in America, but rather aids it. Where there is beauty of execution alone, a popular audience, even in America, very easily goes to sleep. And in such matters, as the French actor Samson said to the young dramatist, sleep is an opinion. It takes more than grammars and dictionaries to make a literature. It is the spirit in which we act that is the great matter, Goethe says. Der Geist aus dem wir handeln ist das Höchste. Technical training may give the negative merits of style, as an elocutionist may help a public speaker by ridding him of tricks. But the positive force of writing or of speech must come from positive sources: ardor, energy, depth of feeling or of thought. No instruction ever gave these, only the inspiration of a great soul, a great need, or a great people. We all know that a vast deal of oxygen may go into the style of a man. We see in it not merely what books he has read, what company he has kept, but also the food he eats, the exercise he takes, the air he breathes. And so there is oxygen in the collective literature of a nation, and this vital element proceeds above all else from liberty. For want of this wholesome oxygen, the voice of Victor Hugo comes to us uncertain and spasmodic, as of one in an alien atmosphere where breath is pain. For want of it, the eloquent English tones that at first sounded so clear and bell-like now reach us only faint and muffled, and lose their music day by day. It is by the presence of this oxygen that American literature is to be made great. We are lost if we permit this inspiration of our nation's life to sustain only the journalist and the stump speaker, while we allow the colleges and the books to be choked with the dust of dead centuries and to pant for daily breath. Perhaps it may yet be found that the men who are contributing most to raise the tone of American literature are the men who have never yet written a book and have scarcely time to read one, but by their heroic energy in other spheres are providing exemplars for what our books shall one day be. The man who constructs a great mechanical work helps literature, for he gives a model which shall one day inspire us to construct literary works as great. I do not wish to be forever outdone by the carpet machinery of Clinton or the grain elevators of Chicago. We have not yet arrived at our literature. Other things must come first. We are busy with our railroads, perfecting the vast alimentary canals by which the nation assimilates raw immigrants at the rate of 500,000 a year. We are not yet producing, we are digesting. Food now, literary composition by and by. Shakespeare did not write Hamlet at the dinner table. It is, of course, impossible to explain this to foreigners, and they still talk of convincing while we talk of dining. For one, I cannot dispense with the society which we call uncultivated. Democratic sympathies seem to be mainly a matter of vigor and health. It seems to be the first symptom of biliousness to think that only one's self and one's cousins are entitled to consideration and constitute the world. Every refined person is an aristocrat in his dyspeptic moments. When hearty and well, he demands a wider range of sympathy. It is so tedious to live only in one circle and have only a genteel acquaintance. Mrs. Trench, in her delightful letters, complains of the society in Dresden about the year 1800 because of the impossibility, without overstepping all bounds of social custom, of associating with any but noblesse. We order that matter otherwise in America. I wish not only to know my neighbor, the man of fashion who strolls to his club at noon, but also my neighbor, the wheelwright, who goes to his dinner at the same hour. One would not wish to be unacquainted with the fair maiden who drives by in her basket wagon in the afternoon, nor with the other fair maiden who may be seen at her wash-tub in the morning. Both are quite worth knowing. Both are good, sensible, dutiful girls. The young laundress is the better mathematician because she has gone through the grammar school, but the other has the better French accent because she has spent half her life in Paris. They offer a variety, at least, and save from that monotony which besets any set of people when seen alone. There was much reason in Horace Walpole's coachman, who, having driven the maids of honor all his life, bequeathed his earnings to his son on condition that he should never marry a maid of honor. I affirm that democratic society, the society of the future, enriches and does not impoverish human life, and gives more, not less, material for literary art. Distributing culture through all classes, it diminishes class distinction and develops individuality. Perhaps it is the best phenomenon of American life, thus far, that the word gentleman, which in England still designates a social order, is here more apt to refer to personal character. When we describe a person as a gentleman, we usually refer to his manners, morals, and education, not to his property or birth. And this change alone is worth transplantation across the Atlantic. The use of the word lady is yet more comprehensive, and therefore more honorable still. We sometimes see in a shopkeeper's advertisement, "Saleslady wanted." No doubt the mere fashionable novelist loses terribly by the change. When all classes may wear the same dress coat, what is left for him? But he who aims to depict passion and character gains in proportion. His material is increased tenfold. The living realities of American life ought to come in among the tiresome lay figures of average English fiction, like Stephen Lawrence into the London drawing-room. Tragedy must resume its grander shape, and no longer turn on the vexed question whether the daughter of this or that matchmaker shall marry the baronet. It is the characteristic of a real book that, though the scene be laid in courts, their whole machinery might be struck out, and the essential interest of the plot remain the same. In our box on the heights, for instance, the social heights might be abolished, and the moral elevation would be enough. The play of human emotion is a thing so absorbing that the petty distinctions of cottage and castle become as nothing in its presence. Why not waive these small matters in advance, then, and go straight to the real thing? The greatest transatlantic successes which American novelists have yet attained, those won by Cooper and Mrs. Stowe, have come through a daring Americanism of subject, which introduced in each case a new figure to the European world, first the Indian, then the Negro. Whatever the merit of the work, it was plainly the theme which conquered. Such successes are not easily to be repeated, for they were based on temporary situations never to recur. But they prepare the way for higher triumphs to be won by a profounder treatment, the introduction into literature, not of new tribes alone, but of the American spirit. To analyze combinations of character that only our national life produces, to portray dramatic situations that belong to a clearer social atmosphere, this is the higher Americanism. Of course, to cope with such themes in such a spirit is less easy than to describe a foray or a tournament, or to multiply indefinitely such still life pictures as the stereotyped English or French society affords. But the thing, when once done, is incomparably nobler. It may be centuries before it is done. No matter. It will be done, and with it will come a similar advance along the whole line of literary labor, like the elevation which we have seen in the whole quality of scientific work in this country within the last 20 years. We talk idly about the tyranny of the ancient classics, as if there were some special peril about it, quite distinct from all other tyrannies. But if a man is to be stunted by the influence of a master, it makes no difference whether that master lived before or since the Christian epoch. One folio volume is as ponderous as another, if it crushes down the tender germs of thought. There is no great choice between the volumes of the encyclopedia. It is not important to know whether a man reads Homer or Dante. The essential point is whether he believes the world to be young or old, whether he sees as much scope for his own inspiration as if never a book had appeared in the world. So long as he does this, he has the American spirit. No books, no travel can overwhelm him, for these will only enlarge his thoughts and raise his standard of execution. When he loses this faith, he takes rank among the copyists and the secondary, and no accident can raise him to a place among the benefactors of mankind. He is like a man who is frightened in battle. You cannot exactly blame him, for it may be an affair of the temperament or of the digestion, but you are glad to let him drop to the rear and to close up the ranks. Fields are won by those who believe in the winning. From Americanism in Literature, copyright 1871, by James R. Osgood and Company. Thackeray in America, by George William Curtis. Mr. Thackeray's visit at least demonstrates that if we are unwilling to pay English authors for their books, we are ready to reward them handsomely for the opportunity of seeing and hearing them. If Mr. Dickens, instead of dining at other people's expense and making speeches at his own, when he came to see us, had devoted an evening or two in the week to lecturing, his purse would have been fuller, his feelings sweeter, and his fame fairer. It was a quixotic crusade, that of the copyright. and the excellent Don has never forgiven the windmill that broke his spear. Undoubtedly, when it was ascertained that Mr. Thackeray was coming, the public feeling on this side of the sea was very much divided as to his probable reception. He'll come and humbug us, eat our dinners, pocket our money, and go home and abuse us like that unmitigated snob Dickens, said Jonathan, chafing with the remembrance of that grand ball at the Park Theatre, and the Boz tableau, and the universal wining and dining to which the distinguished Dickens was subject while he was our guest. "Let him have his say," said others, "and we will have our look. We will pay $1 to hear him, if we can see him at the same time. And as for the abuse, why, it takes even more than 2 such cubs of the roaring British lion to frighten the American eagle. Let him come and give him fair play." He did come, and had fair play, and returned to England with a comfortable pot of gold, holding $12,000, and with the hope and promise of seeing us again in September, to discourse of something not less entertaining than the witty men and sparkling times of Anne. We think there was no disappointment with his lectures. Those who knew his books found the author in the lecturer. Those who did not know his books were charmed in the lecturer by what is charming in the author, the unaffected humanity, the tenderness, the sweetness, the genial play of fancy, and the sad touch of truth, with that glancing stroke of satire which, lightning-like, illumines while it withers. The lectures were even more delightful than the books, because the tone of the voice and the appearance of the man, the general personal magnetism, explained and alleviated so much that would otherwise have seemed doubtful or unfair. For those who had long felt in the writings of Thackeray a reality quite inexpressible, there was a sacred delight in finding it justified in his speaking, for he speaks as he writes, simply, directly, without flourish, without any cant of oratory, commending what he says by its intrinsic sense and the sympathetic and humane way in which it was spoken. Thackeray is the kind of stump orator that would have pleased Carlyle. He never thrusts himself between you and his thought. If his conception of the time and his estimate of the men differ from your own, you have at least no doubt what his view is, nor how sincere and necessary it is to him. Mr. Thackeray considers Swift a misanthrope. He loves Goldsmith and Steele and Harry Fielding. He has no love for Sterne, great admiration for Pope, and alleviated admiration for Addison. How could it be otherwise? How could Thackeray not think Swift a misanthrope and Sterne a factious sentimentalist? He is a man of instincts, not of thoughts. He sees and feels. He would be Shakespeare's call boy rather than dine with the Dean of St. Patrick's. He would take a pot of ale with Goldsmith rather than a glass of Burgundy with the Reverend Mr. Sterne, and that simply because he is Thackeray. He would have done it as Fielding would have done it, because he values one genuine emotion above the most dazzling thought, because he is, in fine, a Bohemian, a minion of the moon, a great, sweet, generous heart. We say this with more unction now that we have personal proof of it in his public and private intercourse while he was here. The popular Thackeray theory, before his arrival, was of a severe satirist, who concealed scalpels in his sleeves and carried prose in his waistcoat pockets, a wearer of masks, a scoffer and sneerer, and general infidel of all high aims and noble character. Certainly we are justified in saying that his presence among us quite corrected this idea. We welcomed a friendly, genial man, not at all convinced that his speech is heaven's first law, but willing to be silent when there is nothing to say, who decidedly refused to be lionized, not by sulking, but by stepping off the pedestal, and challenging the common sympathies of all he met. A man who, in view of the 30-odd editions of Martin Farquhar Tupper, was willing to confess that every author should think small beer of himself. Indeed, he has this rare quality, that his personal impression deepens in kind that of his writings. The quiet and comprehensive grasp of the fact, and the intellectual impossibility of holding fast anything but the fact, is as manifest in the essayist upon the wits as in the author of Henry Esmond and Vanity Fair. Shall we say that this is the sum of his power, and the secret of his satire? It is not what might be, nor what we or other persons of well-regulated minds might wish, but it is the actual state of things that he sees and describes. How then can we help what we call satire if he accepts Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's invitation and describe her party? There was no more satire in it, so far as he is concerned, than in painting lilies white. A full-length portrait of the fair Lady Beatrix, too, must needs show a gay and vivid figure, superbly glittering across the vista of those stately days. Then should Dab and Tab, the eminent critics, step up and demand that her eyes be a pale blue, and her stomacher higher around the neck. Do Dab and Tab expect to gather pears from peach trees, or, because their theory of dendrology convinces them that an ideal fruit tree would supply any fruit desired upon application, do they denounce the non-pear-bearing peach tree in the columns of their valuable journal? This is the drift of the fault found with Thackeray. He is not Fenelon, he is not Dickens, he is not Scott, he is not poetical, he is not ideal, he is not humane, he is not tit, he is not tat, complain the eminent Dabs and Tabs. Of course he is not, because he is Thackeray, a man who describes what he sees, motives as well as appearances, a man who believes that character is better than talent, that there is a worldly weakness superior to worldly wisdom, that Dick Steele may haunt the alehouse and be carried home muzzy, and yet be a more commendable character than the Reverend Dean of St. Patrick's, who has genius enough to illuminate a century, but not sympathy enough to sweeten a drop of beer. And he represents this in a way that makes us see it as he does, and without exaggeration. For surely nothing could be more simple than his story of the life of honest Dick Steele. If he allotted to that gentleman a consideration disproportioned to the space he occupies in literary history, it only showed the more strikingly how deeply the writer-lecturer's sympathy was touched by Steele's honest humanity. An article in our April number complained that the tendency of his view of Anne's times was to a social laxity, which might be very exhilarating, but was very dangerous; that the lecturer's warm commendation of fermented drinks, taken at a very early hour of the morning in tavern rooms and club houses, was as deleterious to the moral health of enthusiastic young readers disposed to the literary life as the beverage itself to their physical health. But this is not a charge to be brought against Thackeray. It is a quarrel with history and with the nature of literary life. Artists and authors have always been the good fellows of the world. That mental organization which predisposes a man to the pursuit of literature and art is made up of talent combined with ardent social sympathy, geniality, and passion, and leads him to taste every cup and try every experience. There is certainly no essential necessity that this class should be a dissipated and disreputable class, but by their very susceptibility to enjoyment they will always be the pleasure lovers and seekers. And here is the social compensation to the literary man for the surrender of those chances of fortune which men of other pursuits enjoy. If he makes less money, he makes more juice out of what he does make. If he cannot drink Burgundy, he can quaff the nut brown ale, while the most brilliant wit, the most salient fancy, the sweetest sympathy, the most genial culture, shall sparkle at his board more radiantly than a silver service, and give him the spirit of the tropics and the Rhine, whose fruits are on other tables. The golden light that transfigures talent and illuminates the world, and which we call genius, is erratic and erotic. And while in Milton it is austere, and in Wordsworth cool, and in Southey methodical, in Shakespeare it is fervent, with all the results of fervor; in Raphael lovely, with all the excesses of love; in Dante moody, with all the whims of caprice. The old quarrel of Lombard Street with Grub Street is as profound as that of Osiris and Typho. It is the difference of sympathy. The Marquis of Westminster will take good care that no superfluous shilling escapes. Oliver Goldsmith will still spend his last shilling upon a brave and unnecessary banquet to his friends. Whether this be a final act of human organization or not, it is certainly a fact of history. Every man instinctively believes that Shakespeare stole deer, just as he disbelieves that Lord Mayor Whittington ever told a lie, and the secret of that instinct is the consciousness of the difference in organization. "Knave, I have the power to hang ye," says somebody in one of Beaumont and Fletcher's plays, "and I do be hanged and scorn ye," is the airy answer. "I had a pleasant hour the other evening," said a friend to us, "over my cigar and a book." "What book was that?" "A treatise conclusively proving the awful consequences of smoking." De Quincey came up to London and declared war upon opium, but during a little amnesty, in which he lapsed into his old Elysium, he wrote his best book depicting its horrors. Our readers will not imagine that we are advocating the claims of drunkenness, nor defending social excess. We are only recognizing a fact and stating an obvious tendency. The most brilliant illustrations of every virtue are to be found in the literary guild, as well as the saddest beacons of warning. Yet it will often occur that the last in talent and the first in excess of a picked company will be a man around whom sympathy most kindly lingers. We love Goldsmith more at the head of an ill-advised feast than Johnson and his friends leaving it. Thoughtful and generous as their conduct was, the heart despises prudence. In the single-hearted regard we know that pity has a larger share. Yet it is not so much that pity which is commiseration for misfortune and deficiency, as that which is recognition of a necessary worldly ignorance. The literary class is the most innocent of all. The contempt of practical men for the poets is based upon a consciousness that they are not bad enough for a bad world. To a practical man nothing is so absurd as the lack of worldly shrewdness. The very complaint of the literary life, that it does not amass wealth and live in palaces, is the scorn of the practical man, for he cannot understand that intellectual opacity which prevents literary man from seeing the necessity of the different pecuniary condition. It is clear enough to the publisher, who lays up $50,000 a year, why the author ends the year in debt. But the author is amazed that he who deals in ideas can only dine upon occasional chops, while the man who merely binds and sells ideas sits down to perpetual sirloin. If they should change places, fortune would change with them. The publisher turned author would still lay up his thousands. The publishing author would still directly lose thousands. It is simply because it is a matter of prudence, economy, and knowledge of the world. Thomas Hood made his $10,000 a year, but if he lived at the rate of 15,000, he would hardly die rich. Mr. Jerdan a gentleman who in his autobiography advises energetic youth to betake themselves to the highway rather than to literature, was, we understand, in the receipt of an easy income, and was a welcome guest in pleasant houses. But living in a careless, shiftless, extravagant way, he was presently poor, and instead of giving his memoirs the motto peccavi, and inditing a warning, he dashes off a truculent defiance. Practical publishers and practical men of all sorts invest their earnings in Michigan Central or Cincinnati and Dayton instead, in steady works and devoted days, and reap a pleasant harvest of dividends. Our friends the authors invest in prime Havanas, Rhenish, in oyster suppers, love and leisure, and divide a heavy percentage of headache, dyspepsia, and debt. This is as true a vision, from another point, as the one we have already taken. If the literary life has the pleasures of freedom, it also has its pains. It may be willing to resign the Queen's drawing-room, with the illustrious galaxy of stars and garters, for the chamber with a party nobler than the nobility. The author's success is of a wholly different kind than that of the publisher, and he is thoughtless who demands both. Mr. Roe, who sells sugar, naturally complains that Mr. Doe, who sells molasses, makes money more rapidly; but Mr. Tennyson, who writes poems, can hardly make the same complaint of Mr. Moxon, who publishes them, as was very fairly shown in a number of the Westminster Review, when noticing Mr. Jerdan's book. What we have said is strictly related to Mr. Thackeray's lectures, which discuss literature. All the men he commemorated were illustrations and exponents of the career of letters. They all, in various ways, showed the various phenomena of the temperament; and when, in treating of them, the critic came to Steele, he found one who was one of the most striking illustrations of one of the most universal aspects of literary life, the simple-hearted, unsuspicious, gay gallant, and genial gentleman, ready with his sword or his pen, with a smile or a tear, the fair representative of the social tendency of his life. It seems to us that the Thackeray theory, the conclusion that he is a man who loves to depict madness, and has no sensibilities to the finer qualities of character, crumbled quite away before that lecture upon Steele. We know that it was not considered the best. We know that many of the delighted audience were not sufficiently familiar with literary history fully to understand the position of the man in the lecturer's review. But as a key to Thackeray it was perhaps the most valuable of all. We know in literature of no more gentle treatment. We have not often encountered in men of the most rigorous and acknowledged virtue such humane tenderness. We have not often heard from the most clerical lips words of such genuine Christianity. Steele's was a character which makes weakness amiable. It was a weakness, if you will, but it was certainly amiability, and it was a combination more attractive than many full panoplied excellences. It was not presented as a model. Captain Steele in the tap-room was not painted as the ideal of virtuous manhood, but it certainly was intimated that many admirable things were consonant with the free use of beer. It was frankly stated that if in that character virtue abounded, cakes and ale did much more abound. Captain Richard Steele might have behaved much better than he did, but we should then never have heard of him. A few fine essays do not float a man into immortality, but the generous character, the heart sweet in all excesses and under all chances, is a spectacle too beautiful and too rare to be easily forgotten. A man is better than many books. Even a man who is not immaculate may have more virtuous influence than the discreetest saint. Let us remember how fondly the old painters lingered round the story of Magdalen, and thank Thackeray for his full-length Steele. We conceive this to be the chief result of Thackeray's visit, that he convinced us of his intellectual integrity. He showed us how impossible it is for him to see the world and describe it other than he does. He does not profess cynicism nor satirize society with malice. There is no man more humble, none more simple. His interests are human and concrete, not abstract. We have already said that he looks through and through at the fact. It is easy enough, and at some future time it will be done, to deduce the peculiarity of his writings from the character of his mind. There is no man who masks so little as he in assuming the author. His books are his observations reduced to writing. It seems to us as singular to demand that Dante should be like Shakespeare as to quarrel with Thackeray's want of what is called ideal portraiture. Even if you thought, from reading his Vanity Fair, that he had no conception of noble women, certainly after the lecture upon Swift, after all the lectures, in which every allusion to women was so manly and delicate and sympathetic, you thought so no longer. It is clear that his sympathy is attracted to women, to that which is essentially womanly, feminine. Qualities common to both sexes do not necessarily charm him because he finds them in women. A certain degree of goodness must always be assumed. It is only the rare flowering that inspires special praise. You call Amelia's fondness for George Osborne foolish, fond idolatry. Thackeray smiles as if all love were not idolatry, of the fondest foolishness. What was Hero's? What was Francesca de Rimini's? What was Juliet's? They might have been more brilliant women than Amelia, and their idols of a larger mould than George, but the love was the same old foolish, fond idolatry. The passion of love and a profound and sensible knowledge, regard based upon prodigious knowledge of character and appreciation of talent, are different things. What is the historic and poetic splendor of love but the very fact which constantly appears in Thackeray's stories, namely, that it is a glory which dazzles and blinds? Men rarely love the women they ought to love according to the ideal standards. It is this that makes the plot and mystery of life. Is it not the perpetual surprise of all Jane's friends that she should love Timothy instead of Thomas? And is not the courtly and accomplished Thomas sure to surrender to some accidental Lucy, without position, wealth, style, worth, culture, without anything but heart? This is the fact, and it reappears in Thackeray, and it gives his books that air of reality which they possess beyond all modern story. And it is this single perception of the fact which, simple as it is the rarest intellectual quality that made his lectures so interesting. The sun rose again upon the vanished century and lighted those historic streets. The wits of Queen Anne ruled the hour, and we were bidden to their feast. Much reading of history and memoirs had not so sent the blood into those old English cheeks, and so moved those limbs in proper measure, as these swift glances through the eyes of genius. It was because, true to himself, Thackeray gave us his impressions of those wits as men rather than authors, for he loves character more than thought. He is a man of the world, and not a scholar. He interprets the author by the man. When you are made intimate with young Swift, Sir William Temple's saturnine secretary, you more intelligently appreciate the Dean of St. Patrick's. When the surplice of Mr. Sterne is raised a little, more is seen than the reverend gentleman intends. Hogarth, the bluff Londoner, necessarily depicts a bluff coarse, obvious morality. The hearty Fielding, the cool Addison, the genial Goldsmith, these are the figures that remain in memory, and their works are valuable as they indicate the man. Mr. Thackeray's success was very great. He did not visit the West nor Canada. He went home without seeing Niagara Falls. But wherever he did go, he found a generous and social welcome, and a respectful and sympathetic hearing. He came to fulfill no mission, but he certainly knit more closely our sympathy with Englishmen. Heralded by various romantic memoirs, he smiled at them, stoutly asserted that he had been always able to command a good dinner and to pay for it. Nor did he seek to disguise that he hoped his American tour would help him to command and to pay for more. He promised not to write a book about us, but we hope he will, for we can ill spare the criticism of such an observer. At least we may be sure that the material gathered here will be worked up in some way. He found that we were not savages nor bores. He found that there was 100 here for every score in England who knew well and loved the men of whom he spoke. He found that the same red blood colors all the lips that speak the language he so nobly praised. He found friends instead of critics. He found those who, loving the author, loved the man more. He found a quiet welcome from those who are waiting to welcome him again, and as sincerely. From Literary and Social Essays, by George William Curtis, copyright 1894, by Harper and Brothers. Our March to Washington, by Theodore Winthrop. Through the City. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Friday, April 19th, we took our peacemaker, a neat 12-pound brass howitzer, down from the 7th Regiment Army, and stationed it in the rear of the building. The twin peacemaker is somewhere near us, but entirely hidden by this enormous crowd. An enormous crowd, of both sexes, of every age and condition. The men offer all kinds of truculent and patriotic hopes. The women shed tears and say, "God bless you, boys." This is a part of the town where baddish cigars prevail, but good or bad, I am ordered to keep all away from the gun. So the throng stands back, peers curiously over the heads of its junior members, and seems to be taking the measure of my coffin. After a patient hour of this, the word is given. We fall in. Our 2 guns find their places at the right of the line of march, and we move on through the thickening crowd. At a great house on the left, as we pass the Astor Library, I see a handkerchief waving for me. Yes, it is she who made the sandwiches in my knapsack. They were a trifle too thick, as I afterwards discovered, but otherwise perfection. Be these my thanks and the thanks of hungry comrades who had bites of them. At the corner of Great Jones Street we halted for half an hour. Then, everything ready, we marched down Broadway. It was worth a life, that march. Only one who passed, as we did, through that tempest of cheers 2 miles long, can know the terrible enthusiasm of the occasion. I could hardly hear the rattle of our own gun carriages, and only once or twice the music of our band came to me muffled and quelled by the uproar. We knew now, if we had not before divined it, that our great city was with us as one man, utterly united in the great cause we were marching to sustain. This grand fact I learned by 2 senses. If hundreds of thousands roar it into my ears, thousands slapped it into my back. My fellow citizens smote me on the knapsack as I went by at the gun rope, and encouraged me each in his own dialect. "Bully for you," alternated with benedictions in the proportion of 2 bullies to 1 blessing. I was not so fortunate as to receive more substantial tokens of sympathy, but there were parting gifts showered on the regiment, enough to establish a variety shop. Handkerchiefs, of course, came floating down upon us from the windows like a snow. Pretty little gloves pelted us with love taps. The sterner sex forced upon us pocket knives, new and jagged, combs, soap, slippers, boxes of matches, cigars by the dozen and the hundred, pipes to smoke shag and pipes to smoke latakia, fruit, eggs, and sandwiches. One fellow got a new purse with 10 bright quarter eagles. At the corner of Grand Street, or thereabouts, a boy in red flannel shirt and black dress pantaloons, leaning back against the crowd with Herculean shoulders, called me, "Say, bully, take my dog. He's one of the kind that holds till he's draps." This gentleman with his animal was instantly shoved back by the police, and the 7th lost the dog. These were the comic incidents of the march, but underlying all was the tragic sentiment that we might have tragic work presently to do. The news of the rascal attack in Baltimore on the Massachusetts 6th had just come in. Ours might be the same chance. If there were any of us not in earnest before, the story of the day would steady us. So we said good-bye to Broadway, moved down Cortlandt Street under a bower of flags, and at 6:30 shoved off in the ferryboat. Everybody has heard how Jersey City turned out and filled up the railroad station, like an opera house, to give Godspeed to us as a representative body, a guarantee of the unquestioning loyalty of the conservative class in New York. Everybody has heard how the state of New Jersey, along the railroad line, stood through the evening and the night to shout their quota of good wishes. At every station the Jerseymen were there, uproarious as Jerseymen, to shake our hands and wish us a happy dispatch. I think I did not see a rod of ground without its man, from dusk till dawn, from the Hudson to the Delaware. Upon the train we made a jolly night of it. All knew that the more a man sings, the better he is likely to fight. So we sang more than we slept, and, in fact, that has been our history ever since. Philadelphia. At sunrise we were at the station in Philadelphia and dismissed for an hour. Some hundreds of us made up Broad Street for the Lapierre House to breakfast. When I arrived, I found every place at table filled, and every waiter 10 deep with orders. So, being an old campaigner, I followed up the stream of provender to the fountainhead, the kitchen. Half a dozen other old campaigners were already there, most hospitably entertained by the cooks. They served us hot and hot, with the best of their best, straight from the gridiron and the pan. I hope, if I live to breakfast again at the Lapierre House, that I may be allowed to help myself and choose for myself below stairs. When we rendezvoused at the train, we found that the orders were for every man to provide himself 3 days' rations in the neighborhood, and be ready for a start at a moment's notice. A mountain of bread was already piled up in the station. I stuck my bayonet through a stout loaf, and with a dozen comrades armed in the same way, went foraging about for other vivers. It is a poor part of Philadelphia, but whatever they had in the shops or the houses seemed to be at our disposition. I stopped at a corner shop to ask for pork, and was amicably assailed by an earnest dame, Irish, I am pleased to say. She thrust her last loaf upon me, and sighed that it was not baked that morning for my honour's service. A little further on, 2 kindly Quaker ladies compelled me to step in. What could they do? They asked eagerly. They had no meat in the house, but could we eat eggs? They had in the house 12 new laid. So the pot to the fire, and the eggs boiled and bagged by myself and that tall Saxon, my friend E. of the 6th Company. While the eggs simmered, the two ladies thee-ed us prayerfully and tearfully, hoping that God would save our country from blood, unless blood must be shed to preserve law and liberty. Nothing definite from Baltimore when we returned to the station. We stood by waiting orders. About noon the 8th Massachusetts Regiment took the train southward. Our regiment was ready to a man to try its strength with the plug uglies. If there had been any voting on the subject, the plan to follow the straight road to Washington would have been accepted by acclamation, but the higher powers deemed that the longest way round was the shortest way home, and no doubt their decision was wise. The event proved it. At 2:00 came the word to fall in. We handled our howitzers again and marched down Jefferson Avenue to the steamer Boston to embark. To embark for what port? For Washington, of course, finally. But by what route? That was to remain in doubt to us privates for a day or two. The Boston is a steamer of the outside line from Philadelphia to New York. She just held our legion. We tramped on board and were allotted about the craft from the top to the bottom story. We took tents, traps, and grub on board, and steamed away down the Delaware in the sweet afternoon of April. If ever the heavens smiled fair weather on any campaign, they have done so on ours. The Boston. Soldiers on shipboard are proverbially fish out of water. We could not be called by the good old nickname of lobsters by the crew. Our gray jackets saved the sobriquet, but we floundered about the crowded vessel like boiling victims in a pot. At last we found our places and laid ourselves about the decks to tan or bronze or burn scarlet according to complexion. There were plenty of cheeks of lobster you before next evening on the Boston. 1,000 young fellows turned loose on shipboard were sure to make themselves merry. Let the reader imagine that. We were like any other excursionists, except that the stacks of bright guns were always present to remind us of our errand, and regular guard mounting and drill went on all the time. The young citizens growled or laughed at the minor hardships of the hasty outfit, and toughened rapidly to business. Sunday, the 21st, was a long and somewhat anxious day. While we were bowling along in the sweet sunshine and sweeter moonlight of the halcyon time, Uncle Sam might be dethroned by somebody in Blackrum, or Baltimore burnt by the boys from Lynn or Marblehead, revenging the massacre of their fellows. Everyone begins to comprehend the fiery eagerness of men who live in historic times. "I wish I had control of chain lightning for a few minutes," says O., the droll fellow of our company. "I'd make it come thick and heavy, and knock spots out of secession." At early dawn of Monday the 22nd, after feeling along slowly all night, we see the harbor of Annapolis. A frigate with sails unbent lies at anchor. She flies the stars and stripes. Hurrah! A large steamboat is aground farther in. As soon as we can see anything, we catch the glitter of bayonets on board. By and by boats come off, and we get news that the steamer is the Maryland, a ferry boat of the Philadelphia and Baltimore Railroad. The Massachusetts 8th Regiment had been just in time to seize her on the north side of the Chesapeake. They learned that she was to be carried off by the crew and leave them blockaded, so they shot their Zouaves ahead as skirmishers. The fine fellows rattled on board, and before the steamboat had time to take a turn or open a valve, she was held by Massachusetts in trust for Uncle Sam. Hurrah for the most important prize thus far in the war! It probably saved the Constitution, Old Ironsides, from capture by the traitors. It probably saved Annapolis, and kept Maryland open without bloodshed. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. As soon as the Massachusetts regiment had made prize of the ferryboat, a call was made for engineers to run her. Some 20 men at once stepped to the front. We of the New York 7th afterwards concluded that whatever was needed in the way of skill or handicraft could be found among those brother Yankees. They were the men to make armies of. They could tailor for themselves, shoe themselves, do their own blacksmithing, gunsmithing, and all other work that calls for sturdy arms and nimble fingers. In fact, I have such profound confidence in the universal accomplishment of the Massachusetts 8th that I have no doubt if the order were, "Poets to the front, painters present arms, sculptors charge bayonets," a baker's dozen out of every company would respond. Well, to go on with their story, when they had taken their prize, they drove her straight downstream to Annapolis, the nearest point to Washington. There they found the Naval Academy in danger of attack, and Old Ironsides, serving as a practice ship for the future midshipmen, also exposed. The call was now for seamen to man the old craft and save her from a worse enemy than her prototype met in the Guerrière. Seamen? Of course. They were Marbleheaded men, Gloucester men, Beverly men, seamen all par excellence. They clapped on the frigate to aid the middies, and by started her out into the stream. In doing this, their own pilot took the chance to run them purposely on a shoal in the intricate channel. A great error of judgment on his part, as he perceived, when he found himself in irons and in confinement. The days of trifling with traitors are over, think the 8th Regiment of Massachusetts. But there they were, hard and fast on the shoal, when we came up. Nothing to nibble on but knobs of anthracite. Nothing to sleep on softer or cleaner than coal dust. Nothing to drink but the brackish water under their keel. Rather rough, so they afterward patiently told us. Meantime the Constitution had got hold of a tug, and was making her way to an anchorage where her guns commanded everything and everybody. Good and true men chuckled greatly over this. The Stars and Stripes also were still up at the fort at the Naval Academy. Our dread that, while we were off at sea, some great and perhaps fatal harm had been suffered, was greatly lightened by these good omens. If Annapolis was safe, why not Washington safe also? If treachery had got head at the Capitol, would not treachery have reached out its hand and snatched this doorway? These were our speculations as we began to discern objects before we heard news. But news came presently. Boats pulled off to us. Our officers were put into communication with the shore. The scanty facts of our position became known from man to man. We privates have greatly the advantage in battling with the doubt of such a time. We know that we have nothing to do with rumors. Orders are what we go by, and orders are facts. We lay a long lingering day off Annapolis. The air was full of doubt, and we were eager to be let loose. All this while the Maryland struck fast on the bar. We could see them, half a mile off, making every effort to lighten her. The soldiers tramped forward and aft, danced on her decks, shot overboard a heavy baggage truck. We saw them start the truck for the stern with a cheer. It crashed down, one end stuck in the mud. The other fell back and rested on the boat. They went at it with axes, and presently it was clear. As the tide rose, we gave our grounded friends a lift with the hawser. No go. The Boston tugged in vain. We got near enough to see the whites of the Massachusetts eyes, and their unlucky faces and uniforms, all grimy with their lodgings in the coal dust. They could not have been blacker if they had been breathing battle smoke and dust all day. That experience was clear gain to them. By and by, greatly to the delight of the impatient Seventh, the Boston was headed for shore. Never speak ill of the beast you bestraddle. Therefore requiescat Boston. May her ribs lie light on soft sand when she goes to pieces. May her engines be cut up into bracelets for the arms of the patriotic fair. Good-bye to her, dear old, close, dirty, slow coach. She served her country well in a moment of trial. Who knows but she saved it? It was a race to see who should first get to Washington, and we and the Virginia mob, in alliance with the district mob, were perhaps nip and tuck for the goal. Annapolis. So the 7th Regiment landed and took Annapolis. We were the first troops ashore. The middies of the Naval Academy, no doubt, believed that they had their quarters secure. The Massachusetts boys are satisfied that they first took the town in charge, and so they did. But the 7th took it a little more, not of course from its loyal men, but for its loyal men, for loyal Maryland, and for the Union. Has anybody seen Annapolis? It is a picturesque old place, sleepy enough, and astonished to find itself wide awaked by a war, and obliged to take responsibility and share for good and ill in the movement of its time. The buildings of the Naval Academy stand parallel with the river Severn, with a green plateau toward the water, and a lovely green lawn toward the town. All the scene was fresh and fair with April, and I fancied, as the Boston touched the wharf, that I discerned the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms coming with the springtime airs. I hope that the companies of the 7th, should the day arrive, will charge upon horrid batteries or serried ranks with as much alacrity as they marched ashore on the greensward of the Naval Academy. We disembarked and were halted in line between the buildings and the river. Presently, while we stood at ease, people began to arrive, some with smallish fruit to sell, some with smaller news to give. Nobody knew whether Washington was taken. Nobody knew whether Jeff Davis was now spitting in the presidential spittoon and scribbling his distitches with the nib of the presidential goose quill. We were absolutely in doubt whether a seemingly inoffensive knot of rustics on a mound without the enclosures might not, at tap of drum, unmask a battery of giant columbiads and belch blazes at us, raking our line. Nothing so entertaining happened. It was a parade, not a battle. At sunset our band played strains sweet enough to pacify all secession, if secession had music in its soul. Coffee, hot from the coppers of the Naval School, and biscuit were served out to us, and while we supped, we talked with our visitors, such as were allowed to approach. First the boys of the school, fine little blue jackets, had their story to tell. "Do you see that white farmhouse across the river?" says a brave pygmy of a chap in navy uniform. "That is headquarters for secession. They are going to take the school from us, sir, and the frigate. But we've got ahead of 'em, now you and the Massachusetts boys have come down." And he twinkled all over with delight. "We can't study any more. We are on guard all the time. We've got howitzers, too, and we'd like you to see tomorrow, on drill, how we handle 'em. One of their boats came by our sentry last night, a sentry probably 5 feet high, and he blazed away, sir. So they thought they wouldn't try us that time. It was plain that these young souls had been well tried by the treachery about them. They too had felt the pang of the disloyalty of comrades. Nearly 100 of the boys had been spoiled by the base example of their elders in repudiating states, and had resigned. After the middies came anxious citizens from the town, scared all of them. Now that we were come and assured them that persons and property were to be protected, they ventured to speak of the disgusting tyranny to which they, American citizens, had been subjected. We came into contact here with utter social anarchy. No man, unless he was ready to risk assault, loss of property, exile, dared to act or talk like a freeman. This great wrong must be righted, think the 7th Regiment as one man. So we tried to reassure the Annapolitans that we meant to do our duty as the nation's armed police, and mob law was to be put down so far as we could do it. Here, too, voices of war met us. The country was stirred up. If the rural population did not give us a bastard imitation of Lexington and Concord as we tried to gain Washington, all Plug-Uglydom would treat us a la Plug-Ugly somewhere near the junction of the Annapolis and Baltimore and Washington Railroad. The 7th must be ready to shoot. At dusk we were marched up to the academy and quartered about in the buildings, some in the fort, some in the recitation halls. We lay down on our blankets and knapsacks. Up to this time our sleep and diet had been severely scanty. We stayed all next day at Annapolis. The Boston brought the Massachusetts 8th ashore that night. Poor fellows, what a figure they cut when we found them bivouacked on the academy grounds next morning. To begin, they had come off in hot patriotic haste, half uniformed and half outfitted, finding that Baltimore had been taken by its own loafers and traitors, and that the Chesapeake ferry was impracticable, had obliged them to change line of march. They were out of grub, they were parched dry for want of water on the ferry boat. Nobody could decipher Caucasian, much less Bunker Hill Yankee, in their grimy visages. But hungry, thirsty, grimy, these fellows were grit. Massachusetts ought to be proud of such hardy, cheerful, faithful sons. We of the 7th are proud, for our part, that it was our privilege to share our rations with them, and to begin a fraternization which grows closer every day and will be historical. But I must make a shorter story. We drilled and were reviewed that morning on the Academy parade. In the afternoon the Naval School paraded their last before they gave up their barracks to the coming soldiery. So ended the 23rd of April. Midnight 24th, we were rattled up by an alarm, perhaps a sham one, to keep us awake and lively. In a moment the whole regiment was in order of battle in the moonlight on the parade. It was a most brilliant spectacle, as company after company rushed forward with rifles glittering to take their places in the array. After this pretty spirit, we were rationed with pork, beef, and bread for 3 days, and ordered to be ready to march on the instant. What the Massachusetts 8th had been doing. Meantime, General Butler's command, the Massachusetts 8th, had been busy knocking disorder in the head. Presently after their landing, and before they were refreshed, they pushed companies out to occupy the railroad track beyond the town. They found it torn up. No doubt the scamps who did the shabby job fancied that there would be no more travel that way until strawberry time. They fancied the Yankees would sit down on the fences and begin to whittle white oak toothpicks, darning the rebels through their noses meanwhile. I know these men of the 8th can whittle, and I presume they can say darn it if occasion requires, but just now track-laying was the business at hand. Wanted experienced track-layers was the word along the files. All at once the line of the road became densely populated with experienced track-layers, fresh from Massachusetts. Presto change! The rails were relaid, spiked, and the roadway levelled and better ballasted than any road I ever saw south of Mason and Dixon's line. We must leave a good job for these folks to model after, say the Massachusetts 8th. A track without a train is as useless as a gun without a man. Train and engine must be had. Uncle Sam's mails and troops cannot be stopped another minute, our energetic friends conclude. So, the railroad company's people being either frightened or false, in Marsh's Massachusetts to the station. We the people of the United States want rolling stock for the use of the Union, they said, or words to that effect. The engine, a frowsy machine at the best, had been purposely disabled. Here appeared the deus ex machina, Charles Homans, Beverly Light Guard, Company E, 8th Massachusetts Regiment. That is the man, name and titles in full, and he deserves well of his country. He took a quiet squint at the engine. It was as helpless as a boned turkey, and he found Charles Homans, his mark written all over it. The old rattletrap was an old friend. Charles Homans had had a share in building it. The machine of the man said, "How do you do?" at once. Homans called for a gang of engine builders. Of course they swarmed out of the ranks. They passed their hands over the locomotive a few times, and presently it was ready to whistle and wheeze and rumble and gallop as if no traitor had ever tried to steal the go and the music out of it. This had all been done during the afternoon of the 23rd. During the night the renovated engine was kept cruising up and down the track to see all clear. Guards of the 8th were also posted to protect passage. Our commander had, I presume, been cooperating with General Butler in this business. The Naval Academy authorities had given us every dispatch and assistance, and the middies frank personal hospitality. The day was halcyon, the grass was green and soft, the apple trees were just in blossom. It was a day to be remembered. Many of us will remember it, and show the marks of it for months, as the day we had our heads cropped. By evening there was hardly one pole in the 7th tenable by anybody's grip. Most sat in the shade and were shorn by a barber. A few were honored with a clip by the artist hand of the petit caporal of our engine company. While I rattle off these trifling details, let me not fail to call attention to the grave service done by our regiment by its arrival, at the nick of time, at Annapolis. No clearer special providence could have happened. The country people of the traitor sort were aroused. Baltimore and its mob were but 2 hours away. The Constitution had been hauled out of reach of a rush by the Massachusetts men, first on the ground, but was half manned and not fully secure. And there lay the Maryland, helpless on the shoal, with 600 or 700 souls on board, so near the shore that the late Captain Rinder's gun could have sunk her from some ambush. Yes, the 7th Regiment at Annapolis was the right man in the right place. Our morning march. Réveille. As nobody pronounces this word à la Française, as everybody calls it reveille, why not drop it as an affectation and translate it the stir your stumps, the peel your eyes, the tumble up, or literally the wake? Our snorers had kept up this call so lustily since midnight that when the drums sounded it, we were all ready. The 6th and 2nd companies under Captain Nevers are detached to lead the van. I see my brother Billy march off with the 6th into the dusk, half moonlight, half dawn, and hope that no beggar of a secessionist will get a pat shot at him by the roadside without his getting a chance to let fly in return. Such little possibilities intensify the earnest detestation we feel for the treasons we come to resist and to punish. There will be some bitter work done if we ever get to blows in this war, this needless, reckless, brutal assault upon the mildest of all governments. Before the main body of the regiment marches, we learn that the Baltic and other transports came in last night with troops from New York and New England, enough to hold Annapolis against a square league of pug-uglies. We do not go on without having our rear protected and our communications open. It is strange to be compelled to think of these things in peaceful America, but we really knew little more of the country before us than Cortes knew of Mexico. I have since learned from a high official that 13 different messengers were dispatched from Washington in the interval of anxiety, while the 7th was not forthcoming, and only one got through. At 7:30 we take up our line of march, pass out of the charming grounds of the Academy, and move through the quiet, rusty, picturesque old town. It has a romantic dullness, Annapolis, which deserves a parting compliment. Although we deem ourselves a fine-looking set, although our belts are blanched with pipe-clay and our rifles shine sharp in the sun, yet the townspeople stare at us in a dismal silence. They have already the air of men quelled by a despotism. None can trust his neighbor. If he dares to be loyal, he must take his life into his hands. Most would be loyal if they dared, but the system of society which has ended in this present chaos has gradually eliminated the bravest and best men. They have gone in search of freedom and prosperity, and now the bullies cow the weaker brothers. There must be an end of this mean tyranny, think the 7th, as they march through old Annapolis, and see how sick the town is with doubt and alarm. Outside the town we strike the railroad and move along, the howitzers in front bouncing over the sleepers. When our line is fully disengaged from the town, we halt. Here the scene is beautiful. The van rests upon a high embankment, with the pool surrounded by pine trees on the right, green fields on the left. Cattle are feeding quietly about. The air sings with birds. The chestnut leaves sparkle. Frogs whistle in the warm spring morning. The regiment groups itself along the bank and the cutting. Several Marylanders of the half-price age, under 12, come gaping up to see us harmless invaders. Each of these young gentry is armed with a dead spring frog, perhaps by way of tribute. And here comes Horace Greeley in propria persona. He marches through our groups with the Greeley walk, the Greeley hat on the back of his head, the Greeley white coat on his shoulders, his trousers much too short, and an absorbed, abstracted demeanor. Can it be Horace reporting for himself? No, this is a Maryland production, and a little disposed to be sulky. After a few minutes' halt, we hear the whistle of the engine. This machine is also an historic character in the war. Remember it. J.H. Nicholson is its name. Charles Holmes drives, and on either side stands a sentry with fixed bayonet. New spectacles for America, but it is grand to know that the bayonets are to protect, not to assail, liberty and law. The train leads off. We follow by the track. Presently the train returns. We pass it and trudge on in light marching order, carrying arms, blankets, haversacks, and canteens. Our knapsacks are upon the train. Fortunate for our backs that they do not have to bear any more burden. For the day grows sultry. It is one of those breezeless, baking days which brew thunder gusts. We march for some 4 miles, when, coming upon the guards of the Massachusetts 8th, Our howitzer is ordered to fall out and wait for the train. With a comrade of the artillery, I am placed on guard over it. On guard with howitzer number 2. Henry Bonnell is my fellow sentry. He, like myself, is an old campaigner in such campaigns as our generation has known. So we talk California, Oregon, Indian life, the plains, keeping our eyes peeled meanwhile and ranging the country. Men that will tear up track are quite capable of picking off a sentry. A giant chestnut gives us little dots of shade from its pygmy leaves. The country about us is open and newly plowed. Some of the worm fences are new and 10 rails high, but the farming is careless and the soil thin. 2 of the Massachusetts men come back to the gun while we are standing there. One is my friend Stephen Morris of Marblehead, Sutton Light Infantry. I had shared my breakfast yesterday with Steffi, so we fraternized. His business is, I make shoes in winter and fishin' in summer. He gives me a few facts. Suspicious persons seen about the track, men on horseback in the distance. One of the Massachusetts Guard last night challenged his captain. Captain replied, "Officer of the night," whereupon, says Steffi, the recruit let squizzle and just missed his ear. He then related to me the incident of the railroad station. "The first thing they knowed," says he, "we bit right into the depot and took charge." "I don't mind," Steffi remarked. "I don't mind life, nor yet death, but whenever I see a Massachusetts boy, I stick by him, and if them secessionists attacked us tonight, or any other time, they'll get in debt." Whistle again, and the train appears. We are ordered to ship our howitzer on a platform car. The engine pushes us on. The train brings our light baggage and the rear guard. 100 yards farther on is a delicious fresh spring below the bank. While the train halts, Steffi Morris rushes down to fill my canteen. "This ain't like Marblehead," says Steffi, panting up, "but a man that can shin up them rocks can get right over this sand." The train goes slowly on as a rickety train should. At intervals we see the fresh spots of track just laid by our Yankee friends. Near the 6th mile we began to overtake hot and uncomfortable squads of our fellows. The unseasonable heat of this most breathless day was too much for many of the younger men, unaccustomed to rough work, and weakened by want of sleep and irregular food in our hurried movements thus far. Charles Holman's private carriage was, however, ready to pick up tired men, hot men, thirsty men, men with corns, or men with blisters. They tumbled into the train in considerable numbers. An enemy that dared could have made a moderate bag of stragglers at this time, but they would not have been allowed to straggle if any enemy had been about. By this time we were convinced that no attack was to be expected in this part of the way. The main body of the regiment, under Major Shaler, a tall, soldierly fellow with a moustache of the fighting color, tramped on their own pins to the watering place 8 miles or so from Annapolis. Their troops and train came to a halt with the news that a bridge over a country road was broken a mile farther on. It had been distinctly insisted upon, in the usual Southern style, that we were not to be allowed to pass through Maryland, and that we were to be welcomed to hospitable graves. The broken bridge was a capital spot for a skirmish. Why not look for it here? We looked, but got nothing. The rascals could skulk about by night, tear up rails, and hide them where they might be found by a man with half an eye, or half destroy a bridge, but there was no shoot in them. They have not faith enough in their cause to risk their lives for it, even behind a tree or from one of those thickets, choice spots for ambush. So we had no battle there, but a battle of the elements. The volcanic heat of the morning was followed by a furious storm of wind and a smart shower. The regiment wrapped themselves in their blankets, and took their wetting with more or less satisfaction. They were receiving samples of all the different little miseries of a campaign. And here let me say a word to my fellow volunteers, actual and prospective, in all the armies of all the states. A soldier needs, besides his soldierly drill, 1, good feet; 2, a good stomach; 3, and after these come the good head and the good heart. But good feet are distinctly the first thing. Without them you cannot get to your duty. If a comrade, or a horse, or a locomotive takes you on its back to the field, you are useless there, and when the field is lost you cannot retire, run away, and save your bacon. Good shoes and plenty of walking make good feet. A man who pretends to belong to an infantry company ought always to keep himself in training, so that any moment he can march 20 or 30 miles without feeling a pang or raising a blister. Was this the case with even a decimation of the army who rushed to defend Washington? Were you so trained, my comrades of the 7th? A captain of a company who will let his men march with such shoes as I have seen on the feet of some poor fellows in this war ought to be garroted with shoestrings, or at least compelled to play Pope and wash the feet of the whole army of the apostles of liberty. If you find a foot soldier lying beat out by the roadside, desperate as a seasick man, 5 to 1 his heels are too high, or his soles too narrow or too thin, or his shoe is not made straight on the inside, so the great toe can spread into its place as he treads. I am an old walker over Alps, across the water, and over Cordilleras, Sierras, deserts, and prairies at home. I have done my near 60 miles a day without discomfort, and speaking from large experience, and with painful recollection of the suffering and death I have known for want of good feet on the march, I say to every volunteer, trust in God, but keep your shoes easy. The bridge. When the frenzy of the brief tempest was over, it began to be a question what to do about the broken bridge. The gap was narrow, but even Charles Homans could not promise to leap the J.H. Nicholson over it. Who was to be our Julius Caesar in bridge building? Who but Sergeant Scott, armourer of the regiment, with my fellow sentry of the morning, Bonnell, as first assistant? Scott called for a working party. There were plenty of handy fellows among our engineers and in the line. Tools were plenty in the engineer's chest. We pushed the platform car upon which howitzer No. 1 was mounted down to the gap and began operations. I wish, says the petit corporal of the engineer company, patting his howitzer gently on the back, that I could get this putty blower pointed at the enemy while you fellows are bridge building. The inefficient destructives of Maryland had only half spoilt the bridge. Some of the old timbers could be used, and for new ones there was the forest. Scott and his party made a good and quick job of it. Our friends of the Massachusetts 8th had now come up. They lent a ready hand as usual. The sun set brilliantly. By twilight there was a practicable bridge. The engine was dispatched back to keep the road open. The 2 platform cars, freighted with our howitzers, were rigged with the gun ropes for dragging along the rail. We passed through the files of the Massachusetts men, resting by the way, and eating by the fires of the evening the suppers we had in great part provided them. And so begins our night march. The night march. O Gottschalk! What a poetic marche de nuit we then began to play, with our heels and toes on the railroad track. It was full moonlight, and the night inexpressibly sweet and serene. The air was cool and vivified by the gust and shower of the afternoon. Fresh spring was in every breath. Our fellows had forgotten that this morning they were hot and disgusted. Everyone hugged his rifle as if it were the arm of the girl of his heart, and stepped out gaily for the promenade. Tired or footsore men, or even lazy ones, could mount upon the 2 freight cars we were using for artillery wagons. There were stout arms enough to tow the whole. The scouts went ahead under First Lieutenant Farnham of the 2nd Company. We were at school together, I am afraid to say how many years ago. He is just the same cool, dry, shrewd fellow he was as a boy, and a most efficient officer. It was an original kind of march. I suppose a battery of howitzers never before found itself mounted upon cars, ready to open fire at once, and bang away into the offing with shrapnel, or into the bushes with canister. Our line extended a half a mile along the track. It was beautiful to stand on the bank above a cutting, and watch the files strike from the shadow of a wood into a broad flame of moonlight, every rifle sparkling up alert as it came forward. A beautiful sight to see the barrels righting themselves upon the dimness, each a silver flash. By and by, "Halt!" came, repeated along from the front, company after company. "Halt! A rail gone!" It was found without difficulty. The imbeciles who took it up probably supposed it would not wish to wet our feet by searching for it in the dewy grass of the next field. With incredible doltishness, they had also left the chairs and spikes beside the track. Bonnell took hold, and in a few minutes had the rail in place and firm enough to pass the engine. Remember, we were not only hurrying on to succor Washington, but opening the only convenient and practicable route between it and the loyal states. A little farther on, we came to a village, a rare sight in this scantily peopled region. Here Sergeant Keeler of our company, the tallest man in the regiment, and one of the handiest, suggested that we should tear up the rails at a turnout by the station, and so be prepared for chances. So out crowbars was the word. We tore up and bagged half a dozen rails, with chairs and spikes complete. Here, too, some of the engineers found a keg of spikes. This was also bagged and loaded on our cars. We fought the chaps with their own weapons, since they would not meet us with ours. These things made delay, and by there was a long halt, while the colonel communicated by orders sounded along the line with the engine. Homan's drag was hard after us, bringing our knapsacks and traps. After I had admired for some time the beauty of our moonlit line, and listened to the orders as they grew or died along the distance, I began to want excitement. Bonnell suggested that he and I should scout up the road and see if any rails were wanting. We traveled along into the quiet night. A mile ahead of the line we suddenly caught the gleam of a rifle barrel. "Who goes there?" one of our own scouts challenged smartly. We had arrived at the nick of time. 3 rails were up. 2 of them were easily found. The third was discovered by beating the bush thoroughly. Bonnell and I ran back for tools, and returned at full trot with crowbar and sledge on our shoulders. There were plenty of willing hands to help, too many indeed, and with the aid of a huge Massachusetts man, we soon had the rail in place. From this time on we were constantly interrupted. Not a half mile passed without a rail up. Bonnell was always at the front, laying track, and I am proud to say that he accepted me as aide-de-camp. Other fellows, unknown to me in the dark, gave hearty help. The 7th showed that it could do something else than drill. At one spot, on a high embankment over standing water, the rail was gone, sunk probably. Here we tried our rails brought from the turnout. They were too short. We supplemented with a length of plank from our stores. We rolled our cars carefully over. They passed safe. But Holman shook his head. he could not venture a locomotive on that frail stuff, so we lost the society of the J.H. Nicholson. Next day the Massachusetts commander called for someone to dive in the pool for the lost rail. Plump into the water went a little wiry chap and grappled the rail. "When I come up," says the brave fellow afterwards to me, "our officer out with a $20 gold piece and wanted me to take it. 'That ain't what I come for,' says I. 'Take it,' says he, 'and share with the others.' 'That ain't what they come for,' says I. But I took a big cold," the diver continued, "and I'm condemned hoarse yet," which was the fact. Farther on we found a whole length of track torn up on both sides, sleepers and all, and the same thing repeated with alterations of breaks of single rails. Our howitzers came into play to hoist and haul. We were not going to be stopped. But it was becoming a knock triste to some of our comrades. We had now marched some 16 miles. The distance was trifling, but the men had been on their legs pretty much all day and night. Hardly anyone had had any full or substantial sleep or meal since we started from New York. They napped off, standing, leaning on their guns, dropping down in their tracks on the wet ground at every halt. They were sleepy but plucky. As we passed through deep cuttings, places, as it were, built for defence, there was a general desire that the tedium of the night should be relieved by a shindy. During the whole night I saw our officers moving about the line, doing their duty vigorously despite exhaustion, hunger, and sleeplessness. About midnight our friends of the 8th had joined us, and our whole little army struggled on together. I find that I have been rather understating the troubles of the march. It seems impossible that such difficulty could be encountered within 20 miles of the capital of our nation. But we were making a rush to put ourselves in that capital, and we could not proceed in the slow, systematic way of an advancing army. We must take the risk and stand the suffering, whatever it was. So the 7th Regiment went through its bloodless knock triste. Morning. At last we issued from the damp woods 2 miles below the railroad junction. Here was an extensive farm. Our vanguard had halted and borrowed a few rails to make fires. These were, of course, carefully paid for at their proprietor's own price. The fires were bright in the grey dawn. About them the whole regiment was now halted. The men tumbled down to catch 40 winks. Some, who were hungrier for food than sleep, went off foraging among the farmhouses. They returned with appetizing legends of hot breakfast in hospitable abodes, or scanty fare given grudgingly in hostile ones. All meals, however, were paid for. Here, as at other halts below, the country people came up to talk to us. The traitors could easily be distinguished by their insolence, disguised as obsequiousness. The loyal men were still timid, but more hopeful at last. All were very lavish with the monosyllable "sir." It was an odd coincidence that the vanguard, halting off at a farm in the morning, found it deserted for the moment by its tenants, and protected only by an engraved portrait of our former Colonel Duryea, serenely smiling over the mantelpiece. From this point the railroad was pretty much all gone, but we were warmed and refreshed by a nap and a bite, and besides had daylight and open country. We put our guns on their own wheels, all dropped into ranks as if on parade, and marched the last 2 miles to the station. We still had no certain information. Until we actually saw the train awaiting us, and the Washington companies who had come down to escort us drawn up, we did not know whether our Uncle Sam was still a resident of the capital. We packed into the train and rolled away to Washington. We marched up to the White House. showed ourselves to the President, made our bow to him as our host, and then marched up to the Capitol, our grand lodgings. There we are now, quartered in the Representatives' Chamber, and here I must hastily end this first sketch of the great defense. May it continue to be as firm and faithful as it is this day. I have scribbled my story with 1,000 men stirring about me. If any of my sentences miss their aim, accuse my comrades, and the bewilderment of this martial crowd, for here are 4,000 or 5,000 others on the same business as ourselves, and drums are beating, guns are clanking, companies are tramping all the while. Our friends of the 8th Massachusetts are quartered under the dome and cheer us whenever we pass. Desks marked John Covode, John Cochrane, and Anson Burlingame have allowed me to use them as I wrote. Calvin, A Study of Character, by Charles Dudley Warner. Calvin is dead. His life, long to him, but short for the rest of us, was not marked by startling adventures, but his character was so uncommon, and his qualities were so worthy of imitation, that I have been asked by those who personally knew him to set down my recollections of his career. His origin and ancestry were shrouded in mystery. Even his age was a matter of pure conjecture. Although he was of the Maltese race, I have reason to suppose that he was American by birth, as he certainly was in sympathy. Calvin was given to me 8 years ago by Mrs. Stowe, but she knew nothing of his age or origin. He walked into her house one day out of the great unknown, and became at once at home, as if he had been always a friend of the family. He appeared to have artistic and literary tastes, and it was as if he had inquired at the door if that was the residence of the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, and upon being assured that it was, had decided to dwell there. This is, of course, fanciful, for his antecedents were wholly unknown, but in his time he could hardly have been in any household where he would not have heard Uncle Tom's Cabin talked about. When he came to Mrs. Stowe, he was as large as he ever was, and apparently as old as he ever became. Yet there was in him no appearance of age. He was in the happy maturity of all his powers, and you would rather have said that in that maturity he had found the secret of perpetual youth. And it was as difficult to believe that he would ever be aged as it was to imagine that he had ever been in immature youth. There was in him a mysterious perpetuity. After some years, when Mrs. Stowe made her winter home in Florida, Calvin came to live with us. From the first moment he fell into the ways of the house and assumed a recognized position in the family. I say recognized because after he became known he was always inquired for by visitors, and in the letters to the other members of the family he always received a message. Although the least obtrusive of beings, his individuality always made itself felt. His personal appearance had much to do with this, for he was of royal mould, and had an air of high breeding. He was large, but he had nothing of the fat grossness of the celebrated Angora family. Though powerful, he was exquisitely proportioned, and as graceful in every movement as a young leopard. When he stood up to open a door, he opened all the doors with old-fashioned latches. He was portentously tall, and when stretched on the rug before the fire, he seemed too long for this world, as indeed he was. His coat was the finest and softest I have ever seen, a shade of quiet Maltese, and from his throat downward, underneath to the white tips of his feet, he wore the whitest and most delicate ermine. and no person was ever more fastidiously neat. In his finely formed head you saw something of his aristocratic character. The ears were small and cleanly cut. There was a tinge of pink in the nostrils. His face was handsome, and the expression of his countenance exceedingly intelligent. I should call it even a sweet expression, if the term were not inconsistent with his look of alertness and sagacity. It is difficult to convey a just idea of his gaiety in connection with his dignity and gravity which his name expressed. As we know nothing of his family, of course it will be understood that Calvin was his Christian name. He had times of relaxation into utter playfulness, delighting in a ball of yarn, catching sportively at stray ribbons when his mistress was at her toilet, and pursuing his own tail with hilarity for lack of anything better. He could amuse himself by the hour, and he did not care for children. Perhaps something in his past was present to his memory. He had absolutely no bad habits, and his disposition was perfect. I never saw him exactly angry, though I have seen his tail grow to an enormous size when a strange cat appeared upon his lawn. He disliked cats, evidently regarding them as feline and treacherous, and he had no association with them. Occasionally there would be heard a night concert in the shrubbery. Calvin would ask to have the door opened, and then you would hear a rush and a psst, and the concert would explode, and Calvin would come quietly in and resume his seat on the hearth. There was no trace of anger in his manner, but he wouldn't have any of that about the house. He had the rare virtue of magnanimity. Although he had fixed notions about his own rights, and extraordinary persistence in getting them, he never showed temper at a repulse. He simply and firmly persisted till he had what he wanted. His diet was one point. His idea was that of the scholars about dictionaries, to get the best. He knew as well as anyone what was in the house, and would refuse beef if turkey was to be had, and if there were oysters he would wait over the turkey to see if the oysters would not be forthcoming. And yet he was not a gross gourmand. He would eat bread if he saw me eating it, and thought he was not being imposed on. His habits of feeding also were refined. He never used a knife, and he would put up his hand and draw the fork down to his mouth as gracefully as a grown person. Unless necessity compelled, he would not eat in the kitchen, but insisted upon his meals in the dining room, and would wait patiently unless a stranger were present, and then he was sure to importune the visitor, hoping that the latter was ignorant of the rule of the house and would give him something. They used to say that he preferred as his tablecloth on the floor a certain well-known church journal, but this was said by an Episcopalian. So far as I know, he had no religious prejudices, except that he did not like the association with Romanists. He tolerated the servants because they belonged to the house, and would sometimes linger by the kitchen stove. But the moment visitors came in he arose, opened the door, and marched into the drawing-room. Yet he enjoyed the company of his equals, and never withdrew, no matter how many callers, whom he recognized as of his society, might come into the drawing-room. Calvin was fond of company, but he wanted to choose it, and I have no doubt that his was an aristocratic fastidiousness rather than one of faith. It is so with most people. The intelligence of Calvin was something phenomenal in his rank of life. He established a method of communicating his wants, and even some of his sentiments, and he could help himself in many things. There was a furnace register in a retired room, where he used to go when he wished to be alone, that he always opened when he desired more heat, but never shut it, any more than he shut the door after himself. He could do almost everything but speak, and you would declare sometimes that you could see a pathetic longing to do that in his intelligent face. I have no desire to overdraw his qualities, but if there was one thing in him more noticeable than another, it was his fondness for nature. He could content himself for hours at the low window, looking into the ravine and at the great trees, noting the smallest stir there. He delighted, above all things, to accompany me walking about the garden, hearing the birds, getting the smell of the fresh earth, and rejoicing in the sunshine. He followed me and gambolled like a dog, rolling over on the turf, and exhibiting his delight in 100 ways. If I worked, he sat and watched me, or looked off over the bank and kept his ear open to the twitter in the cherry trees. When it stormed, he was sure to sit at the window, keenly watching the rain or the snow, glancing up and down at its falling. And a winter tempest always delighted him. I think he was genuinely fond of birds, but, so far as I know, he usually confined himself to one a day. He never killed, as some sportsmen do, for the sake of killing, but only as civilized people do, from necessity. He was intimate with the flying squirrels who dwell in the chestnut trees, too intimate, for almost every day in the summer he would bring in one, until he nearly discouraged them. He was indeed a superb hunter, and would have been a devastating one if his bump of destructiveness had not been offset by a bump of moderation. There was very little of the brutality of the lower animals about him. I don't think he enjoyed rats for themselves, but he knew his business, and for the first few months of his residence with us he waged an awful campaign against the horde, and after that his simple presence was sufficient to deter them from coming on the premises. Mice amused him, but he usually considered them too small game to be taken seriously. I have seen him play for an hour with a mouse, and then let him go with a royal condescension. In this whole matter of getting a living, Calvin was a great contrast to the rapacity of the age in which he lived. I hesitate a little to speak of his capacity for friendship and the affectionateness of his nature, for I know from his own reserve that he would not care to have it much talked about. We understood each other perfectly, but we never made any fuss about it. When I spoke his name and snapped my fingers, he came to me. When I returned home at night, he was pretty sure to be waiting for me near the gate, and would rise and saunter along the walk, as if his being there was purely accidental, so shy was he commonly of showing feeling. And when I opened the door, he never rushed in like a cat, but loitered and lounged, as if he had had no intention of going in, but would condescend to. And yet the fact was he knew dinner was ready, and he was bound to be there. He kept the run of dinner time. It happened sometimes, during our absence in the summer, that dinner would be early, and Calvin, walking about the grounds, missed it, and came in late. But he never made a mistake the second day. There was one thing he never did. He never rushed through an open doorway. He never forgot his dignity. If he had asked to have the door opened and was eager to go out, he always went deliberately. I can see him now, standing on the sill, looking about at the sky as if he was thinking whether it were worth while to take an umbrella, until he was near having his tail shut in. His friendship was rather constant than demonstrative. When we returned from an absence of nearly 2 years, Calvin welcomed us with evident pleasure, but showed his satisfaction rather by tranquil happiness than by fuming about. He had the faculty of making us glad to get home. It was his constancy that was so attractive. He liked companionship, but he wouldn't be petted or fussed over, or sit in anyone's lap a moment. He always extricated himself from such familiarity with dignity and with no show of temper. If there was any petting to be done, however, he chose to do it. Often he would sit looking at me, and then, moved by a delicate affection, come and pull at my coat and sleeve until he could touch my face with his nose, and then go away contented. He had a habit of coming to my study in the morning, sitting quietly by my side or on the table for hours, watching the pen run over the paper, occasionally swinging his tail round for a blotter, and then going to sleep among the papers by the inkstand. Or more rarely, he would watch the writing from a perch on my shoulder. Writing always interested him, and until he understood it, he wanted to hold the pen. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. He always held himself in a kind of reserve with his friend, as if he had said, "Let us respect our personality and not make a mess of friendship." He saw with Emerson the risk of degrading it to trivial conveniency. Why insist on rash personal relations with your friend? Leave this touching and clawing. Yet I would not give an unfair notion of his aloofness, his fine sense of the sacredness of the me and the not me. And at the risk of not being believed, I will relate an incident which was often repeated. Calvin had the practice of passing a portion of the night in the contemplation of its beauties, and would come into our chamber over the roof of the conservatory through the open window, summer and winter, and go to sleep on the foot of my bed. He would do this always exactly in this way. He never was content to stay in the chamber if we compelled him to go upstairs and through the door. He had the obstinacy of General Grant. But this is by the way. In the morning he performed his toilet and went down to breakfast with the rest of the family. Now, when the mistress was absent from home, and at no other time, Calvin would come in the morning, when the bell rang, to the head of the bed, put up his feet, and look into my face, follow me about when I rose, assist at the dressing, and in many purring ways show his fondness, as if he had plainly said, "I know that she has gone away, but I am here." Such was Calvin in rare moments. He had his limitations. Whatever passion he had for nature, he had no conception of art. There was sent to him once a fine and very expressive cat's head in bronze by Fremier. I placed it on the floor. He regarded it intently, approached it cautiously and crouchingly, touched it with his nose, perceived the fraud, turned away abruptly, and never would notice it afterward. On the whole, his life was not only a successful one, but a happy one. He never had but one fear, so far as I know. He had a mortal and reasonable terror of plumbers. He would never stay in the house when they were here. No coaxing could quiet him. Of course, he didn't share our fear about their charges, but he must have had some dreadful experience with them in that portion of his life which is unknown to us. A plumber was to him the devil, and I have no doubt that in his scheme plumbers were foreordained to do him mischief. In speaking of his worth, it has never occurred to me to estimate Calvin by the worldly standard. I know that it is customary now, when anyone dies, to ask how much he was worth, and that no obituary in the newspapers is considered complete without such an estimate. The plumbers in our house were one day overheard to say that "they say that she says that he says that he wouldn't take $100 for him." It is unnecessary to say that I never made such a remark, and that so far as Calvin was concerned there was no purchase in money. As I look back upon it, Calvin's life seems to me a fortunate one, for it was natural and unforced. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was sleepy, and enjoyed existence to the very tips of his toes and the end of his expressive and slow-moving tail. He delighted to roam about the garden, and stroll among the trees, and to lie on the green grass, and luxuriate in all the sweet influences of summer. You could never accuse him of idleness, and yet he knew the secret of repose. The poet who wrote so prettily of him, that his little life was rounded with a sleep, understated his felicity. It was rounded with a good many. His conscience never seemed to interfere with his slumbers. In fact, he had good habits and a contented mind. I can see him now walk in at the study door, sit down by my chair, bring his tail artistically about his feet, and look up at me with unspeakable happiness in his handsome face. I often thought that he felt the dumb limitation which denied him the power of language, but since he was denied speech, he scorned the inarticulate mouthings of the lower animals. The vulgar mewing and yowling of the cat species was beneath him. He sometimes uttered a sort of articulate and well-bred ejaculation when he wished to call attention to something that he considered remarkable, or to some want of his. But he never went whining about. He would sit for hours at a closed door when he desired to enter, without a murmur, and when it was opened he never admitted that he had been impatient by bolting in. Though speech he had not, and the unpleasant kind of utterance given to his race he would not use, he had a mighty power of purr to express his measureless content with congenial society. There was in him a musical organ with stops of varied power and expression, upon which I have no doubt he could have performed Scarlatti's celebrated Cat's Fugue. When Calvin died of old age, or was carried off by one of the diseases incident to youth, it is impossible to say, for his departure was as quiet as his advent was mysterious. I only know that he appeared to us in this world in his perfect stature and beauty, and that after a time, like Lohengrin, he withdrew. In his illness there was nothing more to be regretted than in all his blameless life. I suppose there never was an illness that had more of dignity and sweetness and resignation in it. It came on gradually, in a kind of listlessness and want of appetite. An alarming symptom was his preference for the warmth of a furnace register to the lively sparkle of the open wood fire. Whatever pain he suffered, he bore it in silence, and seemed only anxious not to obtrude his malady. We tempted him with the delicacies of the season, but it soon became impossible for him to eat, and for 2 weeks he ate or drank scarcely anything. Sometimes he made an effort to take something, but it was evident that he made the effort to please us. The neighbors, and I am convinced that the advice of neighbors is never good for anything, suggested catnip. He wouldn't even smell it. We had the attendance of an amateur practitioner of medicine, whose real office was the cure of souls, but nothing touched his case. He took what was offered, but it was with the air of one to whom the time for pellets was past. He sat or lay day after day almost motionless, never once making a display of those vulgar convulsions or contortions of pain which are so disagreeable to society. His favorite place was on the brightest spot of the Smyrna rug by the conservatory, where the sunlight fell and he could hear the fountain play. If we went to him and exhibited our interest in his condition, he always purred in recognition of our sympathy, and when I spoke his name he looked up with an expression that said, "I understand it, old fellow, but it's no use." He was to all who came to visit him a model of calmness and patience in affliction. I was absent from home at the last, but heard by daily postal card of his failing condition, and never again saw him alive. One sunny morning he rose from his rug, went into the conservatory, he was very thin then, walked around it deliberately, looking at all the plants he knew, and then went to the bay window in the dining room and stood a long time looking out upon the little field, now brown and sere, and toward the garden where perhaps the happiest hours of his life had been spent. It was a last look. He turned and walked away, laid himself down upon the bright spot in the rug, and quietly died. It is not too much to say that a little shock went through the neighborhood when it was known that Calvin was dead, so marked was his individuality, and his friends, one after another, came in to see him. There was no sentimental nonsense about his obsequies. It was felt that any parade would have been distasteful to him. John, who acted as undertaker, prepared a candle box for him, and I believe assumed a professional decorum. But there may have been the usual levity underneath, for I heard that he remarked in the kitchen that it was the driest wake he ever attended. Everybody, however, felt a fondness for Calvin, and regarded him with a certain respect. Between him and Bertha there existed a great friendship, and she apprehended his nature. She used to say that sometimes she was afraid of him. He looked at her so intelligently. She was never certain that he was what he appeared to be. When I returned, they had laid Calvin on a table in an upper chamber by an open window. It was February. He reposed in a candle box, lined about the edge with evergreen, and at his head stood a little wine glass with flowers. He lay with his head tucked down in his arms, a favourite position of his before the fire, as if asleep in the comfort of his soft and exquisite fur. It was the involuntary exclamation of those who saw him, "How natural he looks!" As for myself, I said nothing. John buried him under the twin hawthorn trees, one white and the other pink, in a spot where Calvin was fond of lying and listening to the hum of summer insects and the twitter of birds. Perhaps I have failed to make appear the individuality of character that was so evident to those who knew him. At any rate, I have set down nothing concerning him but the literal truth. He was always a mystery. I did not know whence he came. I do not know whither he has gone. I would not weave one spray of falsehood in the wreath I lay upon his grave. From My Summer in a Garden, by Charles Dudley Warner, copyright 1870 by Fields, Osgood and Company, copyright 1898 by Charles Dudley Warner, copyright 1912 by Susan Lee Warner. 5 American Contributions to Civilization, by Charles William Eliot. Looking back over 40 centuries of history, we observe that many nations have made characteristic contributions to the progress of civilization, the beneficent effects of which have been permanent, although the races that made them may have lost their national form and organization, or their relative standing among the nations of the earth. Thus the Hebrew race, during many centuries, made supreme contributions to religious thought, and the Greek, during the brief climax of the race, to speculative philosophy, architecture, sculpture, and the drama. The Roman people developed military colonization, aqueducts, roads and bridges, and a great body of public law, large parts of which still survive. And the Italians of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance developed ecclesiastical organization and the fine arts as tributary to the splendor of the church and to municipal luxury. England, for several centuries, has contributed to the institutional development of representative government and public justice. The Dutch in the 16th century made a superb struggle for free thought and free government. France in the 18th century taught the doctrine of individual freedom and the theory of human rights. And Germany, at two periods within the 19th century, 50 years apart, proved the vital force of the sentiment of nationality. I ask you to consider with me what characteristic and durable contributions the American people have been making to the progress of civilization. The first and principal contribution to which I shall ask your attention is the advance made in the United States, not in theory only, but in practice, toward the abandonment of war as the means of settling disputes between nations, the substitution of discussion and arbitration, and the avoidance of armaments. If the intermittent Indian fighting and brief contest with the Barbary corsairs be disregarded, the United States have had only 4 years and a quarter of international war in the 107 years since the adoption of the Constitution. Within the same period, the United States have been a party to 47 arbitrations, being more than half of all that have taken place in the modern world. The questions settled by these arbitrations have been just such as have commonly caused wars, namely, questions of boundary, fisheries, damage caused by war or civil disturbances, and injuries to commerce. Some of them were of great magnitude. The 4 made during the Treaty of Washington, May 8, 1871, being the most important that have ever taken place. Confident in their strength and relying on their ability to adjust international differences, the United States have habitually maintained, by voluntary enlistment for short terms, a standing army and a fleet which, in proportion to the population, are insignificant. The beneficent effects of this American contribution to civilization are of two sorts. In the first place, the direct evils of war and of preparations for war have been diminished. And secondly, the influence of the war spirit on the perennial conflict between the rights of the single personal unit and the powers of the multitude that constitute organized society, or, in other words, between individual freedom and collective authority, has been reduced to the lowest terms. War has been, and still is, the school of collectivism, the warrant of tyranny. Century after century, tribes, clans, and nations have sacrificed the liberty of the individual to the fundamental necessity of being strong for combined defense or attack in war. Individual freedom is crushed in war, for the nature of war is inevitably despotic. It says to the private person, "Obey, without a question, even unto death. Die in this ditch," without knowing why. Walk into that deadly thicket. Mount this embankment, behind which are men who will try to kill you, lest you should kill them. Make part of an immense machine for blind destruction, cruelty, rapine, and killing. At this moment, every young man in continental Europe learns the lesson of absolute military obedience, and feels himself subject to this crushing power of militant society, against which no rights of the individual to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness avail anything. This pernicious influence, inherent in the social organization of all continental Europe during many centuries, the American people have for generations escaped, and they show other nations how to escape it. I ask your attention to the favorable conditions under which this contribution of the United States to civilization has been made. There has been a deal of fighting on the American continent during the past 3 centuries, but it has not been of the sort which most imperils liberty. The first European colonists who occupied portions of the coast of North America encountered in the Indians men of the Stone Age, who ultimately had to be resisted and quelled by force. The Indian races were at a stage of development thousands of years behind that of the Europeans. They could not be assimilated. For the most part, they could not be taught or even reasoned with. With a few exceptions, they had to be driven away by prolonged fighting, or subdued by force, so that they would live peaceably with the whites. This warfare, however, always had in it for the whites a large element of self-defense. The homes and families of the settlers were to be defended against a stealthy and pitiless foe. Constant exposure to the attacks of savages was only one of the formidable dangers and difficulties which, for 100 years, the early settlers had to meet, and which developed in them courage, hardiness, and persistence. The French and English wars on the North American continent, always more or less mixed with Indian warfare, were characterized by race hatred and religious animosity, two of the commonest causes of war in all ages. But they did not tend to fasten upon the English colonists any objectionable public authority, or to contract the limits of individual liberty. They furnished a school of martial qualities at small cost to liberty. In the War of Independence there was a distinct hope and purpose to enlarge individual liberty. It made possible a confederation of the colonies and ultimately the adoption of the Constitution of the United States. It gave to the 13 colonies a lesson in collectivism, but it was a needed lesson on the necessity of combining their force to resist an oppressive external authority. The War of 1812 is properly called the Second War of Independence, for it was truly a fight for liberty and for the rights of neutrals in resistance to the impressment of seamen and other oppressions growing out of European conflicts. The Civil War of 1861 to 1865 was waged on the side of the North, primarily to prevent the dismemberment of the country, and secondarily and incidentally to destroy the institution of slavery. On the northern side it therefore called forth a generous element of popular ardor in defense of free institutions, and though it temporarily caused centralization of great powers in the government, it did as much to promote individual freedom as it did to strengthen public authority. In all this series of fightings the main motives were self-defense, resistance to oppression, the enlargement of liberty, and the conservation of national acquisitions. The war with Mexico, it is true, was a wholly different type. That was a war of conquest, and of conquest chiefly in the interest of African slavery. It was also an unjust attack made by a powerful people on a feeble one. But it lasted less than 2 years, and the number of men engaged in it was at no time large. Moreover, by the treaty which ended the war, the conquering nation agreed to pay the conquered $18 million in partial compensation for some of the territory wrested from it, instead of demanding a huge war indemnity, as the European way is. Its results contradicted the anticipations both of those who advocated and of those who opposed it. It was one of the wrongs which prepared the way for the Great Rebellion, but its direct evils were of moderate extent, and it had no effect on the perennial conflict between individual liberty and public power. In the meantime, partly as the results of Indian fighting and the Mexican War, but chiefly through purchases and arbitrations, the American people had occupied a territory so extensive, so defended by oceans, gulfs, and great lakes, and so intersected by those great natural highways, navigable rivers, that it would obviously be impossible for any enemy to overrun or subdue it. The civilized nations of Europe, Western Asia, and Northern Africa have always been liable to hostile incursions from without. Over and over again barbarous hordes have overthrown established civilizations, and at this moment there is not a nation of Europe which does not feel obliged to maintain monstrous armaments for defense against its neighbors. The American people have long been exempt from such terrors, and are now absolutely free from this necessity of keeping in readiness to meet heavy assaults. The absence of a great standing army and of a large fleet has been a main characteristic of the United States in contrast with the other civilized nations. This has been a great inducement to immigration, and a prime cause of the country's rapid increase in wealth. The United States have no formidable neighbor except Great Britain in Canada. In April, 1817, by a convention made between Great Britain and the United States, without much public discussion or observation, these two powerful nations agreed that each should keep on the Great Lakes only a few police vessels of insignificant size and armament. This agreement was made but 4 years after Perry's naval victory on Lake Erie, and only 3 years after the burning of Washington by a British force. It is one of the first acts of Monroe's first administration, and it would be difficult to find in all history a more judicious or effectual agreement between two powerful neighbors. For 80 years this beneficent convention has helped to keep the peace. The European way would have been to build competitive fleets, dockyards, and fortresses, all of which would have helped to bring on war during the periods of mutual exasperation which have occurred since 1817. Monroe's second administration was signalized 6 years later by the declaration that the United States would consider any attempt on the part of the Holy Alliance to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. This announcement was designed to prevent the introduction on the American continent of the horrible European system, with its balance of power, its alliances offensive and defensive in opposing groups, and its perpetual armaments on an enormous scale. That a declaration expressly intended to promote peace and prevent armaments should now be perverted into an argument for arming and for a belligerent public policy is an extraordinary perversion of the true American doctrine. The ordinary causes of war between nation and nation have been lacking in America for the last century and a quarter. How many wars in the world's history have been due to contending dynasties? How many of the most cruel and protracted wars have been due to religious strife? How many to race hatred? No one of these causes of war has been efficacious in America since the French were overcome in Canada by the English in 1759. Looking forward to the future, we find it impossible to imagine circumstances under which any of these common causes of war can take effect on the North American continent. Therefore, the ordinary motives for maintaining armaments in time of peace and concentrating the powers of government in such a way as to interfere with individual liberty have not been in play in the United States as among the nations of Europe, and are not likely to be. Such have been the favorable conditions under which America has made its best contribution to the progress of our race. There are some people of a perverted sentimentality who occasionally lament the absence in our country of the ordinary inducements to war, on the ground that war develops certain noble qualities in some of the combatants, and gives opportunity for the practice of heroic virtues, such as courage, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. It is further said that prolonged peace makes nations effeminate, luxurious, and materialistic, and substitutes for the high ideals of the patriot soldier the low ideals of the farmer, manufacturer, tradesman, and pleasure seeker. This view seems to me to err in two opposite ways. In the first place, it forgets that war, in spite of the fact that it develops some splendid virtues, is the most horrible occupation that human beings can possibly engage in. It is cruel, treacherous, and murderous. Defensive warfare, particularly on the part of a weak nation against powerful invaders or oppressors, excites a generous sympathy, but for every heroic defense there must be an attack by a preponderating force, and war, being the conflict of the two, must be judged by its moral effects, not on one party, but on both parties. Moreover, the weaker party may have the worse cause. The immediate ill effects of war are bad enough, but its after effects are generally worse, because indefinitely prolonged and indefinitely wasting and damaging. At this moment, 31 years after the end of our Civil War, there are two great evils afflicting our country which took their rise in that war, namely, 1. The belief of a large proportion of our people in money without intrinsic value, or worth less than its face, and made current solely by act of Congress; and 2. The payment of immense annual sums in pensions. It is the paper money delusion born of the Civil War which generated and supports the silver money delusion of today. As a consequence of the war, the nation has paid $2 billion in pensions within 33 years. So far as pensions are paid to disabled persons, they are a just and inevitable but unproductive expenditure. So far as they are paid to persons who are not disabled, men or women, they are in the main not only unproductive but demoralizing. So far as they promote the marriage of young women to old men as a pecuniary speculation, they create a grave social evil. It is impossible to compute or even imagine the losses and injuries already inflicted by the fiat money delusion, and we know that some of the worst evils of the pension system will go on for 100 years to come, unless the laws about widows' pensions are changed for the better. It is a significant fact that of the existing pensioners of the War of 1812, only 21 are surviving soldiers or sailors, while 3,826 are widows. Footnote: June 30th, 1895. End of footnote. War gratifies, or used to gratify, the combative instinct of mankind, but it gratifies also the love of plunder, destruction, cruel discipline, and arbitrary power. It is doubtful whether fighting with modern appliances will continue to gratify the savage instinct of combat, for it is not likely that in the future two opposing lines of men can ever meet, or any line or column reach an enemy's entrenchments. The machine gun can only be compared to the scythe, which cuts off every blade of grass within its sweep. It has made cavalry charges impossible, just as the modern ironclad has made impossible the maneuvers of one of Nelson's fleets. On land, the only mode of approach of one line to another must hereafter be by concealment, crawling, or surprise. Naval actions will henceforth be conflicts between opposing machines, guided, to be sure, by men, but it will be the best machine that wins, and not necessarily the most enduring men. War will become a contest between treasuries or war chests, for now that 10,000 men can fire away $1 million worth of ammunition in an hour, no poor nation can long resist a rich one, unless there be some extraordinary difference between the two in mental and moral strength. The view that war is desirable omits also the consideration that modern social and industrial life affords ample opportunities for the courageous and loyal discharge of duty apart from the barbarities of warfare. There are many serviceable occupations in civil life which call for all the courage and fidelity of the best soldier, and for more than his independent responsibility, because not pursued in masses or under immediate command of superiors. Such occupations are those of the locomotive engineer, the electric lineman, the railroad brakeman, the city fireman, and the policeman. The occupation of the locomotive engineer requires constantly a high degree of skill, alertness, fidelity, and resolution, and at any moment may call for heroic self-forgetfulness. The occupation of a lineman requires all the courage and endurance of a soldier whose lurking foe is mysterious and invisible. In the 2 years 1893 and 1894 there were 34,000 trainmen killed and wounded on the railroads of the United States, and 25,000 other railroad employees besides. I need not enlarge on the dangers of the fireman's occupation, or on the disciplined gallantry with which its risks are habitually incurred. The policeman in large cities needs every virtue of the best soldier, for in the discharge of many of his most important duties he is alone. Even the feminine occupation of the trained nurse illustrates every heroic quality which can possibly be exhibited in war, for she, simply in the way of duty, without the stimulus of excitement or companionship, runs risks from which many a soldier in hot blood would shrink. No one need be anxious about the lack of opportunities in civilized life for the display of heroic qualities. New industries demand new forms of fidelity and self-sacrificing devotion. Every generation develops some new kind of hero. Did it ever occur to you that the scab is a creditable type of 19th century hero? In defense of his rights as an individual, he deliberately incurs the reprobation of many of his fellows, and runs the immediate risk of bodily injury or even of death. He also risks his livelihood for the future and thereby the well-being of his family. He steadily asserts in action his right to work on such conditions as he sees fit to make, and in so doing he exhibits remarkable courage and renders a great service to his fellow men. He is generally a quiet, unpretending, silent person, who values his personal freedom more than the society and approbation of his mates. Often he is impelled to work by family affection, but this fact does not diminish his heroism. There are file closers behind the line of battle of the bravest regiment. Another modern personage who needs heroic endurance, and often exhibits it, is the public servant who steadily does his duty against the outcry of a party press bent on perverting his every word and act. Through the telegram, cheap postage, and the daily newspaper, the forces of hasty public opinion can now be concentrated and expressed with a rapidity and intensity unknown to preceding generations. In consequence, the independent thinker or actor, or the public servant, when his thoughts or acts run counter to prevailing popular or party opinions, encounters sudden and intense obloquy, which to many temperaments is very formidable. That habit of submitting to the opinion of the majority which democracy fosters renders the storm of detraction and calumny all the more difficult to endure, makes it indeed so intolerable to many citizens that they will conceal or modify their opinions rather than endure it. Yet the very breath of life for a democracy is free discussion, and the taking account of all opinions honestly held and reasonably expressed. The unreality of the vilification of public men in the modern press is often revealed by the sudden change when an eminent public servant retires or dies. A man for whom no words of derision or condemnation were strong enough yesterday is recognized tomorrow as an honorable and serviceable person and a credit to his country. Nevertheless, this habit of partisan ridicule and denunciation in the daily reading matter of millions of people calls for a new kind of courage and toughness in public men, and calls for it not in brief moments of excitement only, but steadily, year in and year out. Clearly, there is no need of bringing on wars in order to breed heroes. Civilized life affords plenty of opportunities for heroes, and for a better kind than war or any other savagery has ever produced. Moreover, None but lunatics would set a city on fire in order to give opportunities for heroism to firemen, or introduce the cholera or yellow fever to give physicians and nurses opportunity for practicing disinterested devotion, or condemn thousands of people to extreme poverty in order that some well-to-do persons might practice a beautiful charity. It is equally crazy to advocate war on the ground that it is a school for heroes. Another misleading argument for war needs brief notice. It is said that war is a school of national development, that a nation, when conducting a great war, puts forth prodigious exertions to raise money, supply munitions, enlist troops, and keep them in the field, and often gets a clearer conception and a better control of its own material and moral forces while making these unusual exertions. The nation which means to live in peace necessarily foregoes, it is said, these valuable opportunities of abnormal activity. Naturally, such a nation's abnormal activities devoted to destruction would be diminished, but its normal and abnormal activities devoted to construction and improvement ought to increase. One great reason for the rapid development of the United States since the adoption of the Constitution is the comparative exemption of the whole people from war, dread of war, and preparations for war. The energies of the people have been directed into other channels. The progress of applied science during the present century, and the new ideals concerning the well-being of human multitudes, have opened great fields for the useful application of national energy. This immense territory of ours, stretching from ocean to ocean, and for the most part but imperfectly developed and sparsely settled, affords a broad field for the beneficent application of the richest national forces during an indefinite period. There is no department of national activity in which we could not advantageously put forth much more force than we now expend. And there are great fields which we have never cultivated at all. As examples, I may mention the post office, national sanitation, public works, and education. Although great improvements have been made during the past 50 years in the collection and delivery of mail matter, much still remains to be done both in the city and country, and particularly in the country. In the mail facilities secured to our people, we are far behind several European governments, whereas we ought to be far in advance of every European government except Switzerland, since the rapid interchange of ideas and the promotion of family, friendly, and commercial intercourse are of more importance to a democracy than to any other form of political society. Our national government takes very little pains about the sanitation of the country, or its deliverance from injurious insects and parasites. Yet these are matters of gravest interest, with which only the general government can deal, because action by separate states or cities is necessarily ineffectual. To fight pestilences needs quite as much energy, skill, and courage as to carry on war. Indeed, the foes are more insidious and awful, and the means of resistance less obvious. On the average and large scale, the professions which heal and prevent disease and mitigate suffering call for much more ability, constancy, and devotion than the professions which inflict wounds and death and all sorts of human misery. Our government has never touched the important subject of national roads, by which I mean not railroads, but common highways. Yet here is a great subject for beneficent action through government, in which we need only go for our lessons to little republican Switzerland. Inundations and droughts are great enemies of the human race, against which government ought to create defenses, because private enterprise cannot cope with such wide-spreading evils. Popular education is another great field in which public activity should be indefinitely enlarged. not so much through the action of the federal government, though even there a much more effective supervision should be provided than now exists, but through the action of states, cities, and towns. We have already begun to apprehend the fundamental necessity and infinite value of public education, and to appreciate the immense advantages to be derived from additional expenditure for it. What prodigious possibilities of improvement are suggested by the single statement that the average annual expenditure for the schooling of a child in the United States is only about $18. Here is a cause which requires from hundreds of thousands of men and women keen intelligence, hearty devotion to duty, and a steady uplifting and advancement of all its standards and ideals. The system of public instruction should embody for coming generations all the virtues of the medieval church. It should stand for the brotherhood and unity of all classes and conditions. It should exalt the joys of the intellectual life above all material delights, and it should produce the best constituted and most wisely directed intellectual and moral host that the world has seen. In view of such unutilized opportunities as these for the beneficent application of great public forces, does it not seem monstrous that war should be advocated on the ground that it gives occasion for rallying and using the national energies? The second eminent contribution which the United States have made to civilization is their thorough acceptance in theory and practice of the widest religious toleration. As a means of suppressing individual liberty, the collective authority of the Church, when elaborately organized in a hierarchy directed by one head and absolutely devoted in every rank to its service, comes next in proved efficiency to that concentration of powers in government which enables it to carry on war effectively. The Western Christian Church, organized under the Bishop of Rome, acquired during the Middle Ages a centralized authority which quite overrode both the temporal ruler and the rising spirit of nationality. For a time Christian Church and Christian states acted together, just as in Egypt. During many earlier centuries, the great powers of civil and religious rule had been united. The Crusades marked the climax of the power of the Church. Thereafter, Church and State were often in conflict, and during this prolonged conflict the seeds of liberty were planted, took root, and made some sturdy growth. We can see now, as we look back on the history of Europe, how fortunate it was that the colonization of North America by Europeans was deferred until after the period of the Reformation, and especially until after the Elizabethan period in England, the Luther period in Germany, and the splendid struggle of the Dutch for liberty in Holland. The founders of New England and New York were men who had imbibed the principles of resistance both to arbitrary civil power and to universal ecclesiastical authority. Hence it came about that within the territory now covered by the United States, no single ecclesiastical organization ever obtained a wide and oppressive control, and that in different parts of this great region churches, very unlike in doctrine and organization, were almost simultaneously established. It has been an inevitable consequence of this condition of things that the Church as a whole in the United States has not been an effective opponent of any form of human rights. For generations it has been divided into numerous sects and denominations, no one of which has been able to claim more than a tenth of the population as its adherents, and the practices of these numerous denominations have been profoundly modified by political theories and practices, and by social customs natural to new communities formed under the prevailing conditions of free intercourse and rapid growth. The constitutional prohibition of religious tests as qualifications for office gave the United States the leadership among the nations in disassociating theological opinions and political rights. No one denomination or ecclesiastical organization in the United States has held great properties or has had the means of conducting its ritual with costly pomp or its charitable works with imposing liberality. No splendid architectural exhibitions of church power have interested or overawed the population. On the contrary, there has prevailed in general a great simplicity in public worship until very recent years. Some splendors have been lately developed by religious bodies in the great cities, but these splendors and luxuries have been almost simultaneously exhibited by religious bodies of very different, not to say opposite kinds. Thus in New York City the Jews, the Greek Church, the Catholics, and the Episcopalians have all erected or undertaken to erect magnificent edifices. But these recent demonstrations of wealth and zeal are so distributed among differing religious organizations that they cannot be imagined to indicate a coming centralization of ecclesiastical influence adverse to individual liberty. In the United States, the great principle of religious toleration is better understood and more firmly established than in any other nation of the earth. It is not only embodied in legislation, but also completely recognized in the habits and customs of good society. Elsewhere, it may be a long road from legal to social recognition of religious liberty, as the example of England shows. This recognition alone would mean, to any competent student of history, that the United States had made an unexampled contribution to the reconciliation of just governmental power with just freedom for the individual, inasmuch as the partial establishment of religious toleration has been the main work of civilization during the past 4 centuries. In view of this characteristic and infinitely beneficent contribution to human happiness and progress, how pitiable seem the temporary outbursts of bigotry and fanaticism which have occasionally marred the fair record of our country in regard to religious toleration. If anyone imagines that this American contribution to civilization is no longer important, that the victory for toleration has been already won, let him recall the fact that the last years of the 19th century have witnessed 2 horrible religious persecutions, one by a Christian nation, the other by a Moslem, one of the Jews by Russia, and the other of the Armenians by Turkey. The third characteristic contribution which the United States have made to civilization has been the safe development of a manhood suffrage nearly universal. The experience of the United States has brought out several principles with regard to the suffrage which have not been clearly apprehended by some eminent political philosophers. In the first place, American experience has demonstrated the advantages of a gradual approach to universal suffrage over a sudden leap. Universal suffrage is not the first and only means of attaining democratic government. Rather, it is the ultimate goal of successful democracy. It is not a specific for the cure of all political ills. On the contrary, it may itself easily be the source of great political evils. The people of the United States feel its dangers today. When constituencies are large, it aggravates the well-known difficulties of party government, so that many of the ills which threaten democratic communities at this moment, whether in Europe or America, proceed from the breakdown of party government rather than from failures of universal suffrage. The methods of party government were elaborated where suffrage was limited and constituencies were small. Manhood suffrage has not worked perfectly well in the United States or in any other nation where it has been adopted, and it is not likely very soon to work perfectly anywhere. It is like freedom of the will for the individual, the only atmosphere in which virtue can grow, but an atmosphere in which sin can also grow. Like freedom of the will, it needs to be surrounded with checks and safeguards, particularly in the childhood of the nation. But like freedom of the will, it is the supreme good, the goal of perfected democracy. Secondly, like freedom of the will, universal suffrage has an educational effect, which has been mentioned by many writers, but has seldom been clearly apprehended or adequately described. This educational effect is produced in 2 ways. In the first place, the combination of individual freedom with social mobility, which a wide suffrage tends to produce, permits the capable to rise through all grades of society, even within a single generation. And this freedom to rise is intensely stimulating to personal ambition. Thus, every capable American, from youth to age, is bent on bettering himself and his condition. Nothing can be more striking than the contrast between the mental condition of an average American belonging to the laborious classes, but conscious that he can rise to the top of the social scale, and that of a European mechanic, peasant, or tradesman, who knows that he cannot rise out of his class, and is content with his hereditary classification. The state of mind of the American prompts to constant struggle for self-improvement and the acquisition of all sorts of property and power. In the second place, it is a direct effect of a broad suffrage that the voters become periodically interested in the discussion of grave public problems, which carry their minds away from the routine of their daily labor and household experience out into larger fields. The instrumentalities of this prolonged education have been multiplied and improved enormously within the last 50 years. In no field of human endeavor have the fruits of the introduction of steam and electrical power been more striking than in the methods of reaching multitudes of people with instructive narratives, expositions, and arguments. The multiplication of newspapers, magazines, and books is only one of the immense developments in the means of reaching the people. The advocates of any public cause now have it in their power to provide hundreds of newspapers with the same copy or the same plates for simultaneous issue. The mails provide the means of circulating millions of leaflets and pamphlets. The interest in the minds of the people which prompts to the reading of these multiplied communications comes from the frequently recurring elections. The more difficult the intellectual problem presented in any given election, the more educative the effect of the discussion. Many modern industrial and financial problems are extremely difficult, even for highly educated men. As subjects of earnest thought and discussion on the farm and in the workshop, factory, rolling mill, and mine, they supply a mental training for millions of adults, the like of which has never before been seen in the world. In these discussions, it is not only the receptive masses that are benefited. The classes that supply the appeals to the masses are also benefited in a high degree. There is no better mental exercise for the most highly trained man than the effort to expound a difficult subject in so clear a way that the untrained man can understand it. In a republic in which the final appeal is to manhood suffrage, the educated minority of the people is constantly stimulated to exertion by the instinct of self-preservation as well as by love of country. They see dangers in proposals made to universal suffrage, and they must exert themselves to ward off these dangers. The position of the educated and well-to-do classes is a thoroughly wholesome one in this respect. They cannot depend for the preservation of their advantage on landowning, hereditary privilege, or any legislation not equally applicable to the poorest and humblest citizen. They must maintain their superiority by being superior. They cannot live in a too safe corner. I touch here on a misconception which underlies much of the criticism of universal suffrage. It is commonly said that the rule of the majority must be the rule of the most ignorant and incapable, the multitude being necessarily uninstructed as to taxation, public finance, and foreign relations, and untrained to active thought on such difficult subjects. Now, universal suffrage is merely a convention as to where the last appeal shall lie for the decision of public questions, and it is the rule of the majority only in this sense. The educated classes are undoubtedly a minority, but it is not safe to assume that they monopolize the good sense of the community. On the contrary, it is very clear that native good judgment and good feeling are not proportional to education, and that among a multitude of men who have only an elementary education, a large proportion will possess both good judgment and good feeling. Indeed, persons who can neither read nor write may possess a large share of both, as is constantly seen in regions where opportunities for education in childhood have been scanty or inaccessible. It is not to be supposed that the cultivated classes, under a regime of universal suffrage, are not going to try to make their cultivation felt in the discussion and disposal of public questions. Any result under universal suffrage is a complex effect of the discussion of the public question in hand by the educated classes in the presence of the comparatively uneducated, when a majority of both classes taken together is ultimately to settle the question. In practice, both classes divide on almost every issue. But in any case, if the educated classes cannot hold their own with the uneducated by means of their superior physical, mental, and moral qualities, they are obviously unfit to lead society. With education should come better powers of argument and persuasion, a stricter sense of honor, and a greater general effectiveness. With these advantages, the educated classes must undoubtedly appeal to the less educated, and try to convert them to their way of thinking. But this is a process which is good for both sets of people. Indeed, it is the best possible process for the training of freemen, educated or uneducated, rich or poor. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. It is often assumed that the educated classes become impotent in a democracy, because the representatives of those classes are not exclusively chosen to public office. This argument is a very fallacious one. It assumes that the public offices are the places of greatest influence, whereas in the United States, at least, that is conspicuously not the case. In a democracy, it is important to discriminate influence from authority. Rulers and magistrates may or may not be persons of influence, but many persons of influence never become rulers, magistrates, or representatives in parliament or legislatures. The complex industries of a modern state and its innumerable corporation services offer great fields for administrative talent which were entirely unknown to preceding generations. And these new activities attract many ambitious and capable men more strongly than the public service. These men are not on that account lost to their country or to society. The present generation has wholly escaped from the conditions of earlier centuries, when able men who were not great landowners had but three outlets for their ambition: the army, the church, or the national civil service. The national service, whether in an empire, a limited monarchy, or a republic, is now only one of many fields which offer to able and patriotic men an honorable and successful career. Indeed, legislation and public administration necessarily have a very second-hand quality, and more legislators and administrators become dependent on the researches of scholars, men of science, and historians, and follow in the footsteps of inventors, economists, and political philosophers. Political leaders are very seldom leaders of thought. They are generally trying to induce masses of men to act on principles thought out long before. Their skill is in the selection of practicable approximations to the ideal. Their arts are arts of exposition and persuasion. Their honor comes from fidelity under trying circumstances to familiar principles of public duty. The real leaders of American thought in this century have been preachers, teachers, jurists, seers, and poets. While it is of the highest importance, under any form of government, that the public servants should be men of intelligence, education, and honor, it is no objection to any given form that under it large numbers of educated and honorable citizens have no connection with the public service. Well-to-do Europeans, when reasoning about the working of democracy, often assume that under any government the property holders are synonymous with the intelligent and educated classes. That is not the case in the American democracy. Anyone who has been connected with a large American university can testify that democratic institutions produce plenty of rich people who are not educated, and plenty of educated people who are not rich, just as medieval society produced illiterate nobles and cultivated monks. Persons who object to manhood suffrage as the last resort for the settlement of public questions are bound to show where, in all the world, a juster or more practicable regulation or convention has been arrived at. The objectors ought at least to indicate where the ultimate decision should, in their judgment, rest, as for example with the landowners, or the property holders, or the graduates of secondary schools, or the professional classes. He would be a bold political philosopher who, in these days, should propose that the ultimate tribunal should be constituted in any of these ways. All the experience of the civilized world fails to indicate a safe personage, a safe class, or a safe minority, with which to deposit this power of ultimate decision. On the contrary, the experience of civilization indicates that no select person or class can be trusted with that power, no matter what the principle of selection. The convention that the majority of males shall decide public questions has obviously great recommendations. It is apparently fairer than the rule of any minority, and it is sure to be supported by an adequate physical force. Moreover, its decisions are likely to enforce themselves. Even in matters of doubtful prognostication, the fact that a majority of the males do the prophesying tends to the fulfillment of the prophecy. At any rate, the adoption or partial adoption of universal male suffrage by several civilized nations is coincident with unexampled ameliorations in the condition of the least fortunate and most numerous classes of the population. To this general amelioration many causes have doubtless contributed, but it is reasonable to suppose that the acquisition of the power which comes with votes has had something to do with it. Timid or conservative people often stand aghast at the possible directions of democratic desire, or at some of the predicted results of democratic rule. But meantime the actual experience of the American democracy proves, 1. That property has never been safer under any form of government; 2. That no people have ever welcomed so ardently new machinery and new inventions generally; 3. That religious toleration was never carried so far, and never so universally accepted; 4. That nowhere have the power and disposition to read been so general; 5. That nowhere has governmental power been more adequate or more freely exercised to levy and collect taxes, to raise armies and to disband them, to maintain public order, and to pay off great public debts, national, state, and town; 6. That nowhere have property and well-being been so widely diffused; and 7. That no form of government ever inspired greater affection and loyalty, or prompted to greater personal sacrifices in supreme moments. In view of these solid facts, speculations as to what universal suffrage would have done in the 17th and 18th centuries, or may do in the 20th, seem futile indeed. The most civilized nations of the world have all either adopted this final appeal to manhood suffrage, or they are approaching that adoption by rapid stages. The United States, having no customs or traditions of an opposite sort to overcome, have led the nations in this direction, and have had the honor of devising, as a result of practical experience, the best safeguards for universal suffrage, safeguards which, in the main, are intended to prevent hasty public action, or action based on sudden discontents or temporary spasms of public feeling. These checks are intended to give time for discussion and deliberation, or, in other words, to secure the enlightenment of the voters before the vote. If, under new conditions, existing safeguards prove insufficient, the only wise course is to devise new safeguards. The United States have made to civilization a fourth contribution of a very hopeful sort, to which public attention needs to be directed, lest temporary evils concerned therewith should prevent the continuation of this beneficent action. The United States have furnished a demonstration that people belonging to a great variety of races or nations are, under favorable circumstances, fit for political freedom. It is the fashion to attribute to the enormous immigration of the last 50 years some of the failures of the American political system, and particularly the American failure in municipal government, and the introduction in a few states of the rule of the irresponsible party foremen known as bosses. Impatient of these evils, and hastily accepting this improbable explanation of them, some people wish to depart from the American policy of welcoming immigrants. In two respects, the absorption of large numbers of immigrants from many nations into the American Commonwealth has been of great service to mankind. In the first place, it has demonstrated that people who at home have been subject to every sort of aristocratic or despotic or military oppression become within less than a generation serviceable citizens of a republic. And in the second place, the United States have thus educated to freedom many millions of men. Furthermore, the comparatively high degree of happiness and prosperity enjoyed by the people of the United States has been brought home to multitudes in Europe by friends and relatives who have emigrated to this country, and have commended free institutions to them in the best possible way. This is a legitimate propaganda, vastly more effective than any annexation or conquest of unwilling people, or of people unprepared for liberty. It is a great mistake to suppose that the process of assimilating foreigners began in this century. The 18th century provided the colonies with a great mixture of peoples, although the English race predominated then as now. When the Revolution broke out, there were already English, Irish, Scotch, Dutch, Germans, French, Portuguese, and Swedes in the colonies. The French were, to be sure, in small proportion, and were almost exclusively Huguenot refugees, but they were a valuable element in the population. The Germans were well diffused, having established themselves in New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Georgia. The Scotch were scattered through all the colonies. Pennsylvania especially was inhabited by an extraordinary mixture of nationalities and religion. Since steam navigation on the Atlantic and railroad transportation on the North American continent became cheap and easy, the tide of immigration has greatly increased. But it is very doubtful if the amount of assimilation going on in the 19th century has been any larger in proportion to the population and wealth of the country than it was in the 18th. The main difference in the assimilation going on in the two centuries is this, that in the 18th century the newcomers were almost all Protestants, while in the 19th century a considerable proportion have been Catholics. One result, however, of the importation of large numbers of Catholics into the United States has been a profound modification of the Roman Catholic Church in regard to the manners and customs of both the clergy and the laity, the scope of the authority of the priest, and the attitude of the Catholic Church toward public education. This American modification of the Roman Church has reacted strongly on the Church in Europe. Another great contribution to civilization made by the United States is the diffusion of material well-being among the population. No country in the world approaches the United States in this respect. It is seen in that diffused elementary education which implants for life a habit of reading, and in the habitual optimism which characterizes the common people. It is seen in the housing of the people and of their domestic animals, in the comparative costliness of their food, clothing, and household furniture, in their implements, vehicles, and means of transportation, and in the substitution on a prodigious scale of the work of machinery for the work of men's hands. This last item in American well-being is quite as striking in agriculture, mining, and fishing as it is in manufactures. The social effects of the manufacture of power, and of the discovery of means of putting that power just where it is wanted, have been more striking in the United States than anywhere else. Manufactured and distributed power needs intelligence to direct it. The bicycle is a blind horse and must be steered at every instant. Somebody must show a steam drill where to strike and how deep to go. So far as men and women can substitute for the direct expenditure of muscular strength the more intelligent effort of designing, tending, and guiding machines, they win promotion in the scale of being, and make their lives more interesting as well as more productive. It is in the invention of machinery for producing and distributing power, and at once economizing and elevating human labor, that American ingenuity has been most conspicuously manifested. The high price of labor in a sparsely settled country has had something to do with this striking result, but the genius of the people and of their government has had much more to do with it. As proof of the general proposition, it suffices merely to mention the telegraph and telephone, the sewing machine, the cotton gin, the mower, reaper, and threshing machine, the dishwashing machine, the river steamboat, the sleeping car, the boot and shoe machinery, and the watch machinery. The ultimate effects of these and kindred inventions are quite as much intellectual as physical, and they are developing and increasing with a portentous rapidity which sometimes suggests a doubt whether the bodily forces of men and women are adequate to resist the new mental strains brought upon them. However this may prove to be in the future, the clear result in the present is an unexampled diffusion of well-being in the United States. These 5 contributions to civilization, peacekeeping, religious toleration, the development of manhood suffrage, the welcoming of newcomers, and the diffusion of well-being, I hold to have been eminently characteristic of our country, and so important that, in spite of the qualifications and deductions which every candid citizen would admit with regard to every one of them, they will ever be held in the grateful remembrance of mankind. They are reasonable grounds for a steady, glowing patriotism. They have had much to do, both as causes and as effects, with the material prosperity of the United States. But they are all 5 essentially moral contributions, being triumphs of reason, enterprise, courage, faith, and justice over passion, selfishness, inertness, timidity, and distrust. Beneath each one of these developments there lies a strong ethical sentiment, a strenuous moral and social purpose. It is for such work that multitudinous democracies are fit. In regard to all five of these contributions, the characteristic policy of our country has been from time to time threatened with reversal, is even now so threatened. It is for true patriots to insist on the maintenance of these historic purposes and policies of the people of the United States. Our country's future perils, whether already visible or still unimagined, are to be met with courage and constancy founded firmly on these popular achievements in the past. I Talk of Dreams by W. D. Howells. But it is mostly my own dreams I talk of, and that will somewhat excuse me for talking of dreams at all. Everyone knows how delightful the dreams are that one dreams one's self, and how insipid the dreams of others are. I had an illustration of the fact not many evenings ago, when a company of us got telling dreams. I had by far the best dreams of any. To be quite frank, mine were the only dreams worth listening to. They were richly imaginative, delicately fantastic, exquisitely whimsical, and humorous in the last degree, and I wondered that when the rest could have listened to them they were always eager to cut in with some silly, senseless, tasteless thing that made me sorry and ashamed for them. I shall not be going too far if I say that it was on their part the grossest betrayal of vanity that I ever witnessed. But the egotism of some people concerning their dreams is almost incredible. They will come down to breakfast and bore everybody with a recital of the nonsense that has passed through their brains in sleep, as if they were not bad enough when they were awake. They will not spare the slightest detail, and if, by the mercy of heaven, they have forgotten something, they will be sure to recollect it, and go back and give it all over again with added circumstance. Such people do not reflect that there is something so purely and intensely personal in dreams that they can rarely interest anyone but the dreamer, and that to the dearest friend, the closest relation or connection, they can seldom be otherwise than tedious and impertinent. The habit husbands and wives have of making each other listen to their dreams is especially cruel. They have each other quite helpless, and for this reason they should all the more carefully guard themselves from abusing their advantage. Parents should not afflict their offspring with the rehearsal of their mental maunderings in sleep, and children should learn that one of the first duties a child owes its parents is to spare them the anguish of hearing what it has dreamed about overnight. A like forbearance in regard to the community at large should be taught as the first trait of good manners in the public schools, if we ever come to teach good manners there. 1. Certain exceptional dreams, however, are so imperatively significant, so vitally important, that it would be wrong to withhold them from the knowledge of those who happened not to dream them, and I feel some such quality in my own dreams so strongly that I could scarcely forgive myself if I did not, however briefly, impart them. It was only last week, for instance, that I found myself one night in the company of the Duke of Wellington, the great Duke, the Iron One, in fact, and after a few moments of agreeable conversation on topics of interest among gentlemen, his Grace said that now, if I pleased, he would like a couple of those towels. We had not been speaking of towels, that I remember, but it seemed the most natural thing in the world that he should mention them in the connection, whatever it was, and I went at once to get them for him. At the place where they gave out towels, and where I found some very civil people, they told me that what I wanted was not towels, and they gave me instead 2 bath gowns of rather scanty measure, butternut in colour and Turkish in texture. The garments made somehow a very strong impression upon me, so that I could draw them now, if I could draw anything, as they looked when they were held up to me. At the same moment, for no reason that I can allege, I passed from a social to a menial relation to the Duke, and foresaw that when I went back to him with those bath gowns, he would not thank me as one gentleman would another, but would offer me a tip as if I were a servant. This gave me no trouble, for I at once dramatized a little scene between myself and the Duke, in which I should bring him the bath gowns, and he should offer me the tip, and I should refuse it with a low bow and say that I was an American. What I did not dramatize, or what seemed to enter into the dialogue quite without my agency, was the Duke's reply to my proud speech. It was foreshown me that he would say, he did not see why that should make any difference. I suppose it was in the hurt I felt at this wound to our national dignity that I now instantly invented the society of some ladies, whom I told of my business with those bath gowns (I still had them in my hands), and urged them to go with me and call upon the Duke. They expressed somehow that they would rather not, and then I urged that the Duke was very handsome. This seemed to end the whole affair, and I passed on to other visions, which I cannot recall. I have not often had a dream of such international import in the offence offered through me to the American character and its well-known superiority to tips, but I have had others quite as humiliating to me personally. In fact, I am rather in the habit of having such dreams, and I think I may not unjustly attribute to them the disciplined modesty which the reader will hardly fail to detect in my present essay. It has more than once been my fate to find myself during sleep in battle, where I behave with so little courage as to bring discredit upon our flag and shame upon myself. In these circumstances I am not anxious to make even a showing of courage. My one thought is to get away as rapidly and safely as possible. It is said that this is really the wish of all novices under fire, and that the difference between a hero and a coward is that the hero hides it with a duplicity which finally does him honor, and that the coward frankly runs away. I have never really been in battle, and if it is anything like a battle in dreams, I would not willingly qualify myself to speak by the card on this point. Neither have I ever really been upon the stage, but in dreams I have often been there, and always in a great trouble of mind at not knowing my part. It seems a little odd that I should not sometimes be prepared, but I never am, and I feel that when the curtain rises I shall be disgraced beyond all reprieve. I dare say it is the suffering from this that awakens me in time, or changes the current of my dreams, so that I have never yet been actually hooted from the stage. 2. But I do not much object to these ordeals as to some social experiences which I have in dreams. I cannot understand why one should dream of being slighted or snubbed in society, but this is what I have done more than once, though never perhaps so signally as in the instance I am about to give. I found myself in a large room where people were sitting at lunch or supper around small tables, as is the custom, I am told, at parties in the houses of our nobility and gentry. I was feeling very well, not too proud, I hope, but in harmony with the time and place. I was very well dressed for me, and as I stood talking to some ladies at one of the tables I was saying some rather brilliant things for me. I lounged easily on one foot, as I have observed men of fashion do, and as I talked I flipped my gloves, which I held in one hand, across the other. I remember thinking that this was a peculiarly distinguished action. Upon the whole, I comported myself like one in the habit of such affairs, and I turned to walk away to another table, very well satisfied with myself and with the effect of my splendour upon the ladies. But I had got only a few paces off when I perceived, I could not see with my back turned, one of the ladies lean forward, and heard her say to the rest in a tone of killing condescension and patronage, "I don't see why that person isn't as well as another." I say that I do not like this sort of dreams, and I never would have them if I could help. They make me ask myself if I am really such a snob when I am waking, and this in itself is very unpleasant. If I am, I cannot help hoping that it will not be found out. And in my dreams I am always less sorry for the misdeeds I commit than for their possible discovery. I have done some very bad things in dreams, which I have no concern for whatever, except as they seem to threaten me with publicity or bring me within the penalty of the law. And I believe this is the attitude of most other criminals, remorse being a fiction of the poets, according to the students of the criminal class. It is not agreeable to bring this home to one's self, but the fact is not without its significance in another direction. It implies that both in the case of the dream criminal and the deed criminal there is perhaps the same taint of insanity. Only in the deed criminal it is active, and in the dream criminal it is passive. In both, the inhibitory clause that forbids evil is off, but the dreamer is not bidden to do evil as the maniac is, or as the malefactor often seems to be. The dreamer is purely unmoral. Good and bad are the same to his conscience. He has no more to do with right and wrong than the animals. He is reduced to the state of the merely natural man, and perhaps the primitive men were really like what we all are now in our dreams. Perhaps all life to them was merely dreaming, and they never had anything like our waking consciousness, which seems to be the offspring of conscience, or else the parent of it. Until men passed the first stage of being, perhaps that which we call the soul, for want of a better name, or a worse, could hardly have existed, and perhaps in dreams the soul is mostly absent now. The soul, or the principle that we call the soul, is the supernal criticism of the deeds done in the body, which goes perpetually on in the waking mind. While this watches and warns or commands, we go right, but when it is off duty we go neither right nor wrong, but are as the beasts that perish. A common theory is that dreams which we remember are those we have in the drowse which precedes sleeping and waking. But I do not altogether accept this theory. In fact, there is very little proof of it. We often wake from a dream, literally, but there is no proof that we did not dream in the middle of the night the dream which is quite as vividly with us in the morning as the one we wake from. I should think that the dream which has some color of conscience in it was the drowse dream, and that the dream which has none is the sleep dream. And I believe that the most of our dreams will be found by this test to be sleep dreams. It is in these we may know what we would be without our souls, without their supernal criticism of the mind. For the mind keeps on working in them with the lights of waking knowledge, both experience and observation, but ruthlessly, remorselessly. By them we may know what the state of the habitual criminal is, what the state of the lunatic, the animal, the devil is. In them the personal character ceases. The dreamer is remanded to his type. 3. It is very strange in the matter of dreadful dreams how the body of the terror is, in the course of often dreaming, reduced to a mere convention. For a long time I was tormented with a nightmare of burglars, and at first I used to dramatize the whole affair in detail, from the time the burglars approached the house till they mounted the stairs, and the light of their dark lanterns shone under the door into my room. Now I have blue penciled all that introductory detail. I have a light shining in under my door at once. I know that it is my old burglars, and I have the effects of nightmare without further ceremony. There are other nightmares that still cost me a great deal of trouble in their construction, as for instance the nightmare of clinging to the face of a precipice or the eaves of a lofty building. I have to take as much pains with the arrangement of these as if I were now dreaming them for the first time, and were hardly more than an apprentice in the business. Perhaps the most universal dream of all is that disgraceful dream of appearing in public places and in society with very little or nothing on. This dream spares neither age nor sex, I believe, and I dare say the innocency of wordless infancy is abused by it and dotage pursued to the tomb. I have not the least doubt Adam and Eve had it in Eden. Though up to the moment the fig leaf came in, it is difficult to imagine just what plight they found themselves in that seemed improper. Probably there was some plight. The most amusing thing about this dream is the sort of defensive process that goes on in the mind in search of self-justification or explanation. Is there not some peculiar circumstance or special condition in whose virtue it is wholly right and proper for one to come to a fashionable assembly clad simply in a towel, or to go about the street in nothing but a pair of kid gloves or of pajamas at the most? This, or something like it, the mind of the dreamer struggles to establish with a good deal of anxious appeal to the bystanders, and a final sense of the hopelessness of the cause. One may easily laugh off this sort of dream in the morning, but there are other shameful dreams, whose inculpation projects itself far into the day, and whose infamy often lingers about one till lunch-time. Everyone nearly has had them, but it is not the kind of dream that anyone is fond of telling. The gross vanity of the most besotted dream-teller keeps that sort back. During the forenoon, at least, the victim goes about with the dim question whether he is not really that kind of man harassing him, and a sort of remote fear that he may be. I fancy that as to his nature and as to his mind he is so, and that but for the supernal criticism, but for his soul, he might be that kind of man in very act and deed. The dreams we sometimes have about other people are not without a curious suggestion, and the superstitious of those superstitious who like to invent their own superstitions might very well imagine that the persons dreamed of had a writing complicity in their facts as well as the dreamer. This is a conjecture that must, of course, not be forced to any conclusion. One must not go to one of these persons and ask, however much one would like to ask, "Sir, have you no recollection of such and such a thing at such and such a time and place, which happened to us in my dream?" Any such person would be fully justified in not answering the question. It would be of all interviewing the most intolerable species. Yet a singular interest, a curiosity not altogether indefensible, will attach to these persons in the dreamer's mind, and he will not be without the sense, ever after, that he and they have a secret in common. This is dreadful, but the only thing that I can think to do about it is to urge people to keep out of other people's dreams by every means in their power. 4. There are things in dreams very awful, which would not be at all so in waking. Quite witless and aimless things, which at the time were of such baleful effect that it remains forever. I remember dreaming, when I was quite a small boy, not more than 10 years old, a dream which is vivider in my mind now than anything that happened at the time. I suppose it came remotely from my reading of certain tales of the grotesque and the arabesque, which had just then fallen into my hands, and it involved simply an action of the fire company in the little town where I lived. They were working the brakes of the old fire engine, which would seldom respond to their efforts, and as their hands rose and fell they set up the heart-shaking and soul-desolating cry of "Arms Poe! Arms Poe! Arms Poe!" This and nothing more was the body of my horror, and if the reader is not moved by it the fault is his and not mine, for I can assure him that nothing in my experience has been more dreadful to me. I can hardly except the dismaying apparition of a clown whom I once saw, somewhat later in life, rise through the air in a sitting posture and float lightly over the house roof, snapping his fingers and vaguely smiling, while the antennae on his forehead, which clowns have in common with some other insects, nodded elasticity. I do not know why this portent should have been so terrifying, or indeed that it was a portent at all, for nothing ever came of it. What I know is that it was to the last degree threatening and awful. I never got anything but joy out of the circuses where this dream must have originated, but the pantomime of Don Giovanni, which I saw at the theatre, was as gruesome to me waking as it was to me dreaming. The statue of Commendatore, in getting down from his horse to pursue the wicked hero, I think that is what he gets down for, set an example by which a long line of statues afterward profited in my dreams. For many years, and I do not know but quite up to the time when I adopted burglars as the theme of my nightmares, I was almost always chased by a marble statue with an uplifted arm, and almost always I ran along the verge of a pond to escape it. I believe that I got this pond out of my remote childhood, and that it may have been a fish pond embowered by weeping willows which I used to admire in the door yard of a neighbor. I have somehow a greater respect for the material of this earlier nightmare than I have for that of the later ones, and no doubt the reader will agree with me that it is much more romantic to be pursued by a statue than to be threatened by burglars. It is but a few hours ago, however, that I saved myself from these inveterate enemies by waking up just in time for breakfast. They did not come with that light of the dark lanterns shining under the door, or I should have known them at once, and not had so much bother. But they intimated their presence in the catch of the lock, which would not close securely, and there was some question at first whether they were not ghosts. I thought of tying the doorknob on the inside of my room to my bedpost, a bedpost that has not been in existence for 50 years. But after suffering a while, I decided to speak to them from an upper window. By this time they had turned into a trio of harmless, necessary tramps, and at my appeal to them, absolutely nonsensical as I now believe it to have been, to regard the peculiar circumstances, whatever they were or were not. They did really get up from the back porch where they were seated and go quietly away. Burglars are not always so easily to be entreated. On one occasion, when I found a party of them digging at the corner of my house on Concord Avenue in Cambridge, and opened the window over them to expostulate, the leader looked up at me in well-affected surprise. He lifted his hand with a $20 note in it toward me and said, "Oh, can you change me a $20 bill?" I expressed a polite regret that I had not so much money about me, and then he said to the rest, "Go ahead, boys," and they went on undermining my house. I do not know what came of it all. Of ghosts I have seldom dreamed, so far as I can remember. In fact, I have never dreamed of the kind of ghosts that we are all more or less afraid of, though I have dreamed rather often of the spirits of departed friends. But I once dreamed of dying, and the reader, who has never died yet, may be interested to know what it is like. According to this experience of mine, which I do not claim is typical, it is like a fire kindling in an air-tight stove with paper and shavings. The gathering smoke and gases suddenly burst into flame and puff the door out, and all is over. I have not yet been led to execution for the many crimes I have committed in my dreams, but I was once in the hands of a barber, who added to the shaving and shampooing business the art of removing his customers' heads in the treatment for headache. As I took my seat in his chair, I had some lingering doubts as to the effect of a treatment so drastic, and I ventured to mention the case of a friend of mine, a gentleman somewhat eminent in the law, who after several weeks was still going about without his head. The barber did not attempt to refute my position. He merely said, "Oh, well, he had such a very thick sort of head anyway." This was a sarcasm, but I think it was urged as a reason, though it may not have been. We rarely bring away from sleep the things that seem so brilliant to us in our dreams. Verse is especially apt to fade away, or turn into doggerel in the memory, and the witty sayings which we contrive to remember will hardly bear the test of daylight. The most perfect thing of the kind out of my own dreams was something that I seemed to wake with the very sound of in my ears. It was after a certain dinner, which had been rather uncommonly gay, with a good deal of very good talk, which seemed to go on all night. And when I woke in the morning, someone was saying, "Oh, I shouldn't at all mind his robbing Peter to pay Paul, if I felt sure that Paul would get the money." This I think really humorous, and an extremely neat bit of characterization. I feel free to praise it, because it was not I who said it. 5. Apparently the greater part of dreams have no more mirth than sense in them. This is perhaps because the man is in dreams reduced to the brute condition, and is the lawless inferior of the waking man intellectually, as the lawless in waking are always the inferiors of the lawful. Some loose thinkers suppose that if we give the rein to the imagination, it will do great things, but it will really do little things, foolish and worthless things, as we witness in dreams, where it is quite unbridled. It must keep close to truth, and it must be under the law if it would work strongly and sanely. The man in his dreams is really lower than the lunatic in his deliriums. These have a logic of their own, but the dreamer has not even a crazy logic. Like a dog, he hunts in dreams, and probably his dreams and the dog's are not only alike, but are of the same quality. In his wicked dreams the man is not only animal, he is devil, so wholly is he let into his evils, as the Swedenborgians say. The wrong is indifferent to him until the fear of detection and punishment steals in upon him. Even then he is not sorry for his misdeed, as I have said before. He is only anxious to escape its consequences. It seems probable that when this fear makes itself felt, he is near to waking, and probably when we dream, as we often do, that the thing is only a dream, and hope for rescue from it by waking, we are always just about to wake. This double effect is very strange, but still more strange is the effect which we are privy to in the minds of others when they do not merely say things to us which are wholly unexpected, but think things that we know they are thinking, and that they do not express in words. A great many years ago, when I was young, I dreamed that my father, who was in another town, came into the room where I was really lying asleep, and stood by my bed. He wished to greet me after our separation, but he reasoned that if he did so I should wake, and he turned and left the room without touching me. This process in his mind, which I knew as clearly and accurately as if it had apparently gone on in my own, was apparently confined to his mind as absolutely as anything could be that was not spoken or in any wise uttered. Of course it was of my agency, like any other part of the dream, and it was something like the operation of the novelist's intention through the mind of his characters. But in this there is the author's consciousness that he is doing it all himself, while in my dream this reasoning in the mind of another was something that I felt myself mere witness of. In fact, there is no analogy, so far as I can make out, between the process of literary invention and the process of dreaming. In the invention, the critical faculty is vividity and constantly alert. In dreaming it seems altogether absent. It seems absent, too, in what we call daydreaming, or that sort of dramatizing action which perhaps goes on perpetually in the minds or some minds. But this daydreaming is not otherwise any more like night dreaming than invention is, for the man is never more actively and consciously a man, and never has a greater will to be fine and high and grand than in his daydreams, while in his night dreams he is quite willing to be a miscreant of any worst sort. It is very remarkable, in view of this fact, that we have now and then, though ever so much more rarely, dreams that are as angelic as those others are demoniac. Is it possible that then the dreamer is let into his goods, the word is Swedenborg's again, instead of his evils? It may be supposed that in sleep the dreamer lies passive, while his proper soul is away, and other spirits, celestial and infernal, have free access to his mind and abuse it to their own ends in the one case, and use it in his behalf in the other. That would be an explanation, but nothing seems quite to hold in regard to dreams. If it is true, why should the dreamer's state so much oftener be imbued with evil than with good? It might be answered that the evil forces are much more positive and aggressive than the good, or that the love of the dreamer, which is his life, being mainly evil, invites the wicked spirits oftener. But that is a point which I would rather leave each dreamer to settle for himself. The greater number of everyone's dreams, like the romantic novel, I fancy, concern incident rather than character. And I am not sure, after all, that the dream which convicts the dreamer of an essential baseness is commoner than the dream that tells in his favor morally. I dare say every reader of this book has had dreams so amusing that he has wakened himself from them by laughing, and then not found them so very funny, or perhaps not been able to recall them at all. I have had at least one of this sort, remarkable for other reasons, which remains perfect in my mind, though it is now some 10 years old. One of the children had been exposed to a very remote chance of scarlet fever at the house of a friend, and had been duly scolded for the risk, which was then quite forgotten. I dreamed that this friend, however, was giving a ladies' lunch, at which I was unaccountably and invisibly present, and the talk began to run upon the scarlet fever cases in her family. She said that after the last she had fumigated the whole house for 72 hours, the period seemed very significant and important in my dream, and had burned everything she could lay her hands on. "And what did the nurse burn?" asked one of the other ladies. The hostess began to laugh. "The nurse didn't burn a thing." Then all the rest burst out laughing at the joke, and the laughter woke me, to see the boy sitting up in his bed and hear him saying, "Oh, I am so sick." It was the nausea which announces scarlet fever, and for 6 weeks after that we were in quarantine. Very likely the fear of the contagion had been in my nether mind all the time, but so far as consciousness could testify of it, I had wholly forgotten it. One rarely loses one's personality in dreams. It is rather intensified with all the proper circumstances and relations of it. But I have had at least one dream in which I seemed to transcend my own circumstance and condition with remarkable completeness. Even my epoch, my precious present, I left behind, or ahead rather, and in my unity with the persons of my dream I became strictly mediaeval. In fact, I have always called it my mediaeval dream, to such as I could get to listen to it, and it had for its scene a feudal tower in some waste place, a tower open at the top and with a deep clear pool of water at the bottom, so that it instantly became known to me, as if I had always known it, for the Pool Tower. While I stood looking into it in a mediaeval dress and a mediaeval mood, there came flying in at the open door of the ruin beside me the Duke's hunchback, and after him, furious and shrieking maledictions, the swarthy beauty whom I was aware the Duke was tired of. The keeping was now not only ducal but thoroughly Italian, and it was suggested somehow to my own subtle Italian perception that the hunchback had been set on to tease the girl and provoke her, so that she should turn upon him and try to wreak her fury on him and chase him into the Pool Tower and up the stone stairs that wound round its hollow to the top where the solemn sky showed. The fearful spire of the steps was unguarded, and when I had lost the pair from sight, with the dwarf's mocking laughter and the girl's angry cries in my ears, there came fluttering from the height like a bird wounded, and whirling from a lofty tree, the figure of the girl, while far aloof the hunchback peered over at her fall. Midway in her descent, her head struck against the edge of the steps with a kish, such as an eggshell makes when broken against the edge of a platter, and then plunged into the dark pool at my feet, where I could presently see her lying in the clear depths, and the blood curling upward from the wound in her skull like a dark smoke. I was not sensible of any great pity. I accepted the affair, quite mediaevally, as something that might very well have happened, given the girl, the Duke and the dwarf, and the time and place. I am rather fond of a mediaeval setting for those dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, just closing for an afternoon nap. Then I invite to my vision a wide landscape, with a cold, wintry afternoon light upon it, and over this plain I have bands and groups of people scurrying in mediaeval hose of divers colors and mediaeval leathern jerkins, hugging themselves against the frost, and very miserable. They affect me with a profound compassion. They represent to me, somehow, the vast mass of humanity, the mass that does the work and earns the bread and goes cold and hungry through all the ages. I should be at a loss to say why this was the effect, and I am utterly unable to say why these four dreams, which I partially solicit, should have such a tremendous significance as they seem to have. They are mostly of the most evanescent and intangible character, but they have one trait in common. They always involve the attribution of ethical motive and quality to material things, and in their passage through my brain they promise me a solution of the riddle of the painful earth in the very instant when they are gone forever. They are of innumerable multitude, chasing each other with the swiftness of light, and never staying to be seized by the memory, which seems already drugged with sleep before their course begins. One of these dreams, indeed, I did capture, and I found it to be the figure 8, but lying on its side, and in that posture involving the mystery and the revelation of the mystery of the universe. I leave the reader to imagine why. As we grow older, I think we are less and less able to remember our dreams. This is perhaps because the experience of youth is less dense, and the empty spaces of the young consciousness are more hospitable to these airy visitants. A few dreams of my later life stand out in strong relief, but for the most part they blend in an indistinguishable mass, and pass away with the actualities into a common oblivion. I should say that they were more frequent with me than they used to be. It seems to me that now I dream whole nights through, and much more about the business of my waking life than formerly. As I earn my living by weaving a certain sort of dreams into literary form, it might be supposed that I would sometime dream of the personages in these dreams, but I cannot remember that I have ever done so. The two kinds of inventing, the voluntary and the involuntary, seem absolutely and finally distinct. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. As we grow older, I think we are less and less able to remember our dreams. This is perhaps because the experience of youth is less dense, and the empty spaces of the young consciousness are more hospitable to these airy visitants. A few dreams of my later life stand out in strong relief, but for the most part they blend in an indistinguishable mass, and pass away with the actualities into a common oblivion. I should say that they were more frequent with me than they used to be. It seems to me that now I dream whole nights through, and much more about the business of my waking life than formerly. As I earn my living by weaving a certain sort of dreams into literary form, it might be supposed that I would sometime dream of the personages in these dreams, but I cannot remember that I have ever done so. The two kinds of inventing, the voluntary and the involuntary, seem absolutely and finally distinct. Of the prophetic dreams which people sometimes have, I have mentioned the only one of mine which had any dramatic interest, but I have verified in my own experience the theory of Ribot, that approaching disease sometimes intimates itself in dreams of the disorder impending, before it is otherwise declared in the organism. In actual sickness I think that I dream rather less than in health. I had a malarial fever when I was a boy, and I had a sort of continuous dream in it that distressed me greatly. It was of gliding down the schoolhouse stairs without touching my feet to the steps, and this was indescribably appalling. The anguish of mind that one suffers from the imaginary dangers of dreams is probably of the same quality as that inspired by real peril in waking. A curious proof of this happened within my knowledge not many years ago. One of the neighbor's children was coasting down a long hill with a railroad at the foot of it, and as he neared the bottom an express train rushed round the curve. The flagman ran forward and shouted to the boy to throw himself off his sled, but he kept on and ran into the locomotive, and was so hurt that he died. His injuries, however, were to the spine, and they were of a kind that rendered him insensible to pain while he lived. He talked very clearly and calmly of his accident, and when he was asked why he did not throw himself off his sled as the flagman bade him, he said, "I thought it was a dream." The reality had, through the mental stress no doubt, transmuted itself to the very substance of dreams, and he had felt the same kind and quality of suffering as he would have done if he had been dreaming. The Norwegian poet and novelist Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson was at my house shortly after this happened, and he was greatly struck by the psychological implications of the incident. It seemed to mean for him all sorts of possibilities in the obscure realm where it cast a fitful light. But such a glimmer soon fades, and the darkness thickens round us again. It is not with the blindfold sense of sleep that we shall ever find out the secret of life, I fancy, either in the dreams which seem personal to us each one, or those universal dreams which we apparently share with the whole race. Of the race dream, as I may call it, there is one hardly less common than that dream of going about insufficiently clad, which I have already mentioned, and that is the dream of suddenly falling from some height and waking with a start. The experience before the start is extremely dim, and latterly I have condensed this dread almost as much as the preliminary passages of my burglar dream. I am aware of nothing but an instant of danger, and then comes the jar or jolt that wakens me. Upon the whole, I find this a great saving of emotion, and I do not know but there is a tendency, as I grow older, to shorten up the detail of what may be styled the conventional dream, the dream which we have so often that it is like a story read before. Indeed, the plots of dreams are not much more varied than the plots of romantic novels, which are notoriously stale and hackneyed. It would be interesting and possibly important if some observer would note the recurrence of this sort of dreams and classify their varieties. I think we should all be astonished to find how few and slight the variations were. 7. If I come to speak of dreams concerning the dead, it must be with a tenderness and awe that all who have had them will share with me. Nothing is more remarkable in them than the fact that the dead, though they are dead, yet live, and are, to our commerce with them, quite like all other living persons. We may recognize, and they may recognize, that they are no longer in the body, but they are as verily living as we are. This may be merely an effect from the doctrine of immortality which we all hold or have held. Yet I would fain believe that it may be something like proof of it. No one really knows or can know, but one may at least hope without offending science, which indeed no longer frowns so darkly upon faith. This persistence of life in those whom we mourn as dead may not be a witness of the fact that the consciousness cannot accept the notion of death at all, and whatever crazy sorrow saith, that we have never truly felt them lost? Sometimes those who have died come back in dreams as parts of a common life which seems never to have been broken. The old circle is restored without a flaw, but whether they do this, or whether it is acknowledged between them and us that they have died and are now disembodied spirits, the effect of life is the same. Perhaps in those dreams they and we are alike disembodied spirits, and the soul of the dreamer, which so often seems to abandon the body to the animal, is then the conscious entity, the thing which the dreamer feels to be himself, and is mingling with the souls of the departed on something like the terms which shall hereafter be constant. I think very few of those who have lost their beloved have failed to receive some sign or message from them in dreams, and often it is of deep and abiding consolation. It may be that this is our anguish, compelling the echo of love out of the darkness where nothing is, but it may be that there is something there which answers to our throe with pity and with longing like our own. Again, no one knows. But in a matter impossible of definite solution, I will not refuse the comfort which belief can give. Unbelief can be no gain, and belief no loss. But those dreams are so dear, so sacred, so interwoven with the finest and tenderest tissues of our being, that one cannot speak of them freely, or indeed more than most vaguely. It is enough to say that one has had them, and to know that almost every one else has had them too. They seem to be among the universal dreams, and a strange quality of them is that, though they deal with a fact of universal doubt, they are, to my experience at least, not nearly so fantastic or capricious as the dreams that deal with the facts of everyday life and with the affairs of people still in this world. I do not know whether it is common to dream of faces or figures strange to our waking knowledge, but occasionally I have done this. I suppose it is much the same kind of invention that causes the person we dream of to say or do a thing unexpected to us. But this is rather common, and the creation of a novel aspect, the physiognomy of a stranger, in the person we dream of, is rather rare. In all my dreams I can recall but one presence of the kind. I have never dreamed of any sort of monster foreign to my knowledge, or even of any grotesque thing made up of elements familiar to it. The grotesqueness has always been in the motive or circumstance of the dream. I have very seldom dreamed of animals, though once, when I was a boy, for a time after I had passed a cornfield where there were some bundles of snakes, writhen and knotted together in the cold of an early spring day, I had dreams infested by like images of those loathsome reptiles. I suppose that every one has had dreams of finding his way through unnamable filth, and of feeding upon hideous carnage. These are clearly the punishment of gluttony, and are the fumes of a rebellious stomach. I have heard people say they have sometimes dreamed of a thing, and awakened from their dream, and then fallen asleep and dreamed of the same thing. But I believe that this is all one continuous dream, that they did not really awaken, but only dreamed that they awakened. I have never had any such dream, but at one time I had a recurrent dream, which was so singular that I thought no one else had ever had a recurrent dream, till I proved that it was rather common, by starting the inquiry in the Contributors' Club in the Atlantic Monthly, when I found that great numbers of people have recurrent dreams. My own recurrent dreams began to come during the first year of my consulate in Venice, where I had hoped to find the same kind of poetic dimness on the phases of American life, which I wished to treat in literature as the distance in time would have given. I should not wish any such dimness now, but those were my romantic days, and I was sorely baffled by its absence. The disappointment began to haunt my nights as well as my days, and a dream repeated itself from week to week for a matter of 8 or 10 months to one effect. I dreamed that I had gone home to America, and that people met me and said, "Why, you have given up your place," and I always answered, "Certainly not. I haven't done at all what I mean to do there yet. I am only here on my 10 days' leave." I meant the 10 days which a consul might take each quarter without applying to the Department of State. And then I would reflect how impossible it was that I should make the visit in that time. I saw that I should be found out and dismissed from my office and publicly disgraced. Then suddenly I was not consul at Venice, and had not been, but a consul at Delhi in India, and the distress I felt would all end in a splendid oriental phantasmagory of elephants and native princes, with their retinues in procession, which I suppose was mostly out of my reading of De Quincey. This dream, with no variation that I can recall, persisted till I broke it up by saying, in the morning after it had recurred, that I had dreamed that dream again, and so it began to fade away, coming less and less frequently, and at last ceasing altogether. I am rather proud of that dream. It is really my battle horse among dreams, and I think I will ride away on it. From Impressions and Experiences, by W. D. Howells, copyright 1896 by W. D. Howells. An Idyll of the Honey Bee, by John Burroughs. There is no creature with which man has surrounded himself that seems so much like a product of civilization, so much like the result of development on special lines and in special fields, as the honey bee. Indeed, a colony of bees, with their neatness and love of order, their division of labor, their public spiritedness, their thrift, their complex economies, and their inordinate love of gain, seems as far removed from a condition of rude nature as does a walled city or a cathedral town. Our native bee, on the other hand, the burly, dozing, humble bee, affects one more like the rude, untutored savage. He has learned nothing from experience. He lives from hand to mouth. He luxuriates in time of plenty, and he starves in times of scarcity. He lives in a rude nest or in a hole in the ground, and in small communities. He builds a few deep cells or sacks in which he stores a little honey and bee bread for his young, but as a worker in wax he is of the most primitive and awkward. The Indian regarded the honey bee as an ill omen. She was the white man's fly. In fact, she was the epitome of the white man himself. She has the white man's craftiness, his industry, his architectural skill, his neatness and love of system, his foresight, and above all, his eager, miserly habits. The honey bee's great ambition is to be rich, to lay up great stores, to possess the sweet of every flower that blooms. She is more than provident. Enough will not satisfy her. She must have all she can get by hook or by crook. She comes from the oldest country, Asia, and thrives best in the most fertile and long-settled lands. Yet the fact remains that the honey bee is essentially a wild creature, and never has been and cannot be thoroughly domesticated. Its proper home is the woods, and thither every new swarm counts on going, and thither many do go in spite of the care and watchfulness of the beekeeper. If the woods in any given locality are deficient in trees with suitable cavities, the bees resort to all sorts of makeshifts. They go into chimneys, into barns and outhouses, under stones, into rocks, and so forth. Several chimneys in my locality with disused flues are taken possession of by colonies of bees nearly every season. One day while bee hunting I developed a line that went toward a farmhouse where I had reason to believe no bees were kept. I followed it up and questioned the farmer about his bees. He said he kept no bees, but that a swarm had taken possession of his chimney, and another had gone under the clapboards in the gable end of his house. He had taken a large lot of money out of both places the year before. Another farmer told me that one day his family had seen a number of bees examining a knot-hole in the side of his house. The next day, as they were sitting down to dinner, their attention was attracted by a loud humming noise, when they discovered a swarm of bees settling upon the side of the house and pouring into the knot-hole. In subsequent years other swarms came to the same place. Apparently every swarm of bees, before it leaves the parent hive, sends out exploring parties to look up the future home. The woods and groves are searched through and through, and no doubt the privacy of many a squirrel and many a wood mouse is intruded upon. What cosy nooks and retreats they do spy out, so much more attractive than the painted hive in the garden, so much cooler in summer and so much warmer in winter. The bee is in the main an honest citizen. She prefers legitimate to illegitimate business. She is never an outlaw until her proper sources of supply fail. She will not touch honey as long as honey-yielding flowers can be found. She always prefers to go to the fountainhead, and dislikes to take her sweets at second hand. But in the fall, after the flowers have failed, she can be tempted. The bee hunter takes advantage of this fact. He betrays her with a little honey. He wants to steal her stores, and he first encourages her to steal his, then follows the thief home with her booty. This is the whole trick of the bee hunter. The bees never suspect his game, else by taking a circuitous route they could easily baffle him. But the honey bee has absolutely no wit or cunning outside of her special gifts as a gatherer and storer of honey. She is a simple-minded creature, and can be imposed upon by any novice. Yet it is not every novice that can find a bee-tree. The sportsman may track his game to its retreat by the aid of his dog, but in hunting the honey bee one must be his own dog, and track his game through an element in which it leaves no trail. It is a task for a sharp, quick eye, and may test the resources of the best woodcraft. One autumn, when I devoted much time to this pursuit, as the best means of getting at nature and the open-air exhilaration, my eye became so trained that bees were nearly as easy to it as birds. I saw and heard bees wherever I went. One day, standing on a street corner in a great city, I saw above the trucks and the traffic a line of bees carrying off sweets from some grocery or confectionery shop. One looks upon the woods with a new interest when he suspects they hold a colony of bees. What a pleasing secret it is! A tree with a heart of comb honey, a decayed oak or maple with a bit of Sicily or Mount Hymettus stowed away in its trunk or branches. Secret chambers where lies hidden the wealth of 10,000 little freebooters, great nuggets and wedges of precious ore gathered with risk and labor from every field and wood about. But if you would know the delights of bee hunting, and how many sweets such a trip yields besides honey, come with me some bright, warm, late September or early October day. It is the golden season of the year, and any errand or pursuit that takes us abroad upon the hills or by the painted woods and along the amber-colored streams at such a time is enough. So, with haversacks filled with grapes and peaches and apples and a bottle of milk, for we shall not be home to dinner, and armed with a compass, a hatchet, a pail, and a box with a piece of comb honey neatly fitted into it. Any box the size of your hand with a lid will do nearly as well as the elaborate and ingenious contrivance of the regular bee hunter, we sally forth. Our course at first lies along the highway under the great chestnut trees whose nuts are just dropping, then through an orchard and across a little creek, thence gently rising through a long series of cultivated fields towards some high uplying land behind which rises a rugged wooded ridge or mountain, the most sightly point in all this section. Behind this ridge for several miles the country is wild, wooded, and rocky, and is no doubt the home of many wild swarms of bees. What a gleeful uproar the robins, cedar birds, high holes, and cow blackbirds make amid the black cherry trees as we pass along. The raccoons, too, have been here after black cherries, and we see their marks at various points. Several crows are walking about a newly sowed wheat field we pass through, and we pause to note their graceful movements and glossy coats. I have seen no bird walk the ground with just the same air the crow does. It is not exactly pride, there is no strut or swagger in it, though perhaps just a little condescension. It is the contented, complacent, and self-possessed gait of a lord over his domains. All these acres are mine, he says, and all these crops. Men plow and sow for me, and I stay here or go there and find life sweet and good wherever I am. The hawk looks awkward and out of place on the ground. The game birds hurry and skulk, but the crow is at home and treads the earth as if there were none to molest or make him afraid. The crows we have always with us, but it is not every day or every season that one sees an eagle. Hence I must preserve the memory of one I saw the last day I went bee hunting. As I was laboring up the side of a mountain at the head of a valley, the noble bird sprang from the top of a dry tree above me and came sailing directly over my head. I saw him bend his eye down upon me, and I could hear the low hum of his plumage as if the web of every quill in his great wings vibrated in his strong level flight. I watched him as long as my eye could hold him. When he was fairly clear of the mountain, he began that sweeping spiral movement in which he climbs the sky. Up and up he went, without once breaking his majestic poise, till he appeared to sight some far-off alien geography, when he bent his course thitherward and gradually vanished in the blue depths. The eagle is a bird of large ideas. He embraces long distances. The continent is his home. I never look upon one without emotion. I follow him with my eye as long as I can. I think of Canada, of the Great Lakes, of the Rocky Mountains, of the wild and sounding sea-coast. The waters are his, and the woods and the inaccessible cliffs. He pierces behind the veil of the storm, and his joy is height and depth and vast spaces. We go out of our way to touch at a spring run in the edge of the woods, and are lucky to find a single scarlet lobelia lingering there. It seems almost to light up the gloom with its intense bit of color. Beside a ditch in a field beyond, we find the great blue lobelia, and near it, amid weeds and wild grasses and purple asters, the most beautiful of our fall flowers, the fringed gentian. What a rare and delicate, almost aristocratic look the gentian has amid its coarse, unkempt surroundings. It does not lure the bee, but it lures and holds every passing human eye. If we strike through the corner of yonder woods, where the ground is moistened by hidden springs, and where there is a little opening amid the trees, we shall find the closed gentian, a rare flower in this locality. I had walked this way many times before I chanced upon its retreat, and then I was following a line of bees. I lost the bees, but I got the gentians. How curious this flower looks, with its deep blue petals folded together so tightly, a bud and yet a blossom. It is the nun among our wild flowers, a form closely veiled and cloaked. The buccaneer bumblebee sometimes tries to rifle it of its sweets. I have seen the blossom with the bee entombed in it. He had forced his way into the virgin corolla as if determined to know its secret, but he had never returned with the knowledge he had gained. After a refreshing walk of a couple of miles, we reach a point where we will make our first trial. A high stone wall that runs parallel with the wooded ridge referred to, and separated from it by a broad field. There are bees at work there on that goldenrod, and it requires but little manoeuvring to sweep one into our box. Almost any other creature rudely and suddenly arrested in its career, and clapped into a cage in this way, would show great confusion and alarm. The bee is alarmed for a moment, but the bee has a passion stronger than its love of life or fear of death, namely, desire for honey, not simply to eat, but to carry home as booty. Such rage of honey in their bosom beats, says Virgil. It is quick to catch the scent of honey in the box, and as quick to fall to filling itself. We now set the box down upon the wall and gently remove the cover. The bee is head and shoulders in one of the half-filled cells, and is oblivious to everything else about it. Come rack, come ruin, it will die at work. We step back a few paces and sit down upon the ground so as to bring the box against the blue sky as a background. In 2 or 3 minutes the bee is seen rising slowly and heavily from the box. It seems loath to leave so much honey behind, and it marks the place well. It mounts aloft in a rapidly increasing spiral, surveying the near and minute objects first, then the larger and more distant, till having circled above the spot 5 or 6 times, and taken all its bearings, it darts away from home. It is a good eye that holds fast to the bee till it is fairly off. Sometimes one's head will swim following it, and often one's eye are put out by the sun. This bee gradually drifts down the hill, then strikes away toward a farmhouse half a mile away where I know bees are kept. Then we try another, and the third bee, much to our satisfaction, goes straight towards the woods. We could see the brown speck against the darker background for many yards. The regular bee hunter professes to be able to tell a wild bee from a tame one by the color, the former, he says, being lighter, but there is no difference. They are both alike in color and in manner. Young bees are lighter than old, and that is all there is to it. If a bee lived many years in the woods, it would doubtless come to have some distinguishing marks, but the life of a bee is only a few months at the farthest, and no change is wrought in this brief time. Our bees are all soon back, and more with them, for we have touched the box here and there with the cork of a bottle of anise oil, and this fragrant and pungent oil will attract bees half a mile or more. When no flowers can be found, this is the quickest way to obtain a bee. It is a singular fact that when the bee first finds the hunter's box, its first feeling is one of anger. It is mad as a hornet. its tone changes. It sounds its shrill war trumpet, and darts to and fro, and gives vent to its rage and indignation in no uncertain manner. It seems to scent foul play at once. It says, here is robbery, here is the spoil of some hive, may be my own, and its blood is up. But its ruling passion soon comes to the surface. Its avarice gets the better of its indignation, and it seems to say, well, I had better take possession of this and carry it home. So after many feints and approaches and dartings off with a loud angry hum, as if it would none of it, the bee settles down and fills itself. It does not entirely cool off and get soberly to work till it has made 2 or 3 trips home with its booty. When other bees come, even if all from the same swarm, they quarrel and dispute over the box, and clip and dart at each other like bantam cocks. Apparently the ill feeling which the sight of the honey awakens is not one of jealousy or rivalry, but wrath. A bee will usually make 3 or 4 trips from the hunter's box before it brings back a companion. I suspect the bee does not tell its fellows what it has found, but that they smell out the secret. It doubtless bears some evidence upon its feet or proboscis that it has been upon honeycomb and not upon flowers, and its companions take the hint and follow, arriving always many seconds behind. Then the quantity and quality of the booty would also betray it. No doubt also there are plenty of gossips about a hive that note and tell everything. Oh, did you see that? Peggy Mel came in a few moments ago in great haste, and one of the upstairs packers says she was loaded till she groaned with apple blossom honey, which she deposited and then rushed off again like mad. Apple blossom honey in October. Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell something. Let's after. In about half an hour we have 3 well-defined lines of bees established, 2 to farmhouses and 1 to the woods, and our box is being rapidly depleted of its honey. About every 4th bee goes to the woods, and now that they have learned the way thoroughly, they do not make the long preliminary whirl above the box, but start directly from it. The woods are rough and dense, and the hill steep, and we do not like to follow the line of bees until we have tried at least to settle the problem as to the distance they go into the woods, whether the tree is on this side of the ridge or into the depth of the forest on the other side. So we shut up the box when it is full of bees and carry it about 300 yards along the wall from which we are operating. When liberated, the bees, as they always will in such cases, go off in the same directions they have been going. They do not seem to know that they have been moved, but other bees have followed our scent, and it is not many minutes before a second line to the woods is established. This is called cross-lining the bees. The new line makes a sharp angle with the other line, and we know at once that the tree is only a few rods into the woods. The 2 lines we have established form 2 sides of a triangle, of which the wall is the base. At the apex of the triangle, or where the 2 lines meet in the woods, we are sure to find the tree. We quickly follow up these lines, and where they cross each other on the side of the hill we scan every tree closely. I pause at the foot of an oak and examine a hole near the root. Now the bees are in this tree, and their entrance is on the upper side near the ground, not 2 feet from the hole I peer into, and yet so quiet and secret is their going and coming that I fail to discover them and pass on up the hill. Failing in this direction, I return to the oak again, and then perceive the bees going out in a small crack in the tree. The bees do not know they are found out, and that the game is in our hands. and are as oblivious of our presence as if we were ants or crickets. The indications are that the swarm is a small one, and the store of honey trifling. In taking up a bee tree, it is usual first to kill or stupefy the bees with the fumes of burning sulphur or with tobacco smoke. But this course is impracticable on the present occasion, so we boldly and ruthlessly assault the tree with an axe we have procured. At the first blow the bees set up a loud buzzing, but we have no mercy, and the side of the cavity is soon cut away, and the interior, with its white-yellow mass of comb honey, is exposed, and not a bee strikes a blow in defense of its all. This may seem singular, but it has always been my experience. When a swarm of bees are thus rudely assaulted with an axe, they evidently think the end of the world has come, and, like true misers as they are, each one seizes as much of the treasure as it can hold. In other words, they all fall to and gorge themselves with honey and calmly await the issue. While in this condition they make no defense and will not sting unless taken hold of. In fact, they are as harmless as flies. Bees are always to be managed with boldness and decision. Any half-way measures, any timid poking about, any feeble attempts to reach their honey are sure to be quickly resented. The popular notion that bees have a special antipathy toward certain persons and a liking for certain others has only this fact at the bottom of it: they will sting a person who is afraid of them and goes skulking and dodging about, and they will not sting a person who faces them boldly and has no dread of them. They are like dogs. The way to disarm a vicious dog is to show him you do not fear him. It is his turn to be afraid then. I never had any dread of bees, and am seldom stung by them. I have climbed up into a large chestnut that contained a swarm in one of its cavities, and chopped them out with an axe, being obliged at times to pause and brush the bewildered bees from my hands and face, and not been stung once. I have chopped a swarm out of an apple tree in June, and taken out the cards of honey, and arranged them in a hive, and then dipped out the bees with a dipper, and taken the whole home with me in pretty good condition, with scarcely any opposition on the part of the bees. In reaching your hand into the cavity to detach and remove the comb, you are pretty sure to get stung, for when you touch the business end of a bee, it will sting even though its head be off. But the bee carries the antidote to its own poison. The best remedy for bee sting is honey, and when your hands are besmeared with honey, as they are sure to be on such occasions, the wound is scarcely more painful than the prick of a pin. Assault your bee tree then boldly with your axe, and you will find that when the honey is exposed every bee has surrendered, and the whole swarm is cowering in helpless bewilderment and terror. Our tree yields only a few pounds of honey, not enough to have lasted the swarm till January, but no matter, we have the less burden to carry. In the afternoon we go nearly half a mile further along the ridge to a cornfield that lies immediately in front of the highest point of the mountain. The view is superb. The ripe autumn landscape rolls away to the east, cut through by the great placid river. In the extreme north the wall of the Catskills stands out clear and strong, while in the south the mountains of the Highlands bound the view. The day is warm, and the bees are very busy there, in that neglected corner of the field, rich in asters, fleabane, and goldenrod. The corn has been cut, and upon a stout but a few rods from the woods, which here drop quickly down from the precipitous heights, we set up our bee-box, touched again with the pungent oil. In a few moments a bee has found it. She comes up to leeward, following the scent. On leaving the box, she goes straight towards the woods. More bees quickly come, and it is not long before the line is well established. Now we have recourse to the same tactics we employed before, and move along the ridge to another field to get our cross line. But the bees still go in almost the same direction they did from the corn stout. The tree is then either on the top of the mountain or on the other or west side of it. We hesitate to make the plunge into the woods and seek to scale those precipices, for the eye can plainly see what is before us. As the afternoon sun gets lower, the bees are seen with wonderful distinctness. They fly towards and under the sun and are in a strong light, while the near woods, which form the background, are in deep shadow. They look like large luminous motes. Their swiftly vibrating transparent wings surround their bodies with a shining nimbus that makes them visible for a long distance. They seem magnified many times. We see them bridge the little gulf between us and the woods, then rise up over the tree tops with their burdens, swerving neither to the right hand nor to the left. It is almost pathetic to see them labor so, climbing the mountain and unwittingly guiding us to their treasures. When the sun gets down so that his direction corresponds exactly with the course of the bees, we make the plunge. It proves even harder climbing than we had anticipated. The mountain is faced by a broken and irregular wall of rock, up which we pull ourselves slowly and cautiously by main strength. In half an hour, the perspiration streaming from every pore, we reach the summit. The trees here are all small, a second growth, and we are soon convinced the bees are not here. Then down we go to the other side, clambering down the rocky stairways till we reach quite a broad plateau that forms something like the shoulder of the mountain. On the brink of this there are many large hemlocks, and we scan them closely and rap upon them with our axe, but not a bee is seen or heard. We do not seem as near the tree as we were in the fields below. Yet if some divinity would only whisper the fact to us, we are within a few rods of the coveted prize, which is not in one of the large hemlocks or oaks that absorb our attention, but in an old stub or stump not 6 feet high, and which we have seen and passed several times without giving it a thought. We go farther down the mountain and beat about to the right and left and get entangled in brush and arrested by precipices, and finally, as the day is nearly spent, give up the search and leave the woods quite baffled, but resolved to return on the morrow. The next day we come back and commence operations at an opening in the woods well down on the side of the mountain where we gave up the search. Our box is soon swarming with the eager bees, and they go back toward the summit we have passed. We follow back and establish a new line where the ground will permit. Then another and still another. Yet the riddle is not solved. One time we are south of them, then north. Then the bees get up through the trees, and we cannot tell where they go. But after much searching, and after the mystery seems rather to deepen than to clear up, we chance to pause beside the old stump. A bee comes out of a small opening like that made by ants in decayed wood, rubs its eyes and examines its antennae, as bees always do before leaving their hive, then takes flight. At the same instant several bees come by us loaded with our honey and settle home with that peculiar low, complacent buzz of the well-filled insect. Here then is our idol, our bit of Virgil and Theocritus, in a decayed stump of a hemlock tree. We could tear it open with our hands, and a bear would find it an easy prize, and a rich one too, for we take from it 50 pounds of excellent honey. The bees have been here many years, and have of course sent out swarm after swarm into the wilds. They have protected themselves against the weather and strengthened their shaky habitation by copious use of wax. When a bee tree is thus taken up in the middle of the day, of course, a good many bees are away from home and have not heard the news. When they return and find the ground flowing with honey and piles of bleeding combs lying about, they apparently do not recognize the place, and their first instinct is to fall to and fill themselves. This done, their next thought is to carry it home. So they rise up slowly through the branches of the trees till they have attained an altitude that enables them to survey the scene, when they seem to say, "Why, this is home," and down they come again. Beholding the wreck and ruins once more, they still think there is some mistake, and get up a second or third time, and then drop back pitifully as before. It is the most pathetic sight of all, the surviving and bewildered bees struggling to save a few drops of their wasted treasures. Presently, if there is another swarm in the woods, robber bees appear. You may know them by their saucy, chiding, devil-may-care hum. It is an ill wind that blows nobody good, and they make the most of the misfortune of their neighbors, and thereby pave the way for their own ruin. The hunter marks their course, and the next day looks them up. On this occasion the day was hot, and the honey very fragrant, and a line of bees was soon established, south-southwest. Though there was much refuse honey in the old stub, and though little golden rills trickled down the hill from it, and the near branches and saplings were besmeared with it, where we wiped our murderous hands, yet not a drop was wasted. It was a feast to which not only honey bees came, but bumble bees, wasps, hornets, flies, ants. The bumble bees, which at this season are hungry vagrants with no fixed place of abode, would gorge themselves, then creep beneath the bits of empty comb or fragments of bark and pass the night, and renew the feast next day. The bumble bee is an insect of which the bee hunter sees much. There are all sorts and sizes of them. They are dull and clumsy compared with the honey bee. Attracted in the fields by the bee hunter's box, they will come up and wind on the scent and blunder into it in the most stupid, lubberly fashion. The honey bees that licked up our leavings in the old stub belonged to a swarm, as it proved, about half a mile further down the ridge, and a few days afterward fate overtook them, and their stores in turn became the prey of another swarm in the vicinity, which also tempted Providence, and were overwhelmed. The first mentioned swarm I had lined from several points, and was following up the clew over rocks and through gullies, when I came to where a large hemlock had been felled a few years before, and a swarm taken from a cavity near the top of it. Fragments of the old comb were yet to be seen. A few yards away stood another short, squatty hemlock, and I said my bees ought to be there. As I paused near it, I noticed where the tree had been wounded with an axe a couple of feet from the ground many years before. The wound had partially grown over, but there was an opening there that I did not see at the first glance. I was about to pass on when a bee passed me, making that peculiar shrill, discordant hum that a bee makes when besmeared with honey. I saw it alight in the partially closed wound and crawl home. Then came others and others, little bands and squads of them heavily freighted with honey from the box. The tree was about 20 inches through and hollow at the butt, or from the axe mark down. This space the bees had completely filled with honey. With an axe we cut away the outer ring of live wood and exposed the treasure. Despite the utmost care, We wounded the comb so that little rills of the golden liquid issued from the root of the tree and trickled down the hill. The other bee tree in the vicinity, to which I have referred, we found one warm November day, in less than half an hour after entering the woods. It also was a hemlock that stood in a niche in a wall of hoary, moss-covered rocks 30 feet high. The tree hardly reached to the top of the precipice. The bees entered a small hole at the root, which was 7 or 8 feet from the ground. The position was a striking one. Never did apiary have a finer outlook or more rugged surroundings. A black wood-embraced lake lay at our feet. The long panorama of the Catskills filled the far distance, and the more broken outlines of the Shawangunk range filled the rear. On every hand were precipices and a wild confusion of rocks and trees. The cavity occupied by the bees was about 3 feet and a half long and 8 or 10 inches in diameter. With an axe we cut away one side of the tree and laid bare its curiously wrought heart of honey. It was a most pleasing sight. What winding and devious ways the bees had through their palace! What great masses and blocks of snow-white comb there were! Where it was sealed up, presenting that slightly dented, uneven surface, it looked like some precious ore. When we carried a large pail full of it out of the woods, it seemed still more like ore. Your native bee hunter predicates the distance of the tree by the time the bee occupies in making its first trip, but this is no certain guide. You are always safe in calculating that the tree is inside of a mile, and you need not as a rule look for your bee's return under 10 minutes. One day I picked up a bee in an opening in the woods and gave it honey, and it made 3 trips to my box with an interval of about 12 minutes between them. It returned alone each time. The tree, which I afterward found, was about half a mile distant. In lining bees through the woods, the tactics of the hunter are to pause every 20 or 30 rods, lop away the branches or cut down the trees, and set the bees to work again. If they still go forward, he goes forward also, and repeats his observations till the tree is found, or till the bees turn and come back upon the trail. Then he knows he has passed the tree, and he retraces his steps to a convenient distance, and tries again, and thus quickly reduces the space to be looked over till the swarm is traced home. On one occasion, in a wild rocky wood, where the surface alternated between deep gulfs and chasms filled with thick, heavy growths of timber and sharp, precipitous rocky ridges, like a tempest-tossed sea, I carried my bees directly under their tree and set them to work from a high exposed ledge of rocks not 30 feet distant. One would have expected them, under such circumstances, to have gone straight home, as there were but few branches intervening. But they did not. They labored up through the trees, and attained an altitude above the woods as if they had miles to travel, and thus baffled me for hours. Bees will always do this. They are acquainted with the woods only from the top side, and from the air above. They recognize home only by landmarks here, and in every instance they rise aloft to take their bearings. Think how familiar to them the topography of the farthest summits must be, an umbrageous sea or plain where every mark and point is known. Another curious fact is that generally you will get track of a bee tree sooner when you are half a mile from it than when you are only a few yards. Bees, like us human insects, have little faith in the near at hand. They expect to make their fortune in the distant field. They are lured by the remote and the difficult. and hence overlook the flower and the sweet at their very door. On several occasions I have unwittingly set my box within a few paces of a bee tree, and waited long for bees without getting them, when, on removing to a distant field or opening in the woods, I have got a clue at once. I have a theory that when bees leave the hive, unless there is some special attraction in some other direction, they generally go against the wind. They would thus have the wind with them when they returned home heavily laden. And with these little navigators the difference is an important one. With a full cargo a stiff head-wind is a great hindrance, but fresh and empty-handed they can face it with more ease. Virgil says bees bear gravel stones as ballast, but their only ballast is their honey bag. Hence, when I go bee hunting, I prefer to get to windward of the woods in which the swarm is supposed to have refuge. Bees, like the milkman, like to be near a spring. They do water their honey, especially in a dry time. The liquid is then, of course, thicker and sweeter, and will bear diluting. Hence, old bee hunters look for bee trees along creeks and near spring runs in the woods. I once found a tree a long distance from any water, and the honey had a peculiar bitter flavor imparted to it. I was convinced by rainwater sucked from the decayed and spongy hemlock tree in which the swarm was found. In cutting into the tree, the north side of it was found to be saturated with water like a spring, which ran out in big drops and had a bitter flavor. The bees had thus found a spring or cistern in their own house. Bees are exposed to many hardships and many dangers. Winds and storms prove as disastrous to them as to other navigators. Black spiders lie in wait for them, as do brigands for travelers. One day, as I was looking for a bee amid some goldenrod, I spied one partly concealed under a leaf. Its baskets were full of pollen, and it did not move. On lifting up the leaf, I discovered that a hairy spider was ambushed there, and had the bee by the throat. The vampire was evidently afraid of the bee's sting, and was holding it by the throat till quite sure of his death. Virgil speaks of the painted lizard, perhaps a species of salamander, as an enemy of the honey bee. We have no lizard that destroys the bee, but our tree toad, ambushed among the apple and cherry blossoms, snaps them up wholesale. Quick as lightning that subtle but clammy tongue darts forth, and the unsuspecting bee is gone. Virgil also accuses the titmouse and the woodpecker of preying upon the bees, and our kingbird has been charged with the like crime, but the latter devours only the drones. The workers are either too small and quick for it, or else it dreads their sting. Virgil, by the way, had little more than a child's knowledge of the honey bee. There is little fact and much fable in his fourth Georgic. If he had ever kept bees himself, or even visited an apiary, it is hard to see how he could have believed that the bee in its flight abroad carried a gravel stone for ballast. And as when empty barks on billows float, with sandy ballast sailors trim the boat, so bees bear gravel stones, whose poising weight steers through the whistling wings their steady flight. Or that when two colonies made war upon each other, they issued forth from their hives led by their kings, and fought in the air, strewing the ground with the dead and dying. Hard hailstones lie not thicker on the plain, nor shaken oaks such showers of acorns rain. It is quite certain he had never been bee hunting. If he had, we should have had a fifth Georgic. Yet he seems to have known that bees sometimes escaped to the woods. Nor bees are lodged in hives alone, but found in chambers of their own beneath the ground. Their vaulted roofs are hung in pomaces and in the rotten trunks of hollow trees. Wild honey is as near like tame as wild bees are like their brothers in the hive. The only difference is that wild honey is flavored with your adventure, which makes it a little more delectable than the domestic article. From Pepacton, by John Burroughs, copyright 1881, 1895, and 1909, by John Burroughs. End of section 14.